Chapter 1427, Causing a Storm with One Sentence. Chapter 1427, Causing a Storm with One Sentence. Snow, have someone compile a report on Crimson Castle for me. To be precise, I want information on the towns the guild controls. The more detail, the better. Surephone, order detailed information on Crimson Castle's guild towns. Gentle Snow couldn't help her growing confusion. Very quickly, however, she thought of a possibility. Shocked, she asked, "Guild leader, do you intend to raid one of their guild towns? Raid one of Crimson Castle's towns?" Surephone shook his head. Chuckling, he said, "No, I want to raid them all." If this had happened earlier, Surephone wouldn't have many options to deal with Crimson Castle. At most, he'd be able to weather a battle of attrition. However, things had changed now. He was rich. Not only had he made a killing from the Zero Wing auction, but he had also obtained a frightening profit from Stone Forest Town's battle arena and auction house. Right now, players were almost always signing up to join the battle arena and auction house, including the 10,000 magic crystals he had won from Yin Tianqing. He had over 190,000 on hand during the war with Heaven's Burial and the Monster Army. He only had around 50,000 magic crystals prepared. It had been impossible to maximize his war weapon's power. If he had had enough magic crystals during those battles, he would have easily won the war. Now that he had over 190,000 magic crystals, Crimson Castle was simply trying to get itself killed by daring to provoke him. He was even confident of capturing a first-rate guild's town with the resources he had available, let alone a second-rate guild like Crimson Castle raid all of Crimson Castle's towns. Shurfang's declaration shocked everyone in the VI Perma guild town was vital to a guild's development. Hence, guild towns were generally heavily fortified with static defenses and many players, making them very difficult to capture. One would need to prepare quite a bit to capture a guild town. Yet Surephone had decided to take all of the towns under Crimson Castle's control. This was insane. Snow, get the branch guild's main force members ready and spread the news. I want every guild in the Black Dragon Empire to know. We'll take action as soon as you've gathered the information I requested. Surephone instructed, weary, not hiding our intentions. Gentle Snow was dazed for a long moment after listening to Shurfang's command. When raiding an enemy guild town, one generally kept their operations a secret. It would give a force the greatest chance of success. Yet Surephone wanted to declare his intentions publicly. It was no different than saying, "I'm going to raid you, so you best get ready." However, since her guild leader had given her the order, she had no choice but to follow through. Though Nine Dragons Emperor quietly backed Crimson Castle. Taking over the guild's towns would be a piece of cake if Zero Wing got serious and mobilized all of its elite and expert players. After all, Zero Wing had an overwhelming advantage over Crimson Castle in terms of both quality and quantity. Only, doing so would strain Zero Wing's funds. Meanwhile, before the players in the arena left the venue, Gentle Snow had tasked her subordinates to make the announcement, stating Zero Wing's plans to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns in the Lake Heart City region. The news caused an uproar throughout the Black Dragon Empire. What's going on? Zero Wing plans to attack Crimson Castle. Didn't Crimson Castle lose its bet to Zero Wing? Does the guild have to be so ruthless? No. I've heard that a few third-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have mobilized their forces to cause trouble around Hidden Fog Town. It is clear that they're trying to keep the town out of Zero Wing's hands. Zero Wing's likely infuriated. Even so, isn't this unwise? Guild towns aren't that easy to raid. The majority of Zero Wing's forces are stationed in Starmoon Kingdom. With them so far away, it'll be even more difficult to capture Crimson Castle's towns. The players on the forums discussed the matter heatedly. Almost nobody was optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Although Zero Wing had a branch guild in Lake Heart City, it lacked strength in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild simply wasn't on the same level as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting players from Starmoon Kingdom to Lake Heart City was costly. In addition, Crimson Castle was allied with 4 other second-rate guilds. Those guilds would lend Crimson Castle aid if it were attacked. Even the Empire's first-rate guilds would struggle to raid one of Crimson Castle's towns. And even if success were possible, None of these guilds would be willing to pay the price. Ha ha ha. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Do they think that our town's defenses are just for display? Crimson Fox, who had long since returned to his guild's residence, laughed when he heard the news. He had planned to fight it out with Zero Wing slowly, but it would seem that preparing for such had been a waste. Although the two towns Crimson Castle controlled were not particularly popular among the general populace. Both were close to or in herb-rich maps, and the guild and its four allies used them as resource warehouses. Naturally, he had invested plenty of resources in the town's defenses. Each town had 8 defense turrets, magic barriers, and other war weapons. Even a 200,000-man elite army wouldn't pose a threat to the towns. Furthermore, the 4 second-rate guilds had constructed temporary guild residences in both. Their members could reinforce the towns at a moment's notice. Even if Zero Wing mobilized all of its elite members, it could never capture their town's guild leader. We've just received a message from Nine Dragons Emperor's people. He said that he will send a 200-man expert team to protect both towns. Each team will also have 6 gnome cannons, Lonely Castle reported. Nine Dragons Emperor has also offered to ignore our previous failure, allowing Crimson Castle to remain the 5 guilds leader if we give Zero Wing a good beating. Go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's messengers and let Nine Dragons Emperor know that he can rest assured. Unless the sun rises from the west, Zero Wing's members should not even think about setting foot in Crimson Castle's towns, much less capture them. Crimson Fox responded confidently. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Black Dragon Empire, Phoenix Rain nearly jumped in surprise when she received the news. She had never expected such insanity from Zero Wing. She immediately contacted Phone Guild leader Black Flame. Do you really plan to raid Crimson Castle's guild towns? Phoenix Raid asked seriously. That's right. Feng nodded. I beg of you to discard the idea. Nine Dragons Emperor is Crimson Castle's backer. Moreover, he instructed his subordinates to create resource warehouses in both towns. He's already stationed his personal Shadow Dragon Legion in the towns long-term as well. Phoenix Rain explained the Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the 3 trump card legions under Nine Dragons Emperor's command. Among the 3 legions, Martial Dragon's War Dragon Legion was the strongest. Although the Shadow Dragon Legion's overall strength was weaker than the War Dragon Legion, it was fond of large-scale battles. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor had sent his men to protect Crimson Castle's 2 towns. Zero Wing had just made a name for itself in the Black Dragon Empire. Before accumulating sufficient strength, it was unwise to raid these 2 towns, the Shadow Dragon Legion. Feng had heard of the Legion before. In response, however, he simply chuckled and thanked the woman. Thank you for your warning, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I will be careful. I still have much to tend to, so if there's nothing else, I'll be disconnecting the call now. Saying so, Feng ended their conversation. What is this man thinking? When Phoenix Rain had seen Feng's calm expression, she wondered if Feng actually understood how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions were. Any superpowers trump card legions could annihilate an elite army of tens of thousands. Furthermore, the Shadow Dragon Legion specialized in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow finished gathering information on Crimson Castle's guild towns and handed the report to her guild leader. Chapter 1428. Aqua Rose's Class Change. Chapter 1428. Aqua Rose's Class Change. Guild Leader, both towns have been heavily fortified. Each town has 8 defense turrets. Normally, each town also has over 15,000 players. Including the other 4 second-rate guild members, there should be over 20,000 players residing in the towns. Crimson Castle has also employed high-quality NPC guards. Of the 1,000 NPCs in each town, over 60 are Tier 2. Capturing these towns won't be easy. Moreover, as soon as we attack, the other guilds will send reinforcements. Based on our estimates, each town should have over 100,000 players. We'll likely have to use everything Zero Wing has to capture them. Gentle Snow briefly explained the situation in the towns. She had been shocked to learn about their defense's first-rate guilds. Towns usually only had half a dozen or so defense turrets. After all, these defensive structures were expensive to build. Hiring high-tiered NPC guards wasn't cheap either. Generally, a town had a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 0 NPCs. Guilds only hired stronger guards if the town were particularly important, yet both of Crimson Castle's towns had impressive defenses. Zero Wing couldn't even strike the weaker town first, using its success to damage Crimson Castle's morale good. Instruct both the main force and the Dark God's Legion to set out. Since it's closer to Lake Heart City, we'll target Green Rain Town first, Shifeng said and nodded after glancing through the information only mobilizing our main force and the Dark God's Legion. Gentle Snow was stunned. Was this a joke? Together, Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion only had over 1,000 members. Even if they were experts, sending 1,000-plus players to raid a guild town was reaching for the impossible, of course. Why would we need so many people just to raid a town? Shifeng asked Gentle Snow curiously. The woman was speechless. They were going to raid a town protected by tens of thousands of players. Yet in Shifeng's eyes, they were just heading out to exterminate a bunch of common monsters. However, once Shifeng had given the order, Gentle Snow had no choice but to dispatch the two forces as Shifeng prepared to lead his army to Green Rain Town. He received a communication request from Aqua Rose. Why are you out so soon? Shifeng asked. It had only been a few days since Aqua Rose and the others had begun to challenge the Sea God's legacy. None of them should have returned this soon, not fast. Time in the legacy space is different from God's domain. 4 days inside is the equivalent of 1 in God's domain. Aqua Rose explained after entering the legacy space. The time flow difference had shocked her. If not for the lack of EXP from the monsters inside, she would have leveled up a few times. Instead, she was still level 50. Well, how'd it go? Shifeng asked. The Sea God's legacy contained 10 individual legacies. Any one of them could improve a player's strength tremendously. Take a look at this, Aqua Rose said as she waved an icy blue crystalline staff. Streams of water rotated around it, and the staff itself radiated a faint trace of divine might. Could you have? Shifeng could not help his shock as he stared at the staff. That's right. I've obtained the Sea God's legacy and have officially become a Tier 2 player. Aqua Rose announced in delight. She had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the Sea God's legacy. Fortunately, she had consumed the moonlight fruits before entering the legacy space, slightly increasing her physique. With refinement realm combat standards, she was able to clear the legacy trial. Not only had she obtained the Sea God's legacy, but she had also acquired the Sea Dragon Staff, a growth-type weapon specifically made to amplify the Sea God's legacy's strengths. Unlike ordinary growth-type weapons, the Sea Dragon Staff could reach fragmented legendary rank. It would help Aqua Rose display the full potential of the Sea God's legacy. Shifeng was dazed for a moment. The Sea God's legacy. He had only hoped that Aqua Rose or one of the others would obtain the Sea God's Guard legacy. He hadn't been terribly optimistic that one of them would actually obtain the Sea God's legacy. After all, the Sea God's legacy even surpassed peak legacies. It was extremely difficult to obtain guild leader. You're going to raid a town, right? Can I join you? Aqua Rose asked. Of course you can, Shifeng said, laughing. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have summoned her to join the battle. He was not certain of exactly how powerful the Sea God's legacy was. He only knew that the legacy's owner would be an absolute overlord at sea, invincible among opponents of the same tier and level in naval combat. Naturally, he was curious to see how powerful Aqua Rose could become with the Sea God's legacy at her command. Wonderful. I'll head over right away, Aqua Rose said, smiling. Lake Heart City region, Green Rain Town. Since Zero Wing had announced its intention of raiding Crimson Castle's guild towns, the normally lackluster Green Rain Town brimmed with players. Crimson Castle and its allies weren't the only players in the town. A large number of independent players and members of the various major powers in the Black Dragon Empire had made the trip to watch the upcoming guild war. The reason these spectators had gathered here, instead of in Blackhorn Town, Crimson Castle's other town, was Zero Wing's announcement that it would raid Green Rain Town before moving on. Zero Wing is really bold. When others try to raid a town, they try to keep their movement secret, Yet Zero Wing publicly declared its plan to raid Crimson Castle's towns, and which town it had hit first. It's likely that Zero Wing wants to show off its strength and frighten the other guilds by ensuring that players are here to watch. However, doing so will make raiding Crimson Castle's towns much more difficult. Zero Wing is trying too hard to appear powerful. Even if Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, it has only recently started to develop its branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. The branch guild still lacks various aspects. Waging a war against Crimson Castle right now is foolish. I've heard that the other 4 second-rate guilds allied with Crimson Castle have dispatched 150,000 elite members to Green Rain Town. Including Crimson Castle's 30,000 elite members, there are 180,000 elite players fortifying the town. Taking into account their terrain advantage, Zero Wing isn't likely to succeed even if it sends every one of its members in the Empire. In the end, Zero Wing will embarrass itself by attacking Crimson Castle. The players resting in Green Rain Town's bars merrily discussed the upcoming war. Zero Wing had already become the center of attention in the Black Dragon Empire after winning the ranking competition. Following its declaration of war, even more players began to watch the guild. Although the Empire's various guilds frequently clashed, very few were willing to raid an enemy guild town after all. Guild towns were easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without an absolute advantage, no guild would be foolish enough to raid an enemy's town. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle and its allies' upper echelons had gathered in a captivating room within the guild's Green Rain Town residence. Guild leader Fox, our guild's members have arrived. They will be at your command. A dignified level 45 shield warrior reported to Crimson Fox, who lounged in the guild leader's throne. If that is not enough, our 4 guilds can still mobilize an additional 60,000 elite members. We'll put Zero Wing through the ringer. Good. As long as we injure the guild and make 9 Dragons Emperor happy, we'll all receive even more resources in the future, Crimson Fox said, smiling. With over 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town, not even a superpower had any hope of a successful raid, much less Zero Wing. As long as they devastated Zero Wing's army, the guild's development in Lake Heart City would suffer. Guild leader, our scouts have reported that Zero Wing's members are on the way. Lonely Castle, who stood behind Crimson Fox, whispered in the man's ear. The reef finally here. Crimson Fox smiled. He then asked, how many are there? There seems to be only a little over 1,000 players, Lonely Castle replied, uncertain. Chapter 1429, Give it a thorough beating. Chapter 1429, Give it a thorough beating. When Lonely Castle finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lonely Castle with astonished expressions. They all thought that the shield warrior had to be joking. What did you say? Thinking he had heard wrong, Crimson Fox asked for confirmation. They only sent 1,000 plus members. The several hundred assassins we've sent out to scout have confirmed this. Zero Wing hasn't dispatched anyone beyond those 1,000 plus members. However, all those members are rapidly approaching Green Rain Town on mounts. They'll likely arrive in a little over 10 minutes. Lonely Castle understood that he could not convince Crimson Fox with words alone. So he played the video his subordinates had sent him on a virtual screen above the table. The recording displayed over 1,000 players atop their mounts. However, unlike other guilds, the majority of Zero Wing's members rode Thunder Wolves. Their charge was impeccable. Moreover, every player's level on the team was very high. The lowest leveled among them was level 45. Furthermore, their weapons and equipment weren't the least bit inferior to the upper echelons in the meeting room. Single one-horned Black Tiger lead this team of players. Black flames and arcs of blue electricity danced around the tiger's paws. Despite only watching a video of the creature, every one of these powerful players felt an indescribable pressure weigh them down. As for the man atop this Black Tiger, he was none other than Zero Wing's famous guild leader, Black Flame. Crimson Fox stared at the screen, dazed for a long moment. While he had seen arrogant guilds before, he had never seen a guild as arrogant as Zero Wing. They treated the 180,000 elite players fortifying Green Rain Town as nothing more than a paper tiger. How is this possible? Zero Wing only sent 1,000 plus members? Has Zero Wing lost its mind? This is the siege battle that Zero Wing promised us? They dare come at us with such a small force? Are they tired of living? These players couldn't help but laugh as they watched the video. The contingent Zero Wing had dispatched might consist of nothing but expert players, but siege battles were different from field battles. The power an expert could exert was considerably limited. Not to mention, every guild town had a large number of NPC guards. NPC guards weren't monsters. If an ordinary expert player tried to take on a Tier 1 NPC, they'd suffer a one-sided beating. Furthermore, Green Rain Town's NPCs were all level 70 and above. The town even had level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Even without the 180,000 elite players and the town's defensive structures, the 1,000 NPC guards could easily annihilate Zero Wing's small force. Zero Wing is pretty bold. They dare to attack Green Rain Town with just so few players. Don't they know what death means? At this moment, a burly man wearing silver armor stood up and said, "Guild Leader Fox, leave this to Immortal Dynasty. There's no need for Crimson Castle to bother with this small group from Zero Wing. It's about time we teach Zero Wing that the Black Dragon Empire and Starmoon Kingdom are not the same. Brother Brighthouse doesn't need to dirty his hands. Let the Shadowlight tribe deal with this. We'll finish Zero Wing's members off before they even get close to Green Rain Town," the handsome man beside Brighthouse said, laughing. Before Crimson Fox could comment, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons voiced their enthusiasm to take the lead against Zero Wing's force. As Crimson Fox attempted to reply, a black-clad man beside him spoke up. "None of you need to get involved. Leave these people to the Shadow Dragon Legion." The moment this black-clad man spoke, the upper echelons fell silent on the surface. Crimson Castle was in charge of this war. In reality, however, this black-clad man was in command. The man was none other than Shadowtooth, the commander of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Shadow Dragon Legion. He was also known as the War Dragon. Not only had Shadowtooth risen to fame much earlier than Martial Dragon, but he had also left plenty of intense battle records in multiple large-scale virtual reality games. This man had participated in hundreds of guild wars, and every time he took the field, he secured overwhelming victories. Hence, he had earned the nickname War Dragon. Individually, he wasn't any weaker than Martial Dragon, although the latter was more well-known due to his status as an up-and-coming monster in the virtual gaming world. Since Shadowtooth had declared his intentions, the upper echelons surrendered the fight for the prestige of defeating Zero Wing. "I'll have to trouble Brother Shadowtooth then." Crimson Fox repeatedly expressed gratitude after listening to the commander's declaration. The Shadow Dragon Legion was very famous in the virtual gaming world. The Legion's experts had fought in countless battles alongside Shadowtooth. Although these players were only top-tier experts individually, they could exert tremendous power on the battlefield. With only a handful working together, they could easily take down peak experts. This was also the reason that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers disliked dealing with a 1,000-man legion. Meanwhile, news of Shurfang's 1,000-plus contingent quickly spread throughout Green Rain Town, causing an uproar. Is Zero Wing trying to be funny? And to think they made such arrogant claims earlier. Now that they realize that Green Rain Town is impossible to raid, they've only sent 1,000 members to try to gloss over their insults. I had thought that Zero Wing was some awesomely powerful guild, but it seems that it has nothing more than this. This could be their wisest move. If Zero Wing truly tried to raid Green Rain Town, it'd suffer heavy losses. How boring. I'm heading back to level up. The spectating players in the town were disappointed. They had hoped to watch an interesting battle, but this was just a farce. At the same time, Zero Wing lost the prestige it had earned in the Black Dragon Empire. As players prepared to leave Green Rain Town, Shurfang's group reached a hilltop 15,000 yards away. Snow, have the main force members guard the mountain pass below us. Everyone else, secure this area. Do not let anybody reach this position. You have my permission to kill any disobedient players, Shifeng instructed as he gazed down at the distant town. Shifeng's instructions confused his party members. They were still so far away from Green Rain Town. What was the point in securing such a distant location? Once Zero Wing's members spread out and surrounded the hill, Shifeng took 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons and a movement-type defensive magic array from his bag and began to set them up. Guild leader, you're not thinking of decimating Green Rain Town? Aqua Rose could not help her surprise when she saw the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. Abundant resources were available near the town, but if they turned these massive cannons against it, they'd cripple Green Rain Town. Although Green Rain Town is a strategic location, Zero Wing does not have much use for it. Moreover, with the town's powerful defenses, this is the perfect opportunity to test how effective the intermediate mana pulse cannons are in a siege. Why else would I have deliberately announced our intention to attack Green Rain Town? Shifeng asked seriously. Hearing Shifeng's explanation, General Snow was speechless. The reason behind his announcement had been to test the intermediate mana pulse cannon's effects. If Crimson Castle's upper echelons knew about this, they'd likely have a heart attack. A moment later, Shifeng finished setting up the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons and the movement-type defensive magic array, filling them with magic crystals. Once he had confirmed that everything was in place, Shifeng issued his command: aim for Green Forest Town and beat the hell out of them. Chapter 1430, Destroying the Town's Defenses in One Hit. Chapter 1430, Destroying the Town's Defenses in One Hit. A large number of guild players have been stationed atop Green Rain Town's ramparts. At the base of the walls, the Shadow Dragon Legion stood in neat, orderly rows as expected of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legion. Its members are so strong. Just looking at them makes me shudder. Guild leader Fox, with them here, you won't have to lift a finger. The Shadow Dragon Legion will bring a swift end to Zero Wing's force. That's right. It's a pity that we won't get to join in. I'd like to show Zero Wing how powerful our guilds truly are. The various upper echelons on the ramparts chatted merrily as they gazed down at the Shadow Dragon Legion. Even if there weren't 180,000 elite players protecting Green Rain Town, Zero Wing's 1,000-man army would fail. After all, the NPC guards weren't just for display. Unfortunately, since the Shadow Dragon Legion had wanted the front line, their guilds had lost the chance to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone to improve their reputations in the Empire. Suddenly, Lonely Castle walked up to Crimson Fox and reported, "Guild leader, a report just came in. For some reason, Zero Wing's members have stopped their advance and fortified a hill some distance away from the town. They've locked down the area around the hill. We sent several assassins to investigate, but they've all died." Hearing this, Crimson Fox and the other upper echelons were stunned. Why are they fortifying that hill? The same question floated in everyone's minds. This was the first time they had encountered such a shameless guild. Zero Wing had boldly announced its plan to raid Green Rain Town. Yet after such claims, it had only dispatched a little over 1,000 members. Now, for some unknown reason, Zero Wing's members had decided to halt their advance halfway. Not approaching. Crimson Fox's lips curled. It seems Zero Wing's upper echelons still have some brain power. They realized that charging into the town would be suicidal, so they've decided to wait for us to come to them. Guild leader, should we send some of our people? Lonely Castle asked. No need. We'll let the Shadow Dragon Legion deal with it. We can save ourselves from the trouble of being called out for bullying, Crimson Fox said, laughing, although he did not know what Zero Wing was trying to do. In front of absolute strength, all trickery was useless. At the end of the day, Crimson Castle would win this war, and Zero Wing's reputation in the Black Dragon Empire would be ruined. However, as the Shadow Dragon Legion prepared to set off for the hill, 2 spiraling, black and white beams appeared in the distance. Both beams struck the magic barrier around Green Rain Town a split second after they appeared, tearing through it as if it were paper boom. In the end, the 2 massive beams plowed through the town center. 2 towering pillars of light rose from the craters, expanding until each covered a 500-yard radius. One could see these pillars even from tens of thousands of yards away. Both pillars gradually dissipated, leaving 2 40-meter deep craters. Everything that had been caught within the light pillars had disappeared. For a moment, every player in Green Rain Town was dumbfounded as they stared at the void the light pillars had left. The various guild upper echelons stared with wide eyes. What had happened? Was the sky falling? Not even Crimson Fox knew what had just transpired, although the defensive magic array protecting Green Rain Town was only basic rank. It could survive Tier 3 attacks, yet it failed to resist the 2-beam attacks. I investigate that attack immediately. Crimson Fox bellowed. Crimson Fox's heart bled over the buildings the attacks had just destroyed, not to mention the number of players that had died. Crimson Castle's members exploded into action. Guild leader. It seems that those 2 beams came from the hilltop Zero Wing occupies. Lonely Castle said as he pointed towards the hill. So, you're saying that is Zero Wing's doing? A chill ran down Crimson Fox's spine as he stared at the hilltop, astonishment flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "How is this possible?" He had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly, so he knew that Zero Wing possessed powerful war weapons. However, the hill Zero Wing occupied was over 10,000 yards away from Green Rain Town. According to the reports, Zero Wing's war weapons should only have a maximum range of around 3,000 yards. What Crimson Fox did not know was that the intermediate mana pulse cannon's range was actually 20,000 yards. However, although the cannons could cover so much distance, the beams were straight-line attacks. Hence, the height of these cannons' location would determine their actual range from the top of Stone Forest Town's magic tower. They could cover around 3,000 yards. Meanwhile, the hill Foam had chosen was far taller than his magic tower, increasing the cannon's range significantly. Guild leader, what should we do? Lonely Castle could not help but shudder when he learned that Zero Wing was responsible for the attack with that kind of range and destructive power. The intermediate mana pulse cannons were a guild town's nightmare. If they allowed Zero Wing to fire those weapons a few more times, Green Rain Town would fall. Kill them. Send everyone to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Do not let Zero Wing fire those cannons again. Crimson Fox shouted, paling with anger. Regret tore at his heart. Had he known that Zero Wing possessed such frightening tools of destruction, he would never have let things go this far with such weapons. Destroying a town would be a piece of cake for Zero Wing. Understood. Lonely Castle immediately organized Crimson Castle's forces to set out towards Zero Wing's position. When the other upper echelons saw the 2 craters that defiled Green Rain Town and thought about Zero Wing directing those weapons towards their own towns, they shuddered with fear. This Guild leader Fox, something urgent has come up in our guild that requires our immediate attention. I'm afraid we must go. Guild leader Fox, our guild leader has found a rare boss and is in need of manpower. Since you have things under control here, we'll be taking our leave. Immediately, the 4 second-rate guild's upper echelons took out return scrolls and fled. A moment later, all of the allied guild's members vanished from Green Rain Town, leaving only Crimson Castle's members and a bunch of confused independent players. Crimson Fox nearly had a stroke as he watched the crowd disappear. Hadn't they declared that he wouldn't have to take action himself? Chapter 1431. Aqua Rose takes action. Chapter 1431. Aqua Rose takes action. When the intermediate mana pulse cannons had struck Green Rain Town, the resulting devastation hadn't only shocked the various second-rate guild's members. The spectating players retrieved their own return scrolls to flee the town, as well everyone was afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would strike again. They might not be so lucky in the next assault. None of them were willing to throw their lives away just to watch a battle act of the Guild War Order. Seal off that hill. I don't want to see any of Zero Wing's members leave this place alive. Crimson Fox lost his composure as he glared at the distant hilltop. In the next moment, Crimson Castle locked down Green Rain Town's map. Return scrolls were rendered ineffective, and players were forced to rely on other means to escape. Once Crimson Fox had issued his orders, he led an army of 10,000 players in a charge towards their enemy. This was his only option left. If he continued to do nothing, he would be slaughtered. With the intermediate mana pulse cannon's power, Green Rain Town would only last a few more hits. Yet the town's defense turrets couldn't reach Zero Wing. He had no choice but to lead his own forces to stop Zero Wing. However, the Shadow Dragon Legion had reacted long before Crimson Fox. Shortly after the intermediate mana pulse cannons had attacked, Shadowtooth had led the Shadow Dragon Legion in its own charge. Guild Leader. A team of 1,000 players are approaching. They're less than 1,000 yards away. They are very well equipped, and although they aren't wearing a guild emblem, they don't look like independent players. A ranger, Negative Life, reported as he used eagle eyes to scout a strong 1,000-man team without a guild emblem. Could be the Shadow Dragon Legion. Shurfeng suddenly recalled Phoenix Rain's warning the Shadow Dragon Legion might not be as strong as Nine Dragons Emperor's War Dragon Legion, but it was far more famous that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had once dispatched the Shadow Dragon Legion to capture an intermediate city under a top-tier, first-rate guild's control. Naturally, said guild had the support of powerful corporations and plenty of powerful experts. Although it hadn't been a super first-rate guild, it had been beyond ordinary first-rate guilds' reach yet. The Shadow Dragon Legion had single-handedly captured the intermediate town cities, and towns were different. Both basic and advanced towns lacked defenses, but as soon as they became cities, their defenses would undergo a qualitative transformation. With a core magic array, not only could guilds suppress their enemies, but they could also enhance their own forces. The core magic array's buff was even more powerful than the magic towers. Moreover, the various large guilds generally put everything into their city's development. The defensive structures one could build in an intermediate city were far beyond that of a town. A guild could construct hundreds of defense turrets in its city, as well as all sorts of advanced defensive structures. Furthermore, well-funded, first-rate guilds generally protected their intermediate cities with powerful magic arrays. It would take several shots from an advanced mana pulse cannon to break such a barrier. If the magic array had adequate energy, it might even be beyond an advanced mana pulse cannon's power yet. The Shadow Dragon Legion had captured the intermediate city. News of the successful siege had shocked the various large guilds. During that time, only a few of God's Domain's first-rate guilds had intermediate cities, while most guild cities were basic rank. As a result, the various first-rate guilds have been terrified of the Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion? Isn't that one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she heard Shurfeng's comment. Nine Dragons Emperor has been secretly using Green Rain Town as a resource warehouse, so he has probably stationed a force there to protect the town. Shurfeng explained, Guild Leader, I don't think it'll be easy to take on the Shadow Dragon Legion and Crimson Castle's forces at the same time. Shadowtooth, the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander, is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin. Based on our information on him, he has a top-tier epic short sword called Magic Breaker. It can cut through magic barriers like a hot knife through butter. Our magic array isn't likely to hold the Legion back. Gentle Snow said worriedly they had considered the possibility of Crimson Castle's forces charging to meet them, but as long as they had enough magic crystals, their movement-type defensive magic array shouldn't have any issues holding back Tier 4 attacks. Unfortunately, it was a different story if Shadowtooth's Magic Breaker got involved without the defensive magic array's protection. They wouldn't survive an army of tens of thousands of elite players. Guild Leader, leave Shadowtooth to me. Aqua, Rose suddenly suggested. As long as I take him down, we can proceed with activating the defensive magic array. But, although Gentle Snow tried to argue, Shurfeng beat her to it, saying, All right, I'll leave him to you. Send everyone else to stop the Shadow Dragon Legion's advance. Don't let anyone near the cannons. The intermediate mana pulse cannons might be powerful, but they had obvious weaknesses. First, they could be moved freely. Second, like all war weapons, their defense was paper-thin. Even a Tier 0 player could easily destroy them. Hence, the various large guilds usually avoided using war weapons offensively. Guild Leader, this. Shurfeng's decision astonished Gentle Snow. Shadowtooth was an old monster with many years of fame. Even Nine Dragons Emperor treated the man with respect. His title as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin wasn't just for show either. Even a peak expert like Yin Tianxing would struggle to survive a handful of moves against Shadowtooth yet. Shurfeng had just sent Aqua Rose to deal with the assassin alone. She'd be lucky to survive, much less kill the man. They'd only have a small possibility of defeating Shadowtooth if she, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru worked together. Relax. If Shadowtooth reveals himself, leave him to Aqua. You all should focus on the Shadow Dragon Legion's other experts. At the end of the day, that is still one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. The Force has plenty of Refinement Realm experts. Even with our Berserk skills, we don't have much of an advantage, Shurfong said, chuckling. Not only was Aqua Rose a Tier 2 player now, but she also had the Sea God's legacy. Since she had offered to take on Shadowtooth, she was confident in defeating him. If her victory weren't possible, it wouldn't be too late to send Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru as reinforcements suddenly. Negative Life announced. Guild leader, Crimson Castle has sent an army of over 10,000 players. The Shadow Dragon Legion's members are also spreading out. By the looks of it, they plan to split into 4 groups. They sure reacted quickly. All right, let's fire a round at Crimson Castle's members first, Shurfong ordered when he noticed the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown coming to an end. Aqua, Snow, Yuru, Negative, lead teams of 200 players and intercept the Shadow Dragon Legion. It's about time we teach this legion that Zero Wings shouldn't be provoked. Understood. Zero Wings members couldn't help their growing excitement. Fighting a trump card legion from a super first-rate guild would be far more fun than fighting a bunch of elite players. The Shadow Dragon Legion soon reached the foot of the hill after splitting into 4 groups. In the next moment, a black-clad man dashed ahead of the groups towards the magic barrier protecting the hill. Upon reaching his target, the man swung the dull gray short sword at the barrier pump. Instantly, he shattered the movement-type defensive magic array, the stored energy within dissipating. In addition, the magic array was forced into a 5-minute cooldown. The commander's magic breaker really is impressive. Zero Wings members must be stunned. Not only will they die here, but will also claim their 2 war weapons. As the Shadow Dragon Legion members discussed the vanishing barrier, a mesmerizing beauty appeared on the opposite side. This woman stood alone on the path leading up the hill. She wielded a dark blue crystal staff and radiated an incredible aura. This woman was none other than Aqua Rose. Chapter 1432, Aqua Rose vs. Shadowtooth. Chapter 1432, Aqua Rose vs. Shadowtooth. Is she from Zero Wing? She dares to come alone? She must be tired of living in this world. The Shadow Dragon Legion members revealed wicked smiles when they saw Aqua Rose on the hillside path. There were over 200 players in their group, and any one of these players would be the strongest expert in a normal, large guild yet. Aqua Rose thought she could hold them off on her own. In their opinion, such an action was foolish and suicidal. We don't have time to waste. A few of you go and finish her off. Everyone else, get to the hilltop. We must get our hands on those war weapons. Shadowtooth shouted as he stared at Aqua Rose. Although she radiated an intense aura, a party from the Shadow Dragon Legion would be more than enough to deal with her. Understood. As soon as Shadowtooth issued his command, a 6-man party split away from the group and dashed towards Aqua Rose. This party consisted of an MT, 1 healer, and 4 DPS. The level 45 Shield Warrior leading the party used charge at Aqua Rose. A moment after the Shield Warrior activated his skill, the Berserker used charge as well. At the same time, the Cleric cast a Truth Shield and Minor Recovery on the Shield Warrior, while 2 magical class experts and 1 ranger attacked Aqua Rose from a distance, aiming to cut off her path of retreat in seconds. 3 different attack methods closed in on Aqua Rose. The 6 Shadow Dragon Legion members' coordination and timing were even beyond most expert parties. However, Aqua Rose showed no intentions of fleeing. Instead, she lightly tapped the butt of her stuff on the ground. Immediately, a wall of water rose up before her. The water wall continued to grow taller, and soon, an 8-meter-tall wave protected Aqua Rose. This tidal wave then surged to meet the approaching Shield Warrior and Berserker. The tidal wave had enough range that it blocked the incoming ranged attacks from the enemy rear. It was the perfect combination of offense and defense. Meanwhile, the Shield Warrior and Berserker were too close to the tidal wave's origin to dodge in time, and the massive wave devoured them both. After the tidal wave passed, the Berserker, who had close to 40,000 HP, transformed into particles of white light and disappeared from the battlefield, a piece of equipment taking his place. As for the Shield Warrior, due to his quick reactions and activating Shield Wall in time, he survived Aqua Rose's attack. However, less than 1/3 of his HP remained. Moreover, this was after Truth Shield had absorbed part of the attack's damage. Just how high is her magic damage? The magical class players were astonished as they stared at the surviving Shield Warrior. It was obvious that the tidal wave had been the result of a channeled spell. Channeled spells were usually mini AoE attacks. With their magic damage, they'd be lucky to drop the Shield Warrior's HP by 1/3 with a Tier 1 mini AoE spell. Of course, that was if he didn't activate Shield War, and without True Shield protection Yuri still alive. Aqua Rose was slightly surprised to see the MT standing. It seems your magic resistance is quite high. She had used a Tier 1 legacy spell called Water Wave. However, despite being only a Tier 1 spell, the Sea Dragon Staff had enhanced her attack's power significantly. Overall, it should have rivaled a Tier 1 large-scale destruction. Spell her magic damage is too high. Switch to range attacks. The surviving Shield Warrior shouted as he gave Aqua Rose a cautious look. The other party members nodded in agreement. Against magical class players with high magic damage, a Shield Warrior with limited mobility was a sitting duck. Defeating such a target would be a piece of cake, however. Before the Shield Warrior could regret his hasty charge, thorny, pitch-black vines bound his feet, and before anyone had realized it, Aqua Rose had finished chanting another incantation as the surrounding mana surged towards the Sea Dragon Staff Tier 2 spell, Rising Flow. Aqua Rose waved her staff at the Shield Warrior and magical class players before her. Over a dozen jets of water streaked away from her, dancing and intertwining across 50 yards. It was beautiful. These jets' speed could even rival that of Sure Fang's swords. Even the Shield Warrior, who had kept his guard up against Aqua Rose's attacks, only managed to block 3 jets of water before 5 others struck. The magical class players, the Ranger, and the Cleric didn't have time to attack since they had assumed the Shield Warrior had been the woman's only target. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Even the Cleric, who had only been struck once, had died instantly with a single move. Aqua Rose had killed 5 expert from the Shadow Dragon Legion. Impossible. The Shadow Dragon Legion members that had planned to circle Aqua Rose to get up the hill were stupefied after the brief exchange. A party from the Shadow Dragon Legion had been defeated. Aqua Rose had taken less time than a peak expert to eliminate one of the Shadow Dragon Legion's parties. Her spells were terrifying. Not only were they extremely fast, but they also contained horrific power. The Cleric had lost all of his 30,000 plus HP to a single water jet. However, Aqua Rose didn't seem particularly surprised. Even if a non-MT player successfully blocked one of her water jets, they'd be either dead or close to Increasing Flow was a Tier 2 spell. But with the Sea Dragon Staff's buff, it had the power of a Tier 3 spell. So Zero Wing had another expert of this caliber. Shadowtooth glared at Aqua Rose. A moment later, he revealed a playful smile as he muttered, "It's no wonder why she dared to block our path by herself. I guess I can play with you for a bit." The hillside path was very narrow, making it easily defensible. And with such powerful spells, they'd be little more than moving targets for the woman if they charged up the path. If they took an alternative route, climbing the hill's steep slopes, they'd still be targets. Only, rather than Aqua Rose, the entirety of Zero Wing's forces would use them as target practice. Hence, if they wanted to ascend this hill, they had to defeat Aqua Rose. Suddenly, Shadowtooth vanished. He then began to approach the woman. Although Shadowtooth didn't have Yin Tianqing's true orb, a domain realm expert like him knew his environment like the back of his hand. Not only could he move quickly, but he could also prevent others from noticing his presence. Only players with active observation or perception skills could catch a glimpse of him. However, whether or not the opponent discovered his presence didn't make a difference to an expert of Shadowtooth's caliber. He was simply too fast. He was extremely difficult to pin down with ranged attacks indeed. While Aqua Rose had detected the assassin, none of her spells found their target. It was as if Shadowtooth had grasped her spell's trajectory long before she had launched them, always moving out of their path. Sure enough, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin is truly powerful. Although Aqua Rose was double speed casting, she couldn't hinder Shadowtooth's approach. Despite predicting the assassin's movements thanks to her enhanced physique, Shadowtooth predicted hers as well. As a result, she could only watch as the enemy assassin closed in on her. Aqua Rose hadn't expected to encounter such a situation so soon after obtaining the Sea God's legacy. She controlled over a dozen projectile attacks, yet she couldn't hit her target. If she allowed Shadowtooth to come within melee range, she was dead meat. When Shadowtooth was only 20 yards away, he used Shadow Steps and appeared behind Aqua Rose. His magic breaker left an arc of gray light as it descended on the Cursemonster suddenly. Aqua Rose shouted, "Bloom!" Aqua Precinct. Chapter 1433. Overwhelming Power. Chapter 1433. Overwhelming Power. Just before Shadowtooth's magic breaker bit into Aqua Rose's back, layers of water began to peel away from the woman like a blooming lotus flower when magic breaker encountered the flower petals. Not only did its advance halt, but it also bounced off. She blocked it. Shadowtooth was slightly surprised to see the water curtain before him. Magic breaker was designed to do just that, destroy magic barriers. It also weakened spells by 50%. Even an elementalist's strongest tier 1 defensive spell, Frost Barrier, would only last one hit against his weapon. Yet when he slashed at the thin layer of water, it felt as if he had hit rubber. He couldn't pierce the water curtain no matter how hard he tried. With Aqua Rose in the center, the spell formed a pool of water with a 70-yard radius. Although the water was only knee-deep, Shadowtooth could feel it restricting his movements. Although he struggled, he couldn't adapt to the watery environment. It was as if the pool rejected his existence. Not only did his basic attributes immediately decrease by 30%, but his physique also visibly weakened. This move was none other than Aqua Precinct, a Tier 2 legacy domain spell Aqua Rose had learned. However, since she was using the spell on land, it couldn't display its full potential. Even so, the spell would reduce all enemies' basic attributes by 30%, physique by 20%, and movement speed by 30%. However, the truly impressive effect wasn't its ability to weaken enemies. Rather, it was perfectly suited to both offense and defense. Unlike Ice Wall or Frost Barrier, which required incantations, Aqua Rose could easily form a maximum of 3 water curtains to protect herself with just a thought. Each water curtain had the properties of a Tier 2 defensive spell. With all 3 layers, the water curtains could even block Tier 3 spells. Aqua Precinct's offensive capabilities were even more impressive. Although the attacks weren't AoEs, Aqua Rose could control a maximum of 12 water snakes to strike her opponents. Each water snake's strength was the equivalent of 140% of the caster's intelligence. Let's take this fight seriously. Standing on the water surface, Aqua Rose smiled at Shadowtooth as she spoke. 12 8-meter-long water snakes manifested around the caster from afar. It looked as if Shadowtooth were facing 12 great lords. Rose's intelligence attribute had already been extremely high, but after obtaining the Sea God's legacy and the Sea Dragon staff, each of her water snakes possessed strength on par with a great lord of the same level. Moreover, unlike a great lord, the water snakes didn't have HP. As long as Aqua Rose was alive and her Aqua Precinct was in place, they would fight. If this were a naval battle, the 12 water snakes would have double the strength. Even a Tier 2 player with an active Berserk skill would struggle to defeat one. Impossible. What kind of spell is that? Just who is she? The watching Shadow Dragon Legion members were stupefied. The sight of these 12 serpents was petrifying. How was this a PvP fight? Shadowtooth was practically trying to solo a boss. Die! Aqua Rose showed no mercy as she controlled the 12 snakes to strike at Shadowtooth as the water snakes flew towards him. Shadowtooth felt as if he were watching a massive waterfall pour down on his head. Immediately, Shadowtooth activated his Berserk skill and tried to avoid the approaching attacks. However, the water snakes were astonishingly fast. They crossed a dozen yards and reached the assassin almost instantly. As a domain realm expert, Shadowtooth had a perfect grasp of the snake's trajectories, but he wasn't fast enough to move out of harm's way in time. In the end, one of the snakes slipped past his defenses. Fortunately, Shadowtooth reacted quickly enough to block the attack with Magic Breaker due to Magic Breaker's passive, spell-weakening effect. The Water Snake's attack wasn't nearly as powerful. In the end, its attack was slightly weaker than a High Lord's of the same level, although Shadowtooth's basic attributes had diminished. His strength after activating his Berserk skill could still rival that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. He didn't have much of an issue blocking the attack. Though the impact had slid him backward, he had only lost around 400 HP. It wasn't a considerable amount to an assassin with 44,000 HP in total for a time. The two combatants engaged in a battle of attrition. Aqua Precinct was unlike other spells, where one only needed to invest mana when they cast the spell. Rather, the domain spell fed off of the user's mana to sustain itself. In exchange, the spell did not have a cooldown or duration. Players could turn it on and off freely. That wasn't to say that Aqua Rose could maintain the Aqua Precinct indefinitely or a long time. The spell consumed a frightening amount of mana every second. Based on her remaining mana, Aqua Rose had about 3 more minutes with the spell. Of course, she could drink an advanced mana recovery potion to restore her mana during the battle. Shadowtooth was in a similar situation. Although he continued to lose HP throughout the battle, each attack only devoured 300 or 400 HP. He could easily replenish the lost HP with an advanced regeneration potion as a result. The battle was locked in a temporary stalemate. I didn't expect to find an expert like you in Zero Wing as well. No wonder that little girl is trying to recruit your guild. Shadowtooth constantly tried to close in on his opponent. While the battle raged between Aqua Rose and Shadowtooth, the fight stunned Zero Wing's members atop the hill. In their eyes, both players were absolute monsters. If any one of them had to face Aqua Rose or Shadowtooth, they'd likely die in an instant. Sure enough, a domain realm expert isn't easy to deal with. Shadowtooth's prowess even surprised Surefone. Aqua Rose was a Tier 2 player and wielded the Sea God's legacy, yet the assassin bridged the gap between their levels, tiers, and classes with his techniques. Aqua Rose only had a minor advantage. However, Aqua should have exhausted a lot of mana by now. It's about time she took things seriously. Unfortunately for Shadowtooth, while techniques could supplement for one's flaws, there was a limit to how much they could help. Not even domain realm experts were an exception. Take things seriously. The Vice Guild leader isn't fighting with everything she's got. Fierce Snake was confused when he overheard Shurfeng's muttering. He had only ever witnessed a fight of this level when Zhao Yueru had faced Yin Tianqing. In fact, Shadowtooth was much stronger than Yin Tianqing. The fact that Aqua Rose, who didn't have a cataclysmic spell like Zhao Yueru's Frostflame Oblivion, could suppress a monster like Shadowtooth was astounding. Yet Surefone had indicated that she wasn't using her full strength even if he heard it from Surefone. Fierce Snake found it hard to believe as Fierce Snake struggled over the revelation. Aqua Rose took a deep breath. Suddenly, dark fog began to surround her body. The intensity of her aura skyrocketed. Could it be she hasn't activated a Berserk skill? Shadowtooth's expression darkened when he sensed Aqua Rose's rampaging aura. During Shadowtooth's brief moment of surprise, a water snake managed to slip his notice. By the time Shadowtooth snapped out of it, he had no choice but to block the attack with Magic Breaker Boom. The impact threw the assassin over a dozen yards away, his HP decreasing by over 4,600. The water snake's attack power had exceeded the limit he could block in God's domain. Players could reduce incoming damage by blocking the attack, but the opponent's strength was significantly higher than one's. It could break through one's block threshold. If that happened, players would receive a considerable amount of damage despite their defense. Chapter 1434, Power of a Tier 2 Class. Chapter 1434, Power of a Tier 2 Class. After the water snake had sent him flying, Shadowtooth had been forced to take 6 steps back when he landed, even after readjusting his posture in the air. His magic breaker hummed as it vibrated from that one attack. Shadowtooth had lost over 10% of his HP on the spot. The snake's strength had clearly increased. Commander, how is she suddenly so strong? Has she been hiding her strength? The Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked as they watched Aqua Rose approach Shadowtooth. Despite having activated his Berserk skill, Shadowtooth had failed to block an attack. If they told the other members from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they'd be called raving lunatics, yet it had just happened. Is this the difference between tiers? Gentle Snow was slightly surprised to see Shadowtooth in such a miserable state. Although she had known that there was a fairly large gap between Tier 1 and 2, she had never imagined that the gap would be this large with Tier 2 attributes and spells, in addition to a legacy that even surpassed peak legacies. Aqua Rose overwhelmed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's #1 assassin, rendering the latter utterly powerless. However, Aqua Rose had no intention of giving Shadowtooth time to catch his breath. Immediately, she controlled the 12 water snakes to continue their assault. Seeing the incoming water snakes, Shadowtooth felt his scalp tingle. Previously, he had been able to defend himself with Magic Breaker, but now he couldn't even block an attack. Dodging the snakes was also impossible after another brief exchange. Shadowtooth lost over 9,000 HP to 2 more water snakes. Now he had less than 50% remaining. It would only take a few more hits to send him to the afterlife. Everyone, charge! Shadowtooth gnashed his teeth and issued the command. He turned to a slim assassin in dark gray leather armor and shouted, "Speeches, find a way to silence her." At this point, he knew that he was no match for Aqua Rose. But this wasn't a competition. It was a real battle. He couldn't order a retreat just because he couldn't defeat the woman. Since one player wasn't enough to deal with Aqua Rose, they needed to fight as a unit. When Shadowtooth ordered the attack, the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked. Although this was not the first time their commander had asked for help dealing with a lone opponent, he generally only did so when they faced monster-level existences. This was the first time he has requested assistance against an unknown expert. In other words, Shadowtooth had acknowledged Aqua Rose's strength. While the Shadow Dragon Legion members were shocked, they still joined the fight without hesitation. The healers in the back immediately responded by casting Truth Shield on their commander. They sent a couple of healing spells at the same time, raising Shadowtooth's HP to full. Meanwhile, over a dozen assassins snuck around to Aqua Rose's back. The remaining range classes began to launch their attacks. Although the hillside path was narrow, there was enough room for dozens of range players to move within range while maintaining some distance from the Cursemancery. Finally sick of watching? Rather than panic as dozens of spells and arrows rained down on her, Aqua Rose revealed a calm smile as she said, "Unfortunately, you are too late." Before anyone knew it, Aqua Rose had finished drawing several dozen lines of runes in the air. She then stabbed her staff into the ground and twisted it. Responding to her command, a massive magic array covered the ground, covering a 100-yard radius. During her fight with Shadowtooth, she had subtly moved closer to the other Shadow Dragon Legion members. However, she hadn't expected Shadowtooth to help her out, calling his allies to join him within her attack range. After gaining the Sea God's legacy, she had learned 3 Tier 2 spells. The strongest among them was Aqua Precinct. Aside from that, she had the Tier 2 curse, Annihilation Torrent. With the Sea Dragon Staff's buff, Annihilation Torrent could rival a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spellcraft. Everyone retreat. Shadowtooth had a bad feeling when he saw the magic array under his feet. Unfortunately, it was too late. Suddenly, a torrent of water descended from the sky. Not only did the waterfall shatter all of the attacks against Aqua Rose, but also formed a massive tidal wave once it crashed to the ground. The tidal wave spread out in a ring, devouring everything in range. In the blink of an eye, the wave swallowed Shadowtooth and his allies. Although some players had reacted quickly enough to activate invulnerability skills, Annihilation Torrent lasted for 10 seconds. Not even those skills could save them after 10 seconds. None of the 200-plus Shadow Dragon Legion members were anywhere to be seen. Instead, weapons and pieces of equipment, which could even tempt top-tier experts, had taken their place. Is the Vice Guild leader also a monster? The Zero Wing members watching from the hilltop stared in shock as they watched Aqua Rose wipe out a quarter of the Shadow Dragon Legion by herself. Originally, they thought that Zhao Yuuru was the strongest trump card Zero Wing had hidden. They hadn't expected Aqua Rose's power. Not only had she killed over 200 of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts, but she had also claimed the life of its #1 assassin. With such an impressive battle record, she could easily rank among the top 100 of the God's Domain experts list while these players cheered for their vice guild leader. A figure suddenly appeared in the devastation her Annihilation Torrent had left. This figure was none other than the Shadow Dragon Legion's commander. Shadowtooth, what? He's still alive? Everyone was astonished to see the Manthe had all seen Aqua Rose's large-scale destruction spell hit Shadowtooth, and they had watched the attack take his life. Yet he stood before them. I never expected to find an expert like you in Zero Wing. I give up. The Shadow Dragon Legion will withdraw. However, you won't be so lucky next time, Shadowtooth declared as he glanced at Aqua Rose. Immediately, he activated Vanish and disappeared. Aqua Rose's Annihilation Torrent had, in fact, killed him. However, he carried a super rare resuscitation scroll, a treasure he had obtained in an ancient ruin. The scroll would automatically revive a player and restore their HP to full upon death. The scroll also spared the player from the typical death penalty. He had hoped to save the scroll for the contest on Thunder Island. He had never thought that he would have to waste it in a place like this. He only had a total of 3 resuscitation scrolls. Among them, he had given one to 9 Dragons Emperor. Now that he had used one here, he only had one left. He couldn't afford to continue this battle with Aqua Rose. After all, the resuscitation scroll activated passively. It would activate as soon as the player carrying it died. It would not care about the player's desires. If she killed him a second time, he would lose this life-saving trump card shortly after Shadowtooth fled. The rest of the Shadow Dragon Legion followed. It was obvious that they had given up on this siege when Crimson Fox and his army, who had just reached the battlefield, saw the Shadow Dragon Legion's retreat. Confusion flashed in their eyes. Was happening? Chapter 1435, Slaughter. Chapter 1435, Slaughter. Why is the Shadow Dragon Legion retreating? Look, the Shadow Dragon Legion is missing a lot of members. What? The Shadow Dragon Legion actually lost to Zero Wing? Crimson Castle's members were stupefied as they watched the fleeing Shadow Dragon Legion. After all was said and done, the Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's trump card legions. Although it only had 1,000 members, even a 10,000-man army from a first-rate guild would be powerless against the Legion. Particularly in narrow terrains such as this, a 1,000-man Legion could exert its strength to its full potential yet. Zero Wing's 1,000-plus army had defeated this Legion. Guild leader, the Shadow Dragon Legion has retreated. What should we do? An indescribable sense of shock gripped Lonely Castle's heart. Useless garbage. Didn't they tell us to leave everything to them? Crimson Fox ground his teeth as he glared at the distant Shadow Dragon Legion. Since we can't rely on the Shadow Dragon Legion, we'll deal with this problem ourselves. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing can take on an army of 10,000 elites. There were always rumors in the virtual gaming world about superpowers trump card legions of 1,000 men slaughtering 10,000-man armies from first-rate guilds. But they were just that, rumors. When it really came down to a fight, the victor was never guaranteed until the end advance. Surround the hill. Do not let a single Zero Wing player leave this place alive. Crimson Fox commanded immediately. All 15,000-plus Crimson Castle elites surged towards Zero Wing's hill. However, when Crimson Castle's army was only 1,000 yards away from the hill, 2 beams of light descended from above before these players could react. The black and white beams slammed into Crimson Castle's army, following which 2 pillars of light rose into the sky. Even Green Rain Town's players could see the spectacle when the 2 light pillars faded. They revealed 2 large, empty clearings in the middle of the army. Despite the fact that Crimson Castle's members had spread out, the 2 attacked had claimed over 6,000 lives. Although these 2 shots had cost Sure Foam 4,000 magic crystals, he considered the exchange worthwhile since he had killed so many players. Zero Wing. Crimson Fox's eyes turned bloodshot when he realized how many of his guild members had vanished. However, although Crimson Fox was furious, his companions didn't share the same sentiment. Rather than rage, Fear flashed in these players' eyes with just 2 shots. Zero Wing had annihilated 1/3 of their forces. If Zero Wing fired the cannons a few more times, their army would be devastated. Elsewhere, when the Shadow Dragon Legion saw the fading light pillars, they were relieved to escape the attacks if not for their commander ordering the retreat when he had. The intermediate mana pulse cannons would have claimed their lives. They finally understood how pointless it was for a guild to focus on quantity over quality. Collecting war weapons was far more important, Commander. Are we really abandoning Green Rain Town? A Shadow Dragon Legion member asked. Shadowtooth 9 Dragon's Emperor had personally tasked them with Green Rain Town's protection. If they packed up and left now, they would most likely have to face the man's wrath. What else are we supposed to do? Fight them? Angrily, Shadowtooth snapped. The only person to blame here is that fool, Crimson Fox. If he hadn't resorted to petty tricks to stop Zero Wing from capturing Hidden Fog Town, Zero Wing wouldn't have decided to make an example of Crimson Castle. Zero Wing isn't what it was in the past. Notify the other guilds under our control. Tell them that unless they have a way to deal with those cannons, they should keep their heads down. He hadn't wanted to interfere with the arrangement between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle in the first place. But since the guild had come knocking on Green Rain Town's door, it had forced his hand. In the end, not only had he failed to stop Zero Wing, but he also lost over 300 Shadow Dragon Legion members in a few minutes. It had been a heavy blow to the Legion. What are you all afraid of? These kinds of attacks have a long cooldown. Zero Wing only has 1,000 players. If we finish them off quickly enough, they won't have a chance to fire those cannons again. Crimson Fox bellowed. Although the intermediate mana pulse cannons were powerful, he had a rough estimate of their cooldown. 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed between the first attack and the second. In other words, the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown should be 4 to 5 minutes long. This was more than enough time for a 10,000-man army to wipe out 1,000 players. Crimson Fox's reasoning shook his players from their frightened days. Reclaiming their confidence, they dashed for the hillside paths. Guild leader, they're advancing again. Negative life reported through the team chat. Good. Everyone, maintain your positions. Hold the enemy off for as long as possible. Crimson Fox's determination didn't particularly surprise Surephone. The man had no more paths of retreat. If he let Zero Wing attack unhindered, he'd lose Green Rain Town and his army. The guild leader had to fight, however. Climbing the hill wasn't so simple. Zero Wing's main force and Dark God's Legion members were stationed around the hillside paths. With the terrain, they had the advantage. As for trading the established paths for the steep slopes, doing so was suicide. This was also Zero Wing's main reason for choosing this hill. Otherwise, he would have chosen a farther location. After all, the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a maximum range of 20,000 yards with Aqua rows, and the others guarding the 4 available hillside paths. The hill was like an impenetrable fortress. The path Zhao Yueru's team guarded was especially atrocious. With MTs at the forefront, Zhao Yueru could attack freely. Even when Crimson Castle's MTs activated their life-saving skills, receiving all sorts of damage absorption buffs, the Flame Witch's powerful fire-type spells killed them instantly, giving Crimson Castle's healers no time to help their companions. With each volley, Zhao Yueru claimed 2 or 3 dozen lives. All Crimson Castle's members could do at this point was trade blow for blow. However, both Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion had consumed Sea God's blessings, increasing all of their resistances by 100 points. With their inherent defense and magic resistance, they didn't even lose more than 4,000 HP from a direct hit. Furthermore, the MTs blocked the majority of the incoming attacks with their shields. The blocked attacks were lucky to deal over -100 damage to Zero Wing's MTS. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow fought like a literal war goddess as she faced Crimson Castle's members. After receiving a truth shield from one of the clerics in the rear, she dashed into the group of MTs on her path and started a massacre. With Whirlwind Slash, she sent over a dozen MTs flying. Although Crimson Castle's ranged players tried to bombard the Snow Goddess, she dodged the majority of their attacks. Even if she failed to dodge an attack, none of them dealt more than -2,000 damage thanks to her 7 Luminaries battle army and the Sea God's blessing. After activating 7 Luminaries' domain, she was even more of a juggernaut. Aqua Rose's path was a simpler scene. The 12 water snakes she summoned with Aqua Precinct were practically invincible. No matter how many Crimson Castle members came at her, she sent them all flying. Her mana was the only problem, but the guild's oracles and druids easily solved the problem, supporting Aqua Rose by replenishing her mana. Including the advanced mana recovery potions, she should have no problems maintaining Aqua Precinct until the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown completed. Time passed very quickly. After a few minutes, Crimson Castle had lost nearly 3,000 members, with 80% of the army's MTs dead. With most of its meat shields gone, Crimson Castle had to rely on their melee players to break Zero Wing's blockades. In contrast, Zero Wing had only suffered around 20 casualties. Thus fair. It's about time we give Crimson Castle a taste of Zero Wing's true power. When Shurfong saw more reinforcements from Crimson Castle coming from Green Rain Town, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a large number of miniature ballistas. Chapter 1436, Everlasting Moment. Chapter 1436, Everlasting Moment. Charge. Keep moving forward. Their healers should be running out of mana. Once they run out, we'll take the hill. Crimson Fox shouted, his eyes bloodshot. At this point, he had completely disregarded the potential losses, however. As Crimson Fox had said, Crimson Castle's ruthless charge was a huge burden on Zero Wing's healers. The healers relentlessly cast every healing spell they had available. Their mana consumption rate was even greater than during a boss raid in a normal boss fight. They only needed to focus on the team's MTs. Now, however, they had to heal everyone. If they lost their focus, their companions could die. In fact, the 20-plus casualties Zero Wing suffered so far were the result of something distracting the healers. Seeing Zero Wing's healers running low on mana, Crimson Castle's members grew even more fervent with their attacks. Zero Wing's members struggled. Fighting 10,000 pigs would be a challenge, not to mention 10,000 players with skills. If not for their superior combat techniques, weapons, and equipment, Crimson Castle's members would have already overrun the Hill Guild leader. Although we have 20,000 more members on the way, are we really going to duke it out with Zero Wing? Lonely Castle asked. His heart ached as he watched his guild mates die in droves. These players were all elite members from the guild. Even if they defeated Zero Wing, Crimson Castle would likely suffer grievous losses. It would be utterly helpless if Zero Wing decided to attack again. We don't have a choice. If we lose Green Rain Town, Crimson Castle will be in an even worse position, Crimson Fox said as he looked towards the hilltop, helplessness gripping his heart. If he had known that Zero Wing was capable of this level of warfare, he would never have played such petty tricks. Unfortunately, it was too late for his regret. If Crimson Castle won this battle, although it would damage the guild's morale, it would still have a chance to make a comeback. In contrast, if Crimson Castle lost, the guild would forever lose its position in Lakeheart City. It wouldn't even be surprising if the guild disbanded as a result of losing Green Rain Town. He was certain that Zero Wing wouldn't last much longer. After all, their enemy had only dispatched a 1,000-man team. Zero Wing must be dreaming if it thought it could triumph over an elite army of tens of thousands with such a small force. However, as soon as Crimson Fox finished speaking, 2 more black-white beams of light descended from the hilltop. With the chaos of battle as a distraction, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons had finished their cooldowns before anyone had realized it. The 2 beams struck Crimson Castle's army once again. Although the attacks weren't as effective as last time, the 2 beams still erased nearly 3,000 Crimson Castle members. The rampaging survivors instantly fell silent compared to the cannon's physical destruction. The mental blow was devastating. Endure it. More reinforcements will arrive soon. Crimson Fox tried to placate his guild members. Once they're here, we'll prepare Zero Wing for its funeral. None of the drops from their members need to be reported or handed over to the guild. And I'll award any player who kills a Zero Wing member 1,000 GCPs. Killing an upper echelon will earn you 50,000 GCPs. Crimson Castle's members cheered when they heard the potential rewards. Although Crimson Castle's GCPs weren't particularly valuable, 1,000 points were still the equivalent of a little over 1 gold. 50,000 points were worth around 50 plus gold. It was enough money to purchase a common mount or a piece or two of top-tier equipment, however. Following the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks, dozens of flaming arrows cascaded down from the hilltop. These were the exploding arrows from a miniature ballistas, although the exploding arrows were much weaker than the intermediate mana pulse cannons. There were far more of them, and they had a shorter cooldown to ensure the fall of Green Rain Town. Shurfeng had prepared 50 miniature ballistas following which, explosions shook the ground amid Crimson Castle's army. The guild's members transformed into streaks of light. A single volley had claimed over 500 lives. As they watched their comrades die, the survivors also noticed a magic barrier spread out from the hilltop. The barrier blocked every attack from Crimson Castle's members, protecting Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's members easily attacked the players beyond the barrier, however. This wasn't the worst part. Without warning, a level 72, Tier 3 demon with fiery wings had appeared over Crimson Castle's army. Gathering mana in its palms, the demon created a fireball the size of a small mountain before hurling it at unsuspecting players. Instantly, over 100 players vanished impossible. Crimson Fox couldn't believe his eyes. How could Zero Wing be so strong? With such overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities, not even a 100,000-man army could defeat Zero Wing's 1,000 players, much less his 10,000 players. The last attack had shocked Crimson Castle's members so badly that they had forgotten to continue their attacks. They all knew how powerful magic barriers were. As long as a magic barrier had enough mana, and none of the attacks exceeded its endurance limit, it would remain in place indefinitely. Zero Wing dares to take the Shadow Dragon Legion so lightly. Watching from afar, fear and rage flashed in Shadowtooth's eyes. He had led one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's bona fide trump card legions against the guild, yet Zero Wing hadn't even bothered to use everything it had during their fight. It felt as if their enemy had only been playing with them. It's about time we end this battle. Shurfeng smiled when he saw Crimson Fox in the distance. He then activated Phantom Kill and Space Movement. He stepped into the spatial terror in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng appeared above Crimson Fox. The sky split. That's Black Flame. What is he trying to do? Crimson Castle's members were surprised to see the figure emerge from the spatial tear. They couldn't help but gasp when they got a clear view of the man Black Flame. Although Shurfeng's appearance surprised Crimson Fox, he reacted quickly and retrieved 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag. Sneering, he growled, "You dare stand before me? You must be trying to die." Over 15 yards separated the 2 guild leaders. Crimson Castle's top-tier experts surrounded them. He even had a Tier 3 defensive scroll and Tier 3 single-target attack scroll. Killing a peak expert should be a piece of cake die. Crimson Fox unfurled the Tier 3 single-target attack scroll, however. Shurfeng responded immediately by using Instant Strike, appearing before his enemy and brandishing Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Suddenly, a single streak of blue light, surrounded by 9 streaks of black light, shot through Crimson Fox, who still wore his sinister smile, and devoured all of the man's HP. Crimson Fox hadn't even activated the unfurled magic scroll. Everyone who saw Shurfeng's attack speed gasped as Crimson Fox collapsed to the ground. He dropped a pair of gloves and a stone fragment that emitted a faint pressure. Without hesitation, Shurfeng pocketed both items. He then switched position with his doppelganger and canceled Phantom Kill, disappearing as if he had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Crimson Castle's nearby experts stood there in a daze. It was as if time had frozen for these experts. Chapter 1437, Black Dragon Empire Shocked. Chapter 1437, Black Dragon Empire Shocked. This is a lie, right? He actually disappeared. Is he a ghost? Crimson Castle's members stared in shock at their guild leader's motionless body. Everything had happened too quickly. Shurfeng had appeared and taken Crimson Fox's life before anyone had realized it. He then vanished without a trace after Shurfeng had left. These players were silent for a long moment. When they finally snapped out of their daze, their complexions turned deathly pale as they looked towards Shadowtooth, who had returned to the hilltop fear-dominated Crimson Castle's members. They had stood over 1,000 yards away from the mountain to avoid getting caught in the shockwaves from the intermediate mana pulse cannon's attacks. Originally, they had assumed that they were safe. However, Shadowtooth only needed a moment to teach them how foolish that hope was if Shadowtooth could easily kill an expert like their guild leader despite over 1,000 yards between them. Killing them all would be child's play today. They finally learned what a real expert was. They could never use numbers to overwhelm this level of strength vice guild leader. Do we continue the battle? The guild's experts turned to the shield warrior, Lonely Castle. Now that Crimson Fox, their commander and guild leader, was dead, the army fell into disarray. They still hadn't destroyed Zero Wing's magic barrier, and a constant stream of exploding arrows still rained down. Even with 20,000 reinforcements, they would be marching to their deaths. We retreat, Lonely Castle said, shaking his head dejectedly as he stared at Shadowtooth, who stood at the top of the hill. The strength Zero Wing had displayed was simply mind-boggling, and with their guild leader dead, Lonely Castle wasn't confident of defeating the enemy guild. Hearing Lonely Castle's order to retreat, Crimson Castle's members breathed a sigh of relief. They abruptly scattered, fleeing the battlefield like madmen. When Crimson Castle's reinforcements caught wind of the order, they too fled into the surrounding wilderness, not daring to set foot in Green Rain Town again. The guild members in Green Rain Town began to evacuate, afraid that the intermediate mana pulse cannons would obliterate them if they weren't fast enough. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's victory spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire. Although guilds fought each other every day in the Empire, large-scale siege wars were rare. After all, no guild wanted to lose an advantage. These guilds avoided all-out wars unless absolutely necessary. Many of the Empire's players have been watching the battle between Zero Wing and Crimson Castle. Not even the latter's tens of thousands of elite members in Green Rain Town were a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team. No matter how they looked at it, the outcome was incomprehensible. Hence, news of the war had spread much quicker than usual. Did you hear? Crimson Castle was defeated. What's going on? Crimson Castle actually lost? Didn't Zero Wing only dispatch 1,000 players? That can't be possible, right? After all, Crimson Castle has an elite army of tens of thousands. They weren't a match for Zero Wing's 1,000-man team. Are Crimson Castle's members idiots? You guys might not realize it since you weren't there, but I watched the battle personally. Zero Wing had used some kind of war weapon to shatter the town's defensive magic array in a single hit and kill several thousand players instantly. The second-rate guilds that had allied with Crimson Castle pulled their forces from the town on the spot. Although Crimson Castle sent its army to meet its enemy, Zero Wing's war weapons wiped out 1/3 of its forces before Crimson Castle could even reach the guild. Zero Wing even used a fleet of miniature ballistas to bombard Crimson Castle's forces with flaming arrows. Against so many war weapons, not even several 100,000 elite players would have a chance, much less tens of thousands. The Black Dragon Empire's official forums burned with conversation. Some people had even uploaded battle videos of Zero Wing's assault on Green Rain Town. Everyone who saw the two massive craters in Green Rain Town was stupefied. At the same time, they also understood why Crimson Castle had lost. What a joke. With a few more attacks of that scale, Green Rain Town would fall to ruin. Crimson Castle hadn't had any hope of winning. In fact, that battle couldn't be called a fight. This had simply been one-sided bullying. The number of miniature ballistas Zero Wing had employed in the end had been particularly ridiculous. How was a player army supposed to stand against so many war weapons? Meanwhile, the recording of Crimson Fox's death at Shurfang's hands showed the Black Dragon Empire's players what a Sword King truly was. So, that is Zero Wing? Everyone's eyes glowed when they watched Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Although Zero Wing's performance in the ranking competition had been frightening, it had only proven that the guild had powerful experts. To the Black Dragon Empire's players, Zero Wing had a long way to go before it could compare to the other large guilds' foundations. However, after watching today's battle, Everyone believed that Zero Wing deserved the rank it won in the competition with so many weapons of war. Who would possibly dare provoke the guild? For a time after the momentous battle, more of the Empire's players tried to join Zero Wing now that they were certain of Zero Wing's rise in the Empire. They knew that it would be far more difficult to join the guild if they didn't do so now. If they did not join now, it would become much more difficult to do so in the future. At the same time, the Empire's various large guilds held emergency meetings. The goal of these meetings was simple: notify everyone to avoid provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances. At the same time, they began to reorganize their priorities, focusing on exploring ancient ruins to obtain more war weapons. Shurfeng had no idea that due to this war, he had taught these guilds an important lesson. The number of members a guild had would no longer be important in guild wars and siege battles. Defensive magic arrays and war weapons would decide victory. With these armaments, even a 1,000-man team could easily capture a guild town. Meanwhile, every player had fled Green Rain Town. Only the town's NPCs remained guild leader. Are we going to take over Green Rain Town now? Gentle Snow's excitement grew when she saw the defenseless guild town. From the time they had arrived, the battle had only lasted a little over 10 minutes, and they had captured a guild town while only suffering minor losses. Moreover, Green Rain Town was in a resource-rich area. With this town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time collecting herbs and ores. No, we're going to destroy it, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. But guild leader, it's a ready-made town. If we claim it, we can save on construction costs. Aqua rose hurriedly advised when she heard Shurfeng's plan. What a joke. It was clear that Crimson Castle must have invested at least several tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, Green Rain Town was a high-resource town. Many guilds would love such an opportunity. If not for Nine Dragons' Emperor's secret support, the Empire's first-rate guilds would have long since tried to raid the town and claim it for their own, yet Shurfeng wanted to abandon it. This was insane. There's no need to get caught up in this town. We have a much better option, Shurfeng said, smiling. He then took a blood-red stone that radiated a faint pressure from his bag. This was the stone that had dropped from Crimson Fox's body. Chapter 1438, Frightening Harvest. Chapter 1438, Frightening Harvest. A better option. Gentle Snow looked at the blood-red stone in Shurfeng's hand curiously. The stone was the size of a fist. If not for the faint pressure radiating from it, it would be easily mistaken for an ordinary red gemstone. This isn't just an ordinary stone. It's actually made of red luminary stone. Seeing the doubt on Gentle Snow's face, Shurfeng smiled and explained, "You know what red luminary stone is. It's far more valuable than magic crystals. It's also a superconductive, or only second to the 7 Luminaries crystals. But what does this stone have anything to do with a resource town?" Gentle Snow asked curiously. "I haven't finished. This stone is made of red luminary stone, but it's not complete. Originally, the Black Dragon Empire had created teleportation gates leading to 33 neutral maps outside of the Empire's borders. These locations were the reason the Empire had flourished during the past. However, the teleportation gates had been destroyed during a rebellion, and the teleportation cores that power the gates had gone missing. This stone is one of those cores. With this teleportation core, we can construct a stable teleportation gate in a guild town within the Black Dragon Empire, as long as we collect a bottle of temporal sand and 200,000 magic crystals. We can use the teleportation gate to travel to the neutral map recorded within the core." Shurfeng explained the teleportation core in detail as he gazed at the stone in his hand. During the Black Dragon Empire's early days, the Empire had stood shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great empires. If not for the rebellion and the teleportation gate's destruction, the Black Dragon Empire would have been the 5th strongest empire in God's domain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained 7 of the 33 teleportation cores in the past. As a result, the pavilion had secured an abundance of resources and eventually grew to rival veteran Super Guild. Shurfeng had never expected to obtain one of these cores by killing Crimson Fox. There were only 33 of these teleportation cores in the Black Dragon Empire, each one linked to high-resource, neutral map. Due to the nature of these maps, teleportation arrays couldn't reach them. players usually had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to these areas. If one had a means to teleport to a particular map, they'd have a monopoly on the map's resources. Shurfeng had considered capturing Green Rain Town, but the town's resources paled in comparison to the teleportation core. As long as Zero Wing captured Hidden Fog Town and constructed a teleportation gate, it'd have access to a large amount of resources, focusing a fraction of those resources into the town's development. They didn't need Green Rain Town. It would just be an additional expenditure for the guild. They didn't need to worry about fending off other major powers contesting for the town, either teleport to a neutral map. Guild leader, are you joking? Gentle Snow stared at the stone in Shurfeng's hand in shock. She had been playing God's Domain for quite some time now. As a member of the guild's upper management, she kept up on various information about the game. Naturally, she had an acute understanding of the importance of neutral maps. Neutral maps were not under human control. They weren't suitable for human settlements either. However, these locations shared a similar aspect. They had a ridiculous amount of resources, far beyond those found in empires and kingdoms. One could find rare and valuable resources in practically every corner. However, neutral maps were extremely dangerous. They were also far from any civilization. Traveling to and from these areas was troublesome. Furthermore, it was difficult for players to remain in these maps for long periods. As a result, players' harvest was limited. A teleportation gate connected to a neutral map was as good as taking control of that map. One could send players through the gate freely. Not only was it convenient, but it would also help guild towns attract players and the resources they had to offer. One could just imagine how frighteningly valuable the core was. Not even 5 green rain toes would be worth as much as a single teleportation core. Once Zero Wing set up the teleportation gate, it could develop in the Black Dragon Empire without worry, even if it had to face fierce competition from the Empire's other large guilds. Take a look at it yourself. Shurfeng then shared the teleportation core's introductory text with Gentle Snow. The text referred to the stone as a teleportation core, as Shurfeng had explained. However, there was no mention of its connected location. It only stated that it could be used to construct a teleportation gate, leading to an unknown location. After reading the introductory text, Gentle Snow began to search through Zero Wing's database. She quickly found information regarding fallen teleportation gates that had existed within the Empire. These gates had led to 33 different neutral maps. This discovery rendered Gentle Snow speechless. She even wondered if Shurfeng were some kind of robot. It was astonishing how much information he knew. The information about the Black Dragon Empire's teleportation gates was fragmented. If not for Shurfeng's explanation, she wouldn't have learned anything about these gates. Although the teleportation core was a wonderful item, there was a major problem: the bottle of temporal sand and the 200,000 magic crystals. She had never even heard of the temporal sand. Without the temporal sand, the teleportation core was just a paperweight. Leave the teleportation gate to me. You just need to worry about securing Hidden Fog Town and completing your Tier 2 promotion as soon as possible. You've seen the gap between Tier 1 and 2 for yourself. The sooner you complete your promotion quest, the easier leveling up will be. Shurfeng said he was fully aware of the teleportation core's flaws. The required 200,000 magic crystals were enough to choke a first-rate guild. It was already difficult to make ends meet, much less save up. A guild would require a tremendous amount of time to collect so many crystals. The other problem was the temporal sand. Temporal sand was counted by the grain, and each bottle contained 500 grains. Every grain was extremely valuable. Each had sold for 20 gold or more in the past. During its peak, these temporal sand grains had even sold for over 50 gold each. Moreover, there wasn't nearly enough supply to keep up with demand. Aside from its relation to the teleportation gates, temporal sand gains were also used as valuable materials in crafting various epic items. When one used temporal sand in an item's production, not only could it increase the success rate, but it could also enhance the item's attributes. Moreover, the more temporal sand the crafter used, the greater the final product's enhancements would be. Hence, temporal sand had been highly sought after in God's Domain. However, he only knew of 2 methods to obtain temporal sand in the Black Dragon Empire. Fortunately, he was considerably familiar with one method. He could purchase them from Countess Katie Green in Lakeheart City. It seems like it's time to pay another visit. Chapter 1439, Revisiting the Countess's Mansion. Chapter 1439, Revisiting the Countess's Mansion. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. People crowded the streets in the city's prosperous trade area. Level 42 and 43 experts were everywhere. Players atop mounts were also a common sight in the luxurious shops lining the streets. One could easily find level 40 secret silver weapons and equipment. A few shops even had level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment on display in their windows, although more players in God's domain reached level 40 by the day. Level 40 weapons and equipment were still extremely rare. Many players that had reached level 40 had to continue using level 35 equipment. Players who obtained even a piece of level 40 secret silver equipment were overjoyed. As for level 40 dark gold equipment, such items were even hard to find in Kingdom's auction houses. Hence, seeing level 40 dark gold equipment on display in the shops here was incredible. Only the level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment were ridiculously expensive. Their prices were at least 3 times higher than the market price. It was obvious that these shops had no intentions of selling the items, only using them for promotion. Meanwhile, an 8-story tall guild hall dominated the center of the trade area. From a building's top floor, a player could gaze upon the city as if they were its emperor. In the guild hall's top floor hall, 9 Dragons Emperor read a report he had just received from a subordinate. The players next to this intense player felt an intense pressure weigh on their shoulders. They felt as if they had been submerged in water, as they even struggled to breathe. Zero Wing. 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes were icy as he read the report. Does Black Flame think he can afford my enmity just because he has Phoenix Rain backing him up? Not long ago, Zero Wing had utterly destroyed both of the towns under Crimson Castle's control, though most players didn't know that he, in fact, controlled both of the towns from the shadows. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were fully aware of the fact. Destroying these resource towns was the equivalent of a slap to the face, yet 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't do anything about it. Both towns had belonged to him personally, not his guild. If he tried to mobilize the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power against Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain would certainly get in his way, but sending his personal forces against the offending guild was dangerous. Zero Wing was no longer a monster to be taken lightly. Without the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundations, neither the intermediate mana pulse cannons nor the movement-type defensive magic array would be easy to deal with. The guild had items that could cope with Zero Wing's war weapons, but they were under the Great Pavilion Master's control. Unless he became the next Great Pavilion Master, he wouldn't have access to these items. Marshal, tell Beast Emperor that I accept his offer, but I have one condition. He must help us destroy Zero Wing. 9 Dragons Emperor instructed his general in a frosty tone. Pavilion Master, if you agree to Beast Emperor's conditions, it will likely affect the situation at Black Dragon City. On the off chance that the Great Pavilion Master investigates the matter, Marshal Dragon could not help his surprise to hear the order. It doesn't matter. Beast Emperor needs some more time to deal with issues on his side. By the time he's ready, the contest on Thunder Island will be over. By then, I could be the Great Pavilion Master. Who could possibly stand in my way? 9 Dragons Emperor said, smiling confidently. All right, enough. Just pass my answer on to that old man. Understood. Marshal Dragon immediately left the hall. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in black robes and bandages was in the middle of a ceremony in a canyon surrounded by evil energy. As he led the ritual, the mana density around the man was several times higher than when Stone Forest Town's obelisk had activated Flame Blood, whose skin had turned dark gray, suddenly approached the black-clad man temple master. We just received a message from 9 Dragon Emperor's men. The Dragon Pavilion Master has agreed to our conditions. However, in return, he wants us to eliminate Zero Wing. Flame Blood said with a smile. Huh? Interesting. Truly interesting. Beast Emperor stopped chanting when he heard the news. He continued, I will gladly accept this condition. Tell 9 Dragons Emperor that, as long as I complete my quest, neither Zero Wing nor his rival, Phoenix Rain, will be a problem. He already bore a deep-seated hatred for Zero Wing. Due to Black Flame, Not only had his evil demon army suffered a massive loss, but he had also lost an evil god's apostle slot if given the opportunity. He'd make the guild pay only. He hadn't expected Zero Wing to infuriate Nine Dragons Emperor to such a degree. Despite his numerous attempts to ally with Nine Dragons Emperor, the man had refused his offers. The refusals put in him a bit of a predicament. Although he was an evil god's envoy, he hadn't accumulated enough power to be a threat to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing would inevitably lend him a hand with Heaven's Burial, helping him in Starmoon Kingdom and Nine Dragons Emperor, supporting him in the Black Dragon Empire. He now had over a 70% chance of completing the quest he had received from the Evil God's Temple's Great Temple Master. Meanwhile, Lakeheart City's main street was quite lively. It was no less active than Black Dragon City's trade area. This was all because Zero Wing had destroyed Crimson Castle's 2 guild towns. This thorough and spectacular victory proved Zero Wing's prowess to every player in the city. It was obvious that given enough time, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire would grow to stand on equal footing with, or even surpass, the Empire's first-rate guilds, becoming the second most powerful guild in the Black Dragon Empire. Many independent players and experts in the Empire had rushed to Lakeheart City in hopes of joining Zero Wing in its prosperous future. Even some of the Empire's well-known adventurer teams wanted to join the guild. Not only was the guild frighteningly powerful, but it also had the battle arena in Stone Forest Town. At this point, due to the ranking competition's results, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become famous throughout the Black Dragon Empire. According to the statistics some players had compiled, the public had discovered that many of the Empire's top-ranking experts had trained in the battle arena. To be precise, they had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms. The Advanced Combat Room was a sacred training grounds that all expert players dreamed of accessing. Among the players that had trained in the Advanced Combat Rooms, Remnant Cloud and Graceful Moon had displayed the greatest improvements to their combat standards during the previous ranking competition. Remnant Cloud had only risen to the top 100 of his class, yet he had ranked among the top 50 in the latest competition. Furthermore, this last ranking competition had included far more powerful experts than those in the past. Many of the previous top 100 experts didn't even make into the top 200. Graceful Moon's performance had also been surprising, ranking among the top 100 of her class. Due to these two players' performances, Stone Forest Town's popularity in the Black Dragon Empire had skyrocketed despite Zero Wing's lack of effort to promote the town. As Feng strolled down Lakeheart City's main street, he wore a new appearance thanks to the Demon Mask. With his Nightwalker's cape's concealment, not even high-tiered NPCs he had encountered before should be able to recognize him. During his previous visit to Countess Katie Green's mansion, the Countess had thrown him into a trial of God. Now that he had the Nightwalker cape, he should be able to visit the Countess again. As Feng approached the Countess's mansion, the golden stigmata's pulsing grew more intense. It reached a peak when he finally stood before the building. She shouldn't be able to notice it, right? Taking a deep breath, Feng stepped through the mansion's main entrance. Chapter 1440, Tier 5, Sacred Magic Night. Chapter 1440, Tier 5, Sacred Magic Night. Sir, this is the Countess's mansion. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. As soon as Feng set foot in the compound, an elderly man in a black suit appeared before him. Outsiders are prohibited? Feng was curious as he looked at the old man. Milton, Countess's steward, human. Level 140. HP 55, 000/55, 000/000. Although this was a Countess's mansion, Countess Katie Green was the proprietress of many of the Empire's black market shops. She often had business with many NPC merchants. Hence, she never restricted entry to her mansion. He hadn't encountered a single servant during his previous visit, yet entry was now restricted. It was clear that the Countess had grown cautious. If he did not deal with this situation properly, he might further agitate the Countess. She might even move her base of operations elsewhere. Fortunately, he had the Nightwalker's cape. The Countess wouldn't easily see through his disguise. Hello. I've heard that the Countess is interested in mana stones. I have quite a few on hand. May I know if I can speak with her ladyship? Feng said as he revealed his Demon Hunter title that Demon Hunter title granted him the authority of a world noble. As such, he enjoyed the status of a noble throughout all of God's domain's human territories. With this title, he could even gain access to a duke's home. So, you are Lord Demon Hunter. Please follow me. Milton immediately adopted a respectful attitude upon seeing Feng's title. The old man then led Feng into the mansion in the past. Countess Katie Green had been quite famous in the Black Dragon Empire. There were two reasons for her renown. The first reason was Countess Katie Green's ownership of the black market in Black Dragon Empire's Abyss City. Abyss City was like Starmoon Kingdom's Evernight City in that it was also a dark city. Countess Katie Green's black market shop in the city offered players a variety of high-quality items, some of which could even tempt super guilds. However, it was not easy to purchase the items from this shop. To gain access, one first needed sufficient favorability with the Countess. Players would only be able to purchase items after becoming members of the shop. Meanwhile, the shop didn't accept coins or magic crystals as payment. Rather, one had to haggle and offer items of equal value. The second and most important reason for the Countess's fame in the Empire was related to her stock of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly rare. Normally, players only had a chance of obtaining a few grains from super large-scale team dungeons. Depending on the dungeon's difficulty, the drop rate would vary. However, even normal mode super large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. These dungeons were generally reserved for large guilds and a small number of well-known and top adventurer teams. Due to its rarity and many uses, temporal sand was an extremely valuable commodity. Normally, the various large guild reserved it as a strategic resource. Fortunately, one could purchase temporal sand from Countess Katie Green, but there was a limit of 100 grains per day. As for the exchange rate, a single grain of temporal sand cost 1 mana stone. This price was a testament to the grain's value. When players had realized this in the past, it had caused a commotion that had shaken God's domain. Eventually, though, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had monopolized this privilege since no one knew about temporal sand yet. This was a good opportunity for Feng to build up his stock. Luckily, he had accumulated quite a few mana stones thus far. As for the 7 treasures, he would cautiously investigate the matter. After all, as a countess in the Black Dragon Empire, her status was extraordinary. The Countess was a more powerful individual than he was. Naturally, one couldn't just open a shop in Abyss City without enough strength. Countess Katie Green was capable of rivaling Weissman, White River City's magistrate. Her combat power was at the peak of Tier 4. A measly Tier 2 player like Feng had no chance against the woman. A short moment later, under Milton's lead, Feng arrived before a quiet, elegant indoor garden on the mansion's 3rd floor. A beautiful woman in a luxurious, crimson dress relaxed in the garden's center. She sipped from a teacup as she read an ancient tome. The woman gave off a peaceful aura. As the aura swept over him, Feng felt as if nature itself had embraced him. The feeling was intoxicating. Why is she so strong? Feng stared at Countess Katie Green in shock. He had met the Countess many times in his previous life. However, the Countess had always been a level 180 Tier 4 Sky Knight. Now, however, her statistics revealed that she was a level 180 Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference was like heaven and earth. If a Tier 4 NPC could dominate and protect a major NPC city, then a Tier 5 NPC could move through a kingdom's capital unhindered. A Tier 5 NPC was an absolute overlord. Normally, one only encountered such existences in imperial capitals. Encountering one in other major NPC cities would rely entirely on luck. Yet, this Countess had become one such mythical powerhouse. When Feng thought about the 7 treasures fragment in this woman's hands, a hint of despair gripped his heart. Even if he became a level 180 Tier 5 player, he still couldn't defeat the Countess, much less at level 57. NPCs and players were on different levels. NPCs had a far more difficult time reaching new tiers. When they succeeded, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, the higher the tier they reached, the more strength they would acquire. Right now, well-equipped Tier 2 players might be capable of defeating an ordinary Tier 2 NPC of the same level. However, after reaching Tier 4, only peak experts and above could face Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, a peak expert must be equipped with at least 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items to have a chance. Otherwise, fighting one-on-one with a Tier 4 NPC would be suicidal. Unlike players, NPCs had an easier time obtaining top-tier equipment. Players had to struggle for every piece of epic equipment they wore, but NPCs could get what they needed as long as they had enough money. Tier 5 NPCs typically wielded at least 1 legendary item. If a Tier 5 player didn't have the same, they could never stand against an NPC of the same tier. Hence, Tier 5 players had usually formed parties to deal with a Tier 5 NPC. I hear that you have a lot of mana stones? Katie Green asked softly as she set her book down and turned to Shurfong. Yes, your ladyship. Shurfong nodded. At the same time, he celebrated the fact that he had obtained the Nightwalker's cape. Thanks to its effects, the Countess had failed to see through his disguise. She didn't seem to detect the golden stigmata's aura on him either. If he were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. How many do you have? Katie Green asked. If you have enough, I am willing to offer a generous trade. Shurfong was slightly confused to hear Katie Green's interest. He hadn't expected her to want mana stones so fervently. She had never shown such interest in the past. Could my previous visit have caused this change in her? The only explanation Shurfong could think of was the revelation of his identity as the War God's Temple's representative during his previous visit. After giving the matter some thought, he stated, I currently have 100 mana stones. Will that be enough? He had prepared the 100 mana stones to purchase the temporal sand. He hadn't brought any extra with him. It seemed as if he had blundered 100. All right, what do you want for them? Katie Green nodded, clearly satisfied with the amount. If you don't know what items you're looking for, I can offer a few valuables for you to consider. Of course, I will only accept mana stones for these items. Saying so, Katie Green gestured with a hand. Suddenly, a stone table rose from the ground, covered in all sorts of dazzling items. Every item radiated a faint pressure. Chapter 1441, Treasure of Time. Chapter 1441, Treasure of Time. Shurfong was shocked when he saw the items on the table. In the past, the only item the Countess had offered for trade was the temporal sand, yet now she had offered over 10 items. Moreover, none of these items were any less valuable than the temporal sandus expected of the proprietress of Abyss City's black market shop. She even has an item like this. Shurfang's gaze couldn't help but drift to a leaf of lambskin parchment. Although the temporal sand was very valuable, players could obtain it from other sources. However, encountering the lambskin parchment on the table depended on luck. This parchment was none other than the magic thruster design that various large guild would go crazy over. This item, the magic thruster, was capable of increasing a ship's movement speed by 30%. To naval players, this item was a godsend. Unlike on land, there were far fewer teleportation points available out at sea. If players wished to travel to a particular island to level, they generally had to travel by boat. A 30% increase to movement speed would undoubtedly save players a lot of travel time. Moreover, there were many sea monsters in the ocean. If an ordinary boat encountered a boss-grade sea monster, escape was practically impossible. With the magic thruster, however, even an ordinary boat had a high chance of getting away safely. Players were even more likely to escape if they had an ordinary speedboat or better. Hence, magic thrusters were highly sought after. Even players with cheap ships would be desperate for one. The magic thruster's only drawback was that it was a consumable item. It would disappear after being used for a certain amount of time. Moreover, depending on how much mana it uses, the magic thruster's duration would differ. The smaller a ship was, the less mana it would cost to enhance its movement speed, and vice versa. As an example, on an ordinary speedboat, the magic thruster could last for 48 hours. However, the magic thruster was not cheap. Even once the price had stabilized on the market, each thruster had sold for 1 gold, 50 silver in the past. It wasn't an item ordinary players could afford. Generally, only powerful adventurer teams and guilds had purchased the item to augment their high-quality ships. With the speed boost, They could travel to more dangerous locations and reap greater rewards. Surefong had never thought that Countess Katie Green would willingly offer such a precious design for exchange only. The price was slightly high. The Countess wanted 1,000 mana stones for the design. Even though Surefong could synthesize mana stones with the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't a cheap endeavor. Each mana stone required 50 magic crystals. In other words, that design would cost him 50,000 magic crystals. Although he had accumulated quite a sum recently, he had spent a lot of his crystals during the fight against Crimson Castle. After taking into account his personal expenditures, he only had enough magic crystals to purchase 2 designs for a moment. Surefong wasn't sure what to do. Magic crystals were invaluable to Zero Wing. Without them, its war weapons would be useless. If he spent all of the guild's reserves to purchase the magic thruster designs, he would regret the decision should the guild come under attack. Oh, right. I have another item for sale. Seeing Surefong's hesitation, Katie Green smiled. She then retrieved a dark gray bracelet and placed it on the table. I happened to come across this treasure by chance. However, it's no longer useful to me. If you can afford it, this item can be yours. This is... Surefong was stunned when he saw the dark gray bracelet. The bracelet looked ordinary, like nothing more than a string of dark gray beads. However, the golden stigmata indicated that it was one of the 7 treasures. Unfortunately, due to severe damage, it was only an epic item. Bracelet of Time, epic rank item. This bracelet had once possessed the frightening power of time. Unfortunately, it has sustained heavy damage. Additional active skill dash. Temporal Sand. Can produce temporal sand by absorbing mana stones. No cooldown. Each mana stone produces 2 grains of temporal sand. After sustaining damage and being tainted by evil energy, the evil energy within will taint the item's wearer as well. Drops on death. This is one of the 7 treasures? Surefong stared at the Bracelet of Time in shock. Although mana stones were expensive and difficult to obtain, temporal sand was far more valuable. It also had far more uses. Practically every lifestyle class could use it. Meanwhile, by using the Bracelet of Time, one only needed to invest 1 mana stone to obtain 2 temporal sand grains. It was certainly a profitable exchange. He had always wondered how the Countess got her hands on so much temporal sand. It turned out that it was thanks to one of the 7 treasures. However, it seemed that his previous visit had interrupted Katie Green's plans, forcing the Countess to collect a large number of mana stones and convert them into temporal sand as quickly as possible. However, the Countess's asking price was exorbitant. She wanted for 100,000 mana stones for the bracelet. Even if he had the Philosopher's Stone, synthesizing 100,000 mana stones would cost him 5 million mana stones. With Zero Wing's current net income, it would take months to save up that many magic crystals. As for stealing the Bracelet of Time, even if Surefong had 100 lives, he would not dare do so. Countess, may I know if I can trade mana stones for these items if I visit you in the future? Surefong asked. If Countess Katie Green had only offered this Bracelet of Time on a whim, it would be out of his hands. If she were selling it long-term, however, he would have a chance to purchase Ida as long as he obtained the Manatite vein on Karna Island and maintain his hold on the rapidly developing Stone Forest town. He could collect 5 million magic crystals given enough time. He was only afraid that the Countess's offer was a one-time chance. Hearing Surefong's question, Katie Green fell silent for a moment, following which she replied, "The other items will be available in the future, but I don't want to hold on to this bracelet for long. I am prepared to sell it on the black market to the highest bidder in a month. If you can gather 100,000 mana stones before the auction, I'll sell it to you instead." A month, huh? Surefong frowned, although it was good news that the Countess wasn't only offering the bracelet right now. The time limit wasn't aside from giants like super guilds. Collecting 5 million magic crystals in a month was a dream. The various large guilds spent a large amount of magic crystals every day. Even powerful first-rate guilds could only save 4 or 5,000 crystals per day. Unless he could save up around 170,000 magic crystals each day, gathering 5 million in 1 month would be impossible. As Surefong racked his brain for a solution, Katie Green smiled and said, "If you're interested in the Bracelet of Time, I can give it to you even if you don't have 100,000 mana stones. You see, I've recently encountered a little trouble. If you help me deal with this problem, I'm willing to offer the bracelet as compensation. Chapter 1442, Another Method. Chapter 1442, Another Method. I just need to help you with this problem. Surefone gave the Countess a confused look. He hadn't expected another option to be available honestly. Even a super guild would be hard-pressed to collect 5 million magic crystals within a month. Even with the manatite vein, it would be a challenge. Sadly, it'd be impossible to obtain 100,000 mana stones any other way. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to have a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Without the Philosopher's Stone, a guild's main source of mana stones would be bosses in 100-man dungeons. Having their alchemists synthesize mana stones would be impractical as well. Doing so would even bankrupt a super guild, that's right. I need someone to help me retrieve an item. However, the item is in a somewhat special location. The higher a visitor's tier is, the more dangerous the location is. Since you are only tier 2, you should have a chance of securing the item, Katie Green said, nodding. Suddenly, however, she chuckled softly and said, "But before you go, you'll have to pass the test of strength." Countess, I'm willing to give it a try. Surefone agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity to obtain one of the 7 treasures. Naturally, he couldn't afford to turn it down. Besides, the quest was far more reliable than affording the unrealistic price of 5 million magic crystals. Throughout their conversation, Surefone had understood one thing. The later he discovered Countess Katie Green's ownership of the Bracelet of Time, the harder it would be to obtain it. She had already stated that the quest would become more dangerous as one reached higher tiers, lowering the player's chances of success. Good. Follow me. Katie Green then stood and walked towards a dark corridor in a corner of the indoor garden. The corridor was narrow, and the only light came from candles set in intervals. As they ventured further down the corridor, the air became colder. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, they arrived in an empty hall. A set of locked, steel doors loomed at the end of the room. The steel doors were entirely covered in frost. Even though Feng's ice resistance was high, he was still cold. If a player with lower ice resistance came here, they'd freeze to death. Not bad. You've endured this far without my help. You have passed the first test. Katie Green nodded in approval when she noticed the cold barely affect Surefone. Your second test is next, a test of your combat power. As Katie Green spoke, a silver magic scroll appeared in her hands. She unfurled it and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a silver magic array appeared before the Countess, gathering the surrounding mana. A moment later, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature manifested in the middle of the array. This humanoid figure wore silver armor and carried a greatsword that radiated frosty air. Unlike ordinary humans, dark green flames danced in the figure's eyes. Hell Knight, Undead, Great Lord. Level 57. HP 15, 000, 000, /15, 000, 000. Kill this Hell Knight, and you will pass the second test, Katie Green said as she gestured towards the Hell Knight. System. You have accepted Katie Green's second test quest content. Clear the second test. Your reward will vary depending on your evaluation. Before Surefone could even read the system notification, the Hell Knight roared and unsheathed the greatsword from its back. It dashed straight for Surefone, giving him no time to prepare. The Great Lord-ranked Hell Knight crossed the 20 yards, separating them in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving before Surefone, the Hell Knight brandished its greatsword, the weapon transforming into 3 streaks of silver light as they flew towards the swordsman. The Hell Knight had completed the entire process as smoothly as flowing water. The Hell Knight moved like an expert with years of combat experience. There were no excess movements in its action's high intelligence. Surefone was surprised to see the sword lights moving towards him. He had assumed that he'd have to face a weakened Great Lord, but the Hell Knight's combat techniques were clearly superior to ordinary Great Lords. The Great Lord had obviously reached the half-step refinement realm standard. In response, Surefone countered with killing Ray Dang. Dang! Dang! Sparks scattered as a series of clangs echoed throughout the empty hall. Surefone was forced back by 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Meanwhile, 3 damages of over -1,500 appeared above his head. In contrast, the Hell Knight remained unharmed. Shurfang's counterattack had only paused the Great Lord's attack after the initial clash. Shurfang knew that he was no match for the Hell Knight's strength. In fact, there was a large gap between them what power. Shurfang began to take this fight seriously as the Hell Knight charged towards him once again. He immediately executed Void Steps, vanishing. Although Shurfang had only clashed with the Hell Knight for a moment, he had gained a rough prediction of the monster standards. Not only did the Hell Knight have the strength of a Grand Lord, but its reactions and speed also ranked near the top among Great Lords of the same level. If not for his 3 fragmented legendary items, it would have already killed him. Not a bad technique. Unfortunately, it is useless against the Hell Knight. When Shurfang had disappeared, Katie Green had been slightly surprised, however. She shook her head and chuckled. The Hell Knight wasn't a living being, and although it could see, it could also rely on its ability to detect living beings during a fight. Even if Shurfang's footwork technique removed him from his opponent's sight, he couldn't erase his aura as a living creature. Unless he entered a different space entirely, the Hell Knight could keep track of him. Indeed, even after Shurfang had vanished, the Hell Knight showed no signs of hesitation. The massive creature thrust its great sword into the ground suddenly. Dozens of ice swords rained down from above, targeting a seemingly unoccupied location. Pung, pung, pung. Before the ice swords struck the ground, their trajectories diverted as if they had encountered an invisible wall. At the same time, Shurfang reappeared. Each ice sword carried 100% of the Hell Knight's strength. As a result, Shurfang lost a little bit of his HP each time he deflected an ice sword. In less than a second, he had lost over 20,000 HP while Shurfang dealt with the descending ice swords. The Hell Knight pulled its weapon from the ground and ran at the swordsman. As it reached Shurfang, it swung its great sword skillfully, matching the timing of its swings with the final 8 ice swords. Each of the monster's swings targeted Shurfang's blind spots. This must be his limit. Not bad. His score should be above 70. Seeing Shurfang's HP near 0, Katie Green prepared to cast a buff. There was no doubt that the Hell Knight was strong. Even a peak, Tier 3 NPC of the same level would struggle in a fight against it, much less a Tier 2 player. She hadn't wanted to lend Shurfang a hand until now, because she wanted to see how long the player would hold his ground against the Great Lord. As for her requirement for killing the Hell Knight, she had merely said that to ensure that Shurfang would fight with everything he had, actually killing the Hell Knight would take a miracle after all. The Hell Knight was an advanced combat servant she had obtained after plenty of trials. Every Count and Countess in the Black Dragon Empire longed for one themselves, but only she had control of an advanced combat servant. Just before Katie Green stopped the battle, a blue light flashed before the Hell Knight's descending greatsword. Suddenly, the Hell Knight flew through the air. Its remaining 8 ice swords shattered instantly golden. Divine runes wrapped around Shurfang's entire body, and his aura had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. This was none other than the Heavenly Dragon's power. Shurfang hadn't intended to use Heavenly Dragon's power so soon, but the Hell Knight was far more powerful than he had expected. If he continued to hold back, he would only get himself killed. All right, let's begin the second round. Shurfang shifted his gaze towards the Hell Knight, which had finally regained its footing and advanced. Chapter 1443, Advanced Combat Servant. Chapter 1443, Advanced Combat Servant. After upgrading Heavenly Dragon's Breath, not only did Heavenly Dragon's power increase Shurfang's strength, but it also increased his agility. Shurfang reached the Hell Knight almost instantly, brandishing Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray as he executed swords. Orbit a galaxy of stars glittered around Shurfang, intertwining as they bombarded the Great Lord, which had just gotten back on its feet. Although the Hell Knight's combat standards were at the half-step refinement realm, it was a child in Shurfang's eyes. He easily grasped the monster's blind spots and attack trajectory. Shurfang could have easily dodged the Hell Knight's attacks, but he had chosen to repulse them instead. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, His strength was slightly higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Hence, he was stronger than the Hell Knight. If he chose to dodge the incoming attacks, he would only reduce his opportunities to deal damage. Boom, boom, boom. One sword light after another clashed with the Hell Knight's greatsword, the resulting impacts forcing the Great Lord back and preventing it from stabilizing its posture. After 6 consecutive attacks, the Hell Knight lost its grip on its weapon as the greatsword flew from the monster's hands. Shurfeng activated Flame Burst, a blinding glow enveloping his blades. He assaulted the defenseless Hell Knight with a series of devastating blows. 164, 878, minus 331,478, minus 332,015. All 15 attacks found their marks, causing the Great Lord's HP decrease at a tremendous rate. In an instant, the Hell Knight had lost 20% of its HP. Meanwhile, Flame Burst's terrifyingly destructive power sent the Hell Knight crashing into the frozen steel doors, and they shuddered upon impact, taking advantage of the Hell Knight's incapacitated state. Shurfeng hurriedly activated Lightning Edge. He couldn't normally use the attack in a high-speed battle due to Lightning Edge's 0.5-second channeling time, but the injured Hell Knight had collapsed to the ground. He had more than enough time to activate the skill. Numerous silver sword lights danced before Shurfeng, forming a silver river that flowed towards the Hell Knight. 244, 678, minus 243,167. Lightning Edge's powerful assault incapacitated the Hell Knight once more. The Great Lord was defenseless as the countless sword lights bit into its flesh. After 5 seconds, the Hell Knight only had 2/3 of its HP remaining. Despite dealing 2 successful blows, Shurfeng had no intentions on relaxing his offense. The moment Lightning Edge ended, Shurfeng appeared before the Hell Knight and swung the Abyssal blade down towards the Great Lord. However, the Hell Knight quickly responded. At a critical moment, it reclaimed its great sword and used it as a shield, blocking Shurfeng's blade. Unfortunately, while it had held off the Abyssal blade, it couldn't do anything about the 9 sword shadows that had appeared around Idiur 2 skill Shadow Blade. In the end, all 9 shadows carved into the Hell Knight, devouring the Great Lord's HP at a rate visible to the naked eyes. Overwhelmed it. Surprise flashed in Countess Katie Green's eyes as she watched Shurfeng dominate her Hell Knight. She had never thought that a mere Tier 2 player of the same level could surpass her advanced combat servant. Not even she could have done so when she had been Tier 2. Soloing a Great Lord of the same level was difficult for a Tier 2 class. Great Lord's HP was simply too high. These monsters' battle recovery alone was enough to overwhelm a Tier 2 player. However, Katie Green didn't recognize Shurfeng for the monster he was despite only being a Tier 2 player. Shurfeng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. Although none of them were weapons, their overall effects were astonishing. Moreover, the Hell Knight wasn't actually a Great Lord of the same level. After all, it only had 15 million HP. An ordinary level 57 Great Lord should have at least 40 million HP. If not for the Hell Knight's strength and high combat standards, Shurfeng could have easily defeated it without a berserk skill. Now that he had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, suppressing the Hell Knight was a piece of cake. Interesting. Truly interesting. He had held back so much of his strength. Katie Green's lips curled into a smile as she watched Shurfeng shave off the Hell Knight's HP. However, I'm afraid that the unstable power of a berserk skill isn't enough to defeat my Hell Knight. When the Hell Knight's HP fell to 30%, it released a sudden and deafening roar. Its silver armor shattered, causing such a powerful shockwave that even Shurfeng had to step back as the silver armor fell away. It revealed the Hell Knight's crimson skin. Shurfeng also noticed dark blue, divine runes all over the Hell Knight's tough hide, radiating a daunting pressure. The green flames in the monster's eyes also turned dark blue, its chilling gaze causing Shurfeng to shudder. It's gone berserk. Shurfeng went on the defensive as he watched the Great Lord transform. This monster was like a completely different being compared to the Hell Knight from a second ago. Berserk. Katie Green smiled. Shaking her head, she said, "This is not some kind of berserk mode. It is merely liberating its power. I specifically make the creature wear the armor to suppress most of its power." Advanced combat servants weren't like monsters and puppets. They fought their way to victory in the black market's death. Arena servants that won 20 consecutive matches in the arena became basic combat servants, while those that won 50 consecutive matches were intermediate combat servants. A combat servant would only rise to advanced rank after winning 100 consecutive matches. Hence, combat servants were generally stronger than beings of the same tier. Needless to say, a Tier 3 advanced combat servant was extraordinarily powerful. This was why the other counts and countesses in the Black Dragon Empire wanted their own advanced combat servant. However, advanced combat servants were incredibly expensive. Everyone was a combat genius. Most nobles couldn't afford one. I generally settled for a few intermediate combat servants. After the Hell Knight removed its armor, its attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. Its rank had also increased from Great Lord to Grand Lord. Without the armor, the Hell Knight's mobility increased as well. Now its combat standards had reached the refinement realm. I wonder how long you'll last against it. Katie Green chuckled. So far, Shurfong had displayed more strength than she had expected. He had earned 100 points in his evaluation just by forcing the Hell Knight to abandon its armor. However, this had only fed the Countess's curiosity, and she wanted to see how far this player could go. So, this is the test to obtain one of the 7 treasures? Shurfong could not help his bitter smile as he watched the Hell Knight slowly approach. Having the power to solo a Grand Lord of the same level was ridiculous. Moreover, this Grand Lord's combat standards were on par with Refinement Realm experts. When the Hell Knight raised its greatsword, Shurfong took in a deep breath. Shouting, Shurfong activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation, his attributes skyrocketing once more. He then swung the Abyssal Blade to meet the incoming greatsword. When the two weapons collided, sparks illuminated the dark hall. The resulting shockwave sent dust and debris into the air. What? The Countess's mouth twitched when Shurfong blocked the Hell Knight's attack. He was still holding back. After the clash, the Hell Knight was forced to take 5 steps backward. In contrast, Shurfong hadn't moved an inch. He then dashed to the Grand Lord. Although Shurfeng's strength wasn't as high as mythic monsters of the same level after activating 2 full berserk, he wasn't far from it. The Hell Knight, which was only a Grand Lord, was no match for him without using any skills. Shurfong effortlessly broke through the Hell Knight's defenses with only sword's orbit. As slash after slash split the Hell Knight's iron-like skin, the monster's HP plummeted when only 1% of the Hell Knight's HP remained. A golden light enveloped the monster. The Hell Knight transformed into a stream of blue smoke that flowed back into the magic scroll in Katie Green's hands. System, congratulations. You have completed Katie Green's second test. Chapter 1444. Rewards of SSS-rank Evaluation. Chapter 1444. Rewards of SSS-rank Evaluation. Following the system notification of the test completion, Shurfong received another system notification. System. Test evaluation, 200 points. Test evaluation rank, SSS rank. Rewarding 20 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, 300 million EXP, and Countess Katie Green's favorability increased by 30 points. It's just a test, yet it awarded so many legacy skill points? The system notification astonished Shurfong generally. Players were lucky to get 1 or 2 legacy skill points after completing a high-rank hidden quest, yet he had received 5 points after qualifying for the quest. One could easily imagine the bountiful rewards from the quest itself. To think you would actually defeat my Hell Knight. You really are a shocking adventurer, Katie Green, who stood some distance away, said with satisfaction. I'm even more confident that you can get the item from me since you've passed my test. Take this as a gift. Saying so, the Countess revealed a blue gemstone with a chilling aura. The moment this gemstone appeared, the already chilly temperature dropped further. The surrounding mana gathered to the stone in a frenzy, forming a vortex. Is that the Azure Source Stone? Sure Feng exclaimed when he saw the mesmerizing gemstone in Katie Green's Hand God's domain had many kinds of attribute gemstones. However, the attribute source stones were a rank above. Attribute source stones were worth thousands of gold, but unlike attribute gemstones, players could only equip one of each kind of source stone. Although attribute gemstones only increased a specific attribute, attribute source stones could increase 2 or more. Take the Azure Source Stone, for example. Not only did it increase physique by 5% when equipped, but it also increased ice resistance by 20%. An Azure Source Stone could have easily gone for 6 or 7,000 gold in the past, but only a fool would sell one normally. One would have traded an Azure Source Stone for a piece of epic equipment with high attributes. It is indeed. Moreover, it's an intermediate Azure Source Stone, Katie Green said, nodding. With this item, you'll have an easier time fetching my item. You don't have enough ice resistance right now to survive the area. An intermediate Azure Source Stone? Sure Feng could not believe that Katie Green was actually so generous. Attribute Source Stones were divided into 4 ranks: Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Peak. Basic attribute source stones alone were incredibly valuable. In the past, a top-tier expert would be lucky to equip 1 or 2 basic attribute source stones even after 10 years in God's domain. Shadow had only acquired a single intermediate attribute source stone. Unlike gemstones, one couldn't increase an attribute source stone's rank by synthesizing lower-rank stones. These treasures could only be obtained from Grade 1 Forbidden Lands. As for basic attribute source stones, they could be found in Grade 2 Forbidden Lands. Though only dark gold treasure chests and mythic ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them yet, Katie Green was generous enough to give him an Azure Source Stone. Intermediate Azure Source Stone. Only one can be equipped at a time equipment requirement. Level 50. All attributes plus 120. Increases physique by 8%. Increases ice resistance by 30%. The attribute bonus from one Azure Source Stone was already higher than that of top tier, level 50 dark gold equipment. Furthermore, it boosted physique and ice resistance. After receiving the intermediate Azure Source Stone, he replaced one of his tier 3 strength gemstones without hesitation. What Sure Feng didn't know was that the Countess had intended to give him the basic Azure Source Stone before he had surprised her with his performance. Not only had Sure Feng's basic attributes increased after equipping the Source Stone, but his 5 senses sharpened as well. When he had first entered the hall, he had felt slightly cold, but now he didn't feel it at all very good. Now, I'll send you to the Ice Crystal World. Once you're there, collect 10 eternal ice crystals for me. Bring them back, and the Bracelet of Time is yours, Katie Green explained, nodding in approval as Sure Feng relaxed, no longer affected by the room's temperature. System, you have accepted Countess Katie Green's epic ranked main storyline quest, Ice Crystal World. Quest content, collect 10 eternal ice crystals from the Ice Crystal World quest reward, Bracelet of Time. Why is this an epic ranked main storyline quest? A frown pulled at Sure Feng's lips when he read the system notification. Main storyline quests could significantly affect a kingdom or empire. These effects could be beneficial, but they could also be damaging. They were far more difficult than other quests of the same rank, although the quest location wasn't a forbidden land on the God's Domain continent. The Ice Crystal World was a forbidden land. Only now did Sure Feng understand why Katie Green had told him that the higher one's tier was, the more danger they would face in the quest location. The Ice Crystal World was a world of its own and highly opposed to visiting life forms. The stronger the life form was, the more rejection they would face. Upon entering the world, various aspects would attempt to suppress the newcomer. At the same time, foreign life forms entering this world would possess unique auras. Meanwhile, the stronger this aura was, the easier it would be to attract the old monsters of the Ice Crystal World. Not even Tier 5 NPCs were a match for those old monsters. Tier 6 gods weren't even allowed to enter. Right, I'll open the teleportation gate now. I can only maintain the gate for 1 or 2 seconds, so you need to be fast. Otherwise, you'll have to wait another month before I can open the gate again. Katie Green warned Sure Feng. In other words, Sure Feng only had one opportunity to challenge her quest. If he failed, he would have to earn 5 million magic crystals to purchase the Bracelet of Time, I understand. Shifeng nodded. Inwardly, though, he felt some contempt towards the Countess. Other players might not know what Eternal Ice Crystals were, but he did. It was rumored that the Eternal Ice Crystal contained eternal power. Eternal power was crucial in helping NPCs reaching Tier 6 inches the past. Many players with Dark Gold personal guards had only been able to upgrade their NPCs to Tier 5. It was due to the lack of eternal power that these guards had never crossed that final hurdle. Hence, items containing eternal power like the Eternal Ice Crystal had been priceless in the past. One could only have traded rare materials or items of equal value for them, yet this woman wanted him to obtain eternal ice crystals from the ice crystal world. How could they possibly be that easy to acquire? Moreover, she wanted 10 of them. But Shifeng couldn't care less right now. Zero Wing simply wasn't equipped to collect 5 million magic crystals. He had no other choice. If he succeeded, he would obtain one of the 7 treasures, and with the golden stigmata, he could use the item better than Katie Green. Once Shifeng had prepared himself, Katie Green began to chant an incantation. Immediately, mana surged towards the shut, steel gates, slowly forcing them open. A stable, spatial tunnel formed beyond the open doors. Hurry! Katie Green shouted, ignoring his weakened state. Shifeng activated Windwalk and jumped into the spatial tunnel, departing the icy hall. Chapter 1445, Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1445, Ice Crystal World. Inside a snow-capped canyon, a party of 6 fought a level 48, High Lord ranked Ice-Toothed Tiger. Ice-Toothed Tiger, elemental creature, High Lord, level 48, HP 31, 000, 000/31, 000/000. A level 45 shield warrior wielding a crimson longsword and aqua blue buckler stood before this 5-meter-tall monster, and despite its size, it was powerless against the player regardless of how the Ice-Toothed Tiger tried to attack the shield warrior. The latter blocked the blows and found gaps to strike, using his skills to deal 6,000 to 7,000 damage per hit. The shield warrior's party members were also quite capable. Not only were they all level 44 and above, but their skills and spells also dealt over minus 10,000 damage. Their normal attacks alone dealt over minus 3,000 damage. Everyone, the boss is almost dead. Increase your damage output. Make sure you dodge its AoE skill. The shield warrior named Solitary 9 said calmly as he blocked another of the Ice-Toothed Tiger's attacks. Commander, relax. This isn't our first time killing an Ice-Toothed Tiger. A level 44 white-clad summoner a short distance away scoffed. The rest of the party members nodded when the Ice-Toothed Tiger's HP reached 30%. Its snow-white fur turned vermilion as it went berserk. Its size and attack speed increased as well. A moment later, icicles began to rain down from the sky, covering a 50-yard radius around the Ice-Toothed Tiger. Seeing this, Solitary 9 shouted as he activated Shield Wall. He then skillfully dodged the descending icicles and focusing on defense. Despite the boost to the Ice-Toothed Tiger's strength and speed, it was still couldn't break through Solitary 9's defense. In the end, all of its attacks met the shield warrior's round shield, significantly reducing its damage. At the same time, the female druid in the back waved her dark green staff as she cast Healing Wind. Although the shield warrior was her main target, the rest of her party received a healing buff, gaining over 1,500 HP every second. This kept everyone's HP above a safe level. Every player in the party launched a fierce assault. As a result, the High Lord's HP decreased rapidly. From 30%, it very quickly dropped to 15%. When the High Lord's HP reached 10%, these players launched every skill they had. When the Ice-Toothed Tiger only had 2% of its HP remaining, several scorching flame spears flew in from a distance, striking the High Lord and devouring its remaining HP. As the Ice-Toothed Tiger collapsed, it dropped 5 items. Confused, the party members turned towards the flame spear's origin. A 20-man team stood in the snow some distance away. A male elementalist wielding a Tier 2 magic scroll seemed to be its leader. This elementalist smiled at the 6 party members' Featherwind. What is the meaning of this? Solitary 9 demanded, with an ugly expression, what is the meaning of this? The elementalist, named Featherwind, chuckled. Isn't it obvious? I'm kill-stealing. What else would I be doing? Our guild leader admires you and has invited you and your adventurer team to join our matchless family. If you decline, the Aurora Sword adventure team will never again find any success in Coldwind City. The female druid named Yinya growled from behind Solitary 9. You guys are going overboard. Since Big Brother Solitary has already determined that we won't get involved with the struggle between your guilds, we won't join either side. Because of Matchless Family's harassment, their adventurer team had ventured to this deserted area to level. Yet these people had followed them so far from Coldwind City to steal their boss overboard. Featherwind laughed. Winner takes all in this place. Now that the competition over Coldwind City has reached its peak, our guild leader will not allow any mishaps. Of course, our guild leader highly values experts like Brother 9. If Brother 9 joins our guild, he'll at least become the lead MT for one of our main forces. Yet our guild leader has waited for so long, and still Brother 9 refuses. Since we can't recruit you, we'll make sure no one can have you. This is your last invitation. Brother 9, will you join us or not? You? How can you do such a thing? Anxiety tightened Yinya's chest. The Matchless family was one of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds. It had plenty of experts under its command. If it really decided to move against their Aurora Sword adventurer team, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother 9. Before you answer, think this through carefully. Otherwise, the people around you might have some unexpected accidents. Who knows? If they're not careful, they might even fall back to level 0. Featherwind threatened. Smiling Yinya and the other party members' expressions darkened. Although they were strong, Matchless family had too many experts. If they were ambushed, they would definitely die. But they couldn't leave Coldwind City. In the end, this merciless guild would pick them off. Aren't you afraid that we'll just join Centurion Dynasty? Solitary 9 asked, his tone as cold as the snow beneath his feet. One of Coldwind City's 2 large guilds was Matchless family, while the other was Centurion Dynasty. It was due to the competition between these guilds for control of the city that the Aurora Sword suffered. You're free to join those bastards, of course, but don't think that you'll leave this place alive. As Featherwind finished speaking, he waved his hand. At the same time, he pulled an ancient, pitch-black scroll, which radiated a heart-rending evil, from his bag. Suddenly, over 100 players from Matchless family began to appear around Solitary 9's party. These players had concealed their presence with a group invisibility scroll. However, the shield warrior was far more afraid of the magic scroll in Featherwind's hand than he was of the players surrounding them. To think you even prepared a dead soul scroll. You people from Matchless family think too highly of me, Solitary 9 said, smiling bitterly as he stared at the black scroll. The dead soul scroll was a special magic scroll that could curse a target player. If the player died within a certain amount of time, their death penalty would multiply, and they would lose between 3 and 5 levels. Most guilds save the super rare scroll for important targets, of course. I've already told you how important you are to our guild leader. As proof, he personally ordered me to use this scroll, Featherwind said, chuckling. Well, what is your decision, Brother 9? However, as Solitary 9 contemplated his options, a black vortex appeared in the sky above him. A black shadow shot down from the vortex, landing between the Aurora Sword Party and Matchless Family's tyrants. This shadow was none other than Shurfong. This is the Ice Crystal World. Shurfong could not help but glance around him. Immediately, he discovered the players engaged in a confrontation. Every one of these players stared at him in shock. Although Shurfong had heard about the Ice Crystal World, he had never visited it. However, he wasn't surprised to find players here. After all, it wasn't unusual to find players in other worlds. Take the Dark Den, for example. Despite being home to demons, many players live there. What did surprise Shurfong were the players' levels. All of these players were at least level 44. There were even quite a few level 45 players. Who are you? Don't you realize that Matchless family is trying to conduct business here? Featherwind haughtily demanded. Chapter 1446, Instant Kill. Chapter 1446, Instant Kill. Hearing Featherwind's question, Surefeng turned to look at the man. Although Featherwind was a level 45 elementalist, his equipment was ordinary for his level. Only half of his equipment consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment, while the other half consisted of level 40 fine gold equipment. As for the other level 44 players, only a small number possessed 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, while most didn't even have one. It was astounding to see at this stage of the game, at least half of the equipment worn by the various large guilds' experts should be level 40 dark gold rank. It wasn't even surprising to see an expert in a full set of dark gold equipment. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40, so the demand for better equipment wasn't that high. Yet could the drop rate for level 40 equipment be low here? Surefeng guessed God's Domain had many other worlds. Generally, expert players started to encounter these worlds after reaching level 40. Each world had a different development model. In the Dark Den, for example, players used different play styles from those in God's Domain. Leveling up must be easier in the Ice Crystal world. In return, though, the drop rate for equipment was lacking. Surefeng glanced around him again. Although he had just arrived, he easily inferred what was going on. Banditry was common everywhere. After all, though, large forces fighting over a measly level 48 High Lord were still considerably rare, of course. Surefeng was more interested in the Ice-Toothed Tiger's loot than he was in the situation before him. Not a single weapon or piece of equipment lay among the boss's loot. In fact, 4 of the 5 items that had dropped were materials, while the last was a Tier 2 magic scroll. Most players would curse their bad luck for such drops, but the High Lord's loot was shockingly attractive to a master forger like Surefeng. The 4 materials were extremely valuable, and the most valuable among them was the Arctic Manatite. This treasure was even difficult to obtain from a Manatite vein. A single ingot of Arctic Manatite would have sold for over 50 gold in the past. It was a necessary material for producing epic ranked weapons with ice effect. Surefeng was also surprised to find that his weakened debuff from activating twofold Berserk was gone. Those Berserk skills were still on cooldown. What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Featherwind's gaze turned frosty as he glared at Surefeng. He had only asked for the swordsman's identity due to his sudden appearance. Even with his observation skill, Surefeng's data listed as unknown. Since he was dealing with an unfamiliar player, he had mentioned his guild's name to gauge Surefeng's reaction. Matchless Family was one of Cold Wind City's 2 major guilds. Everyone in the region recognized the name. The only power capable of competing with the guild was Centurion Dynasty. However, Surefeng seemed unaffected. The man even ignored him, Matchless Family's vice guild leader. This was the first time he had encountered this situation since joining God's Domain, let alone Solitary 9, Aurora Sword Commander. Even Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, would not dare to disregard his existence. Is this guy a fool? Or is he scared senseless? He actually dares to ignore our vice guild leader? This guy is dead. After angering our vice guild leader, he'll probably have to delete his account. Matchless Family's members watched Surefeng with ridicule and pity. They still remembered the adventurer team that had refused to leave their guild's leveling spot after Featherwind had warned them not to linger. In the end, Featherwind had led a force to slaughter the adventurer team over a dozen times. Those players had only lingered for about 10 seconds. Now, the mysterious man before them ignored Featherwind entirely. Not even the heavens could save him. Now suddenly, Solitary 9 sent Surefeng a whisper. Friend, you best reply to his question and get out of here. He is the vice guild leader of Matchless Family. He can easily eliminate anyone in Cold Wind City. Cold Wind City? The vice guild leader of Matchless Family? Surefeng turned to Featherwind in surprise. Hearing Solitary 9's warning, he realized that this world wasn't like the Dark Denver. This world had NPC cities, and by the looks of it, this Matchless Family guild seemed to rule over Cold Wind City. However, the fact that a large guild's vice guild leader wore such poor equipment shocked Surefeng. Even the upper echelons in Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds were fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment, much less the vice guild leaders. It seemed that the equipment standards here were far more than a little inferior to those in God's domain. It's too late for you to realize your mistake. When Featherwind saw Surefang's surprise, he sneered and said, "I'll bury you alongside Solitary 9 and the others." Saying so, Featherwind activated the Dead Soul Scroll suddenly. A magic array appeared above Surefang and the party from Aurora's sword. They all felt an evil presence wrap around them, and a special debuff appeared in their status windows. Soul Lock. Death penalty multiplied. Effect will persist after player has die duration, 12 hours. The Dead Soul Scroll? Surprise flashed in Surefang's eyes once again when he saw his status window. The Dead Soul Scroll was a super rare magic scroll and the best tool to destroy an enemy. Not only did the scroll lack side effects, but it was also an AoE, which made it impossible to dodge. If players died within the 12 hours, they would suffer a far more severe death penalty than normal. Meanwhile, the more times a player died during the debuff's duration, the heavier the penalty would become. Targets weren't even safe in NPC cities, and when they logged out of the game, the duration would pause until they logged back in. Only after 12 hours in God's domain would players be free of the debuff. Hence, the Dead Soul Scrolls were even as valuable as Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Most players avoid using them unless they had a deep hatred for their target friend. I truly apologize for this. I did not expect to drag you into my mess with Matchless Family. I'll do my best to open a path for you. Try to escape, Solitary 9 hurriedly said. He then turned towards his teammates and said, "You guys have to try to get away too." He was a shield warrior. He could never escape so many players without some special tool. He could only help his allies get away. Commander. Big Brother Solitary? The other 5 party members worried for their commander. They were very familiar with Solitary 9's strength. If he focused on getting away himself, he had some hope, but he had given that up to help them escape. Should Solitary 9 die, it would take a very long time to recover the lost EXP and equipment. Escape? Surefang smiled and shook his head. He then slowly approached Featherwind. What is he trying to do? Yinya watched this newcomer in confusion. Is not trying to beg for mercy, is he? What a fool. That's Featherwind. If begging for mercy worked, he wouldn't have killed so many players in Coldwind City. Aurora Sword's members were flabbergasted as they stared at Surefang. Featherwind was well known for his ruthlessness in Coldwind City. He was a vicious person that never accepted apologies. What? You want to beg for mercy? Featherwind sneered at Surefang as the man moved closer as everyone waited for the swordsman's reply. Surefang vanished. Where is he? Featherwind searched his surroundings. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen a swordsman disappear like an assassin in the next second. However, Surefang reappeared beside Featherwind. Before anyone realized it, 2 sword lights blossomed on Featherwind's mage robes. The man's vision darkened as his lifeless body dropped to the ground. Chapter 1447. Monster-like Mysterious Expert. Chapter 1447. Monster-like Mysterious Expert. Silence dominated the area as every player stared at Featherwind's motionless corpse. Although Surefang had not used any impressive techniques or skill, everyone was petrified. They even forgot to breathe. What just happened? The Vice Guild leader is dead. Just what did he do? Everything had happened so quickly that by the time they reacted, Featherwind, a top-tier expert and Matchless Family's Vice Guild leader, was already dead. He died. This is impossible. That's Featherwind we're talking about. He might not rank among the top 10 in Coldwind City, but he is still a top-tier expert in the top 20. How could an expert like that die so quickly? Even Lifeless Thorn, Coldwind City's #1 expert, couldn't achieve such a feat. Could he be Lifeless Thorn? Lifeless Thorn is a berserker. That guy is a swordsman. There's no way he's Lifeless Thorn. Commander, do you know who that guy is? Even Aurora Sword's members were astonished. One of Coldwind City's top 20 experts had died in one hit. If news of this matter got out, it would shock everyone in the city. Solitary 9 stared at Surefang in confusion, his mind spinning to figure which expert in Coldwind City this man was. As for the possibility of Surefang being from somewhere else, that was practically impossible. The only way in or out of the Cold Wind City region was through the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for current players couldn't even enter the map, much less cross through it. This was why the city's players were so afraid of Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty. Should they provoke either power, their life in Cold Wind City would become a living hell or end completely. However, no matter how Solitary 9 racked his brain, he couldn't match any of the city's experts to Surefone. Even Cleansing Whistle, the strongest swordsman in Cold Wind City, was only ranked 6th. Moreover, Cleansing Whistle was a woman, not a man, making it impossible for her to be the mysterious swordsman expert before him. I am not sure either. But you should get ready. We'll use this opportunity to escape in a moment, Solitary 9 said in the team chat after pondering the situation for some time now, that Featherwind was dead. The 100-plus expert for Matchless Family had lost their commander. Hence, they had a high likelihood of escaping. Moreover, they had an expert like Surefone to hold the line, which further increased their chances. Featherwind had over 30,000 HP. Although he was an elementalist, the fact that Surefone had killed him without using skills meant that he could kill an MT of the same level with a handful of attacks. If Surefang's attack speed was high enough, he could even finish off an MT before the enemy healers could react. As long as no one could pin the swordsman down, their party could safely retreat. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members snapped out of their daze. Their leader had died, yet they had stared blankly at the killer for so long. They all discarded their fear and pounced on Surefone. Die. Brat, you're dead. You dare kill our vice guild leader. From today on, we'll hunt you to the end of the world. The Matchless Family's experts charged at Surefone. They were so focused on killing the newcomer that they ignored Aurora Swords members. They all understood that if news of this reached Cold Wind City, they could kiss their lives goodbye if they let Surefone escape after killing Featherwind in front of them. What hope did they have of mingling in Cold Wind City? Fireballs, frost arrows, and arrows flew towards Surefone from all directions. Watching from a distance, Solitary 9's expression darkened. Not even a shield warrior like himself could block so many attacks at a time. He'd be lucky to block 60 or 70% of the attacks. If dozens of attacks hit him at once, he'd only last a few seconds, even with shield wall active. However, a galaxy of stars suddenly formed around Surefone. These stars crushed the various spells and arrows as they came within 10 yards of the swordsman. It was as if the stars had formed a magic barrier around Surefone. No matter how many attacks flew towards Surefone, none of them hit their mark. In fact, the bombardment hadn't even reduced Surefang's HP by a single point. What kind of skill is that? Every player watching was stupefied. Meanwhile, after Surefone had deflected a volley, Matchless Family's dozens of melee players moved in to strike charge. Chop, Shadow Assault, Flame Slash. One skill after another collided with Surefang's sword's orbit pump. Pung, pung. The moment these melee players encountered sword's orbit, they were thrown backward like cannonballs. Some nearly lost their grip on their weapons from the powerful impact. Moreover, these melee players had lost a visible chunk of their HPS. Even the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors lost over 2,000 HP, and they had only received the damage from assaulting Surefone with their shields. The other classes lost around 4,000 HP. 4,000 damage would even reduce an MT's HP by 1/10. How is this possible? Solitary 9 and his companions watched, dumbfounded. Don't be afraid of this trash. We have healers to recover our HP. I refuse to believe his skill can last forever. A member from Matchless Family shouted to his team. The other members nodded in response. They eyed Surefone from the sidelines, waiting until the duration of whatever skill he was using came to an end. What? You don't want to play anymore? Surefone shook his head and chuckled when he saw his opponent's hesitation. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He had simply focused on defense to get a better idea of these players' combat standards. He had only instant-killed Featherwind to instill shock and fear into these players. Now that the enemy commander was dead, the remaining 100-plus experts were little more than test subjects to help him understand player standards in the Ice Crystal world, following which Surefone advanced and instantly appeared before a level 44 shield warrior. the sacred sword in his hand, smoothly descending from an angle that the shield warrior couldn't evade so fast. The shield warrior raised his shield in a panic. At the same time, his feet also unconsciously took a step back. The instant killing ray met the fine gold-ranked shield. It left a scar in the metal, and the resulting impact threw the player over a dozen yards away. The shield warrior's HP fell by over 400, following which Shurfong brandished his swords at the nearby MTs. Without exception, he sent every MT flying monster. He isn't a player, he's a monster. Matchless Family's members were petrified as they watched Shurfong toss about their MTS normally. They were lucky to land blocked attacks that dealt over -100 damage during duels with these MTs, yet they received over -2,000 damage from Shurfang's attacks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the man's damage would be if they failed to block an attack. It seems the Ice Crystal World's players don't just have inferior equipment, but their combat standard are lower than players in God's domain as well. After clashing with Matchless Family's members several times, Shurfong gained a general understanding of these players' combat standards. Following which, he stabbed the Abyssal blade into the ground and glanced at the frightened players before him, saying, "My experiment is over. Let's start the real battle." Abyssal Curse. Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, a dark fog bound every player within 30 yards of Shurfong. As these players try to activate their control removal skills, countless divine swords descended from above. Shurfong then followed up with Killing Ray's Summon Lightning, dealing 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius in the blink of an eye. Almost every player within Summon Lightning's range turned to ash and disappeared, leaving weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. Only a few MTs and the players who had fled the attack's radius had survived. Chapter 1448, Shocking Cold Wind City. Chapter 1448, Shocking Cold Wind City. Who is he? An expert like this guy was hidden in Cold Wind City all this time. The Aurora Sword's party members, who had been about to flee, were stupefied by the scene before them. They had never seen such a massive gap between players' strength. Even Zerg tactics would crumble against Shurfong a second ago. Over 100 players from Matchless Family had Shurfong surrounded. Now, however, only a dozen or so players were still standing. These players were only alive because they had reacted quickly enough, activating their life-saving skills upon realizing the severity of the situation. Otherwise, they too would have been electrocuted and turned to ash with their dead companion's monster. Run! No one knew which player had shouted, but upon hearing the word run, every surviving Matchless Family member turned and fled as if a pistol had gone off to sign the start of some race. They all knew that if they fled as a group, none of them would get away. But Shurfong couldn't catch them all if they ran in different directions, however. Contrary to expectations, Shurfong didn't immediately run after the feeling players. He simply sheathed his two swords and activated Chilling Field covered a 50-yard radius. Upon activation, the skill enveloped every fleeing player. 9 dark gray swords appeared above the guild players. As Matchless Family's members focused on escape, they did not manage to react to the incoming attacks in time. As a result, the dark gray swords pierced their hearts with zero resistance, plundering the little HP they had remaining after 2 waves of attacks. The last of Matchless Family's players transformed into particles of white light and disappeared, leaving only weapons and equipment in their places. Is he really a swordsman? Solitary 9 was thunderstruck as he watched the instantaneous slaughter among the dozen or so survivors. The closest had been 20 yards from Shurfong, while the farthest had been over 35 yards away. Yet even from such a distance, Shurfong obliterated them effortlessly. With such attack capabilities, could anyone escape this man's wrath? Solitary 9's party members stared at Shurfong, shock and fear dancing in their eyes. Although they had encountered plenty of experts before, they had never felt so powerless before one. It had taken Shurfong only a few moves to wipe out over 100 experts from Matchless Family. When they had first seen the swordsman, they hadn't thought much of him. However, chills crawled down their spines as they watched Shurfong calmly collect the loot littering the snowy ground. It was as if the thing walking towards them was some prehistoric beast. Not a player as Surefone collected the dropped weapons and equipment. Each item surprised him more than the last. Only a small fraction of the loot was system-made. Most of the weapons and equipment were crafted items. The lowest rank among these items was Secret Silver, while the highest quality items were Dark Gold rank. Every weapon and piece of equipment was level 40 currently. Even Zero Wing's prided Candlelight trading firm could only mass-producing level 40 mysterious iron weapons and equipment. Only the top-ranking lifestyle players were capable of crafting level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, they could only craft a limited amount. One of the reasons for the low production volume was material rarity. Another reason was the low success rate, which resulted in high production costs. Rather than waste time trying to procure rare materials, most players simply purchased their weapons and equipment in the auction house. The fact that the majority of the weapons and equipment Matchless Family's members had dropped were player-made was inconceivable. The development of weapon and equipment production on God's Domain's continent was already quite fast. Yet it was nothing compared to Ice Crystal World. While Surefone collected the scattered items, Solitary 9 took the initiative to approach the man. Friend, thank you for earlier. If not for you, Matchless Family's members would have killed us. I am Solitary 9, the commander of the Aurora Sword Adventurer team. Solitary 9 introduced himself. If you have any problems in Coldwind City, please feel free to contact me. Although Aurora Sword wasn't one of Coldwind City's top adventurer teams, it was relatively well known. The team had over 100 members in total, and although they were strong enough to make major changes in the city, they could deal with minor issues. The other party members nodded eagerly. Both feared and revered Surefone. If they spread the news about what had happened here, it would cause chaos in Coldwind City. Matchless Family was a peerless organization in Coldwind City. Yet Surefone had slaughtered over 100 of its experts by himself. He was a monster-like existence. Countless players dreamed of befriending an expert like him. Coldwind City? After giving the matter some thought, Surefone asked, "Can you tell me a little about the situation in Coldwind City?" He had practically no understanding of the Ice Crystal world, let alone any clues leading to eternal ice crystals. Now that Katie Green had sent him here, if he did not acquire the required eternal ice crystals within a month, he would have a far more difficult time obtaining the Bracelet of Time. The first thing he needed to do was learn about the situation here. Once he did, he'd have an easier time searching for the eternal ice crystals. Tell you about Coldwind City? Solitary 9 was taken aback. He quickly recovered from his surprise and asked, "Could it be that you're not a player from this region?" The others were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that unless one crossed the Snow Rift, it was impossible to leave or enter the Coldwind City region. That's right. I'm not from this area. Surefone nodded, feeling no particular need to hide the truth. After all, players in other worlds didn't always stay there. As they reached higher levels, the system would gradually integrate them into the rest of the game. Besides, it's not like they could do anything about his origin realization. Dawn's Solitary 9 and the others. It was no wonder why they had never seen a monster like Surefone in Coldwind City. However, Solitary 9 and his companions couldn't help their rueful sigh. Solitary 9 was one of the top 3 MTs in Coldwind City. He should rank near the top in other regions as well, but they had never imagined that other regions would have experts like this swordsman. It was easy to surmise that the expert standards in other regions were much higher than in Coldwind City. This revelation was a mental blow at the same time. Though they were eager to leave their city and explore other maps, only Solitary 9 and the others did not know that Surefone was not from a different region in the Ice Crystal world. Rather, he had come from God's Domain's continent. Even in his home region, Surefone only ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list, following which Solitary 9 explained some basic details and the general situation in Coldwind City. Meanwhile, an uproar shook Coldwind City. Matchless Family's failed attempt to annihilate the Aurora Sword Adventurer team had already reached the public. Not only had the guild member failed to kill a single player from the group, but hundreds of its experts had also been eliminated by some passing swordsmen. Chapter 1449, Becoming Famous in Coldwind City. Chapter 1449, Becoming Famous in Coldwind City. Coldwind City, Matchless Family's guild residence. Over a dozen upper echelons occupied the residence's meeting room, an extraordinarily tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man on the guild leader's throne was the cause for this tension. This middle-aged man wore a suit of azure armor. Although he said nothing, the pressure he radiated chilled the room. Even a passing glance from this man felt like that of some ferocious beast. This middle-aged man was none other than Thundering Sky, Matchless Family's guild leader in Coldwind City. One word from him could easily decide whether a player lived or died right now. Thundering Sky's blood boiled with rage. Can someone tell me where this person came from? Thundering Sky frowned as he watched Sure Fang's battle video. It's been so long since the incident, yet none of you know anything about him. Guild leader, we've launched a full investigation on the player. However, we have yet to uncover any information about him. One of the upper echelons answered, cold sweat chilling his forehead immediately after Featherwind died. The Elementalist had sent them an offline message, ordering them to focus all of their resources on investigating Shurfeng. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing about the swordsman. It was as if the man had suddenly appeared. This player has already killed over 100 of our members, but we don't even know his name. Garbage. Every one of you. Thundering Sky bellowed. Continue searching. Mobilize everyone. I want this person found. Since he dares to disrespect Matchless Family, then he shouldn't even dream of surviving in Coldwind City. Understood. Everyone nodded and notified the guild's members to search for the swordsman for a time. Every member of Matchless Family hunted for Shurfeng, killing intent igniting their hearts. Centurion Dynasty also held a meeting to discuss the situation. Interesting. Truly interesting. That person actually annihilated Featherwind's expert team. I don't think even Lifeless Thorn could do that, Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, said, laughing as he watched Shurfeng's battle video. Matchless Family had been humiliated. Not only had the guild failed to kill Solitary 9, but it had also lost over 100 experts. Most importantly, a single player was responsible for all 100-plus deaths. This had dealt a huge blow to Matchless Family's reputation. After all, winning a 1-on-5 expert battle was impressive. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn should only be able to handle a dozen or so experts at a time. Yet Shurfeng had faced over 100 experts, and his victory had been overwhelming. Naturally, anyone who watched Shurfeng's battle video would realize that the man was very powerful. However, those who had only heard about the massacre would assume that Matchless Family's experts were nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, a female elementalist in white mage robes asked, Guild leader, what should we do next? Since the Matchless Family wants to kill this player, we have to do the opposite, Sky Slicer said, laughing. Rain, find him. Tell him that the Centurion Dynasty would like to welcome him with open arms. What if he refuses? Swirling Rain asked. Refuses? Sky Slicer snorted. That's not an option. We're talking about Matchless Family, after all. Even if he is strong as an individual, he can't take on the whole guild. He'll only be safe if he joins us. Understood. Swirling Rain then bowed and left the meeting room. Both of Cold Rain City's large guilds began their search for Shurfeng. Meanwhile, the city's players were dumbfounded. What's going on? This person is awesome. Both large guilds are actually offering a high price for information about his whereabouts. Not even Lifeless Thorn has ever elicited such a reaction. There's no helping it. Although Lifeless Thorn doesn't belong to any guild, his adventurer team, Wave Heart, is a top adventurer team with over 3,000 members. It has over 300 experts. 3 of the city's top 10 experts belong to the adventurer team as well. The guilds would have to weigh their options seriously before moving against Lifeless Thorn. That's right. This player is doomed. He killed so many of Matchless Family's players. The guild won't rest until they kill him back to level 0. Both guilds are offering such a high price. They're already offering 2 gold for any information about the man's current location. The independent players on Coldwind City's streets quietly discussed the new player, every one of them admiring Shurfeng's courage in Coldwind City. No one, aside from Centurion Dynasty, dared to provoke Matchless Family. Independent players often resented the 2 large guilds. Unfortunately, since both guilds were so powerful, they had no choice but to endure their suffering. Hence, when they had heard the news of Shi Feng slaughtering over 100 experts from Matchless family, they quietly celebrated as the city's players chatted about the recent events. 7 players arrived in the teleportation hall. These players were none other than Shi Feng, and the party from Aurora Sword after Solitary 9 had offered a general explanation of Cold Wind City. Shi Feng had decided to pay the city a visit. Hence, Solitary 9 had given Shi Feng a few return scrolls for Cold Wind City so that he could return via teleportation alongside his people. Cold Wind City was the only NPC city in this particular zone. The city's player population exceeded 2 million, and each of the large guilds had over 100,000 members. It was why the 2 guilds were able to rule over Cold Wind City. If Shi Feng wanted to find more information about the Eternal Ice Crystals, Cold Wind City's library was undoubtedly the best place to do so. All of God's Domain's libraries collected information about their home locations. As soon as Shi Feng's group left the teleportation hall, gasps erupted from the players outside of the building. Crap. Isn't it the expert that killed the Matchless family's experts? What? Does he not know that the guilds have mobilized their forces to find him? He must be insane. He actually ventured into the city. Does he think Matchless family is afraid of attacking him within the city walls? That might be the case. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the guild. Some time ago, some guy had provoked a few of Matchless family's members. In the end, they killed him over 10 times inside the city. The matter was only resolved after he paid the guild 10 gold and every weapon and piece of equipment he had. Quick, notify Matchless family. These players were stupefied as they watched Shi Feng stroll down the street, admiring the scenery. From time to time, Shi Feng even entered a shop to browse its merchandise after so recently provoking Matchless family. This man dared to show his face in Cold Wind City. From a certain perspective, Shi Feng deserved to be called Cold Wind City's #1 player. Shortly after Shi Feng's arrival, news reached both large guilds. What? He's shopping in the trade area? Are you sure? Sky Slicer could not help his shock upon hearing the latest report. I'm absolutely sure. I compared his face to the person in the video. The assassin confirmed, nodding seriously. I'll head there immediately. Notify the main force members and tell them to gather in the trade area as soon as possible. Sky Slicer hurriedly instructed after digesting the information. Meanwhile, in Matchless family's residence, when Thundering Sky received the news of Shi Feng's appearance, he nearly shattered his desk. Daring bastard. After killing my subordinates, he still dares show his face. Notify every expert in the guild and tell them to hurry over. Halt all operations and quests temporarily. Thundering Sky bellowed. Chapter 1450, City of Crafters. Chapter 1450, City of Crafters. Cold Wind City, Trade Area. Commander, more people are tailing us now. Matchless families probably found out about our return already. Should we notify Big Brother Yi Feng about? Yinya asked worriedly as she glanced at the players stalking them. News of the slaughter of Matchless family's members had already spread throughout the city yet. Now, the main culprit boldly walked down the city streets without a care in the world. It was a slap in the face to the guild. Once the Matchless family's members arrived, they would not leave without a fight. Thousands of players from Matchless City resided in the city. Killing a single player would be child's play for the guild. Furthermore, their group still had the soul lock debuff. Solitary 9 nodded in response to Yin Ya's question. Based on his understanding of Matchless family, the guild would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. It wouldn't hesitate to take action against Shi Feng even in the city. Although he trusted in Shi Feng's strength, Matchless family had the home ground advantage. Regardless of how powerful the man was, he was at a disadvantage. Solitary 9 walked up to Shi Feng and whispered, Brother Yi Feng, why don't we head to the library? I'm afraid that if we linger around here any longer, Matchless family's members will find us. Dealing with them will be troublesome. Troublesome? Curious, Shi Feng asked. Do players have full power over the city? Solitary 9 hadn't gone into the management style in the Ice Crystal World's NPC cities. If these cities were like the Dark Den's shelters, where players had full authority to determine a city's rules, they would indeed have some trouble to deal with. That's not the case. Matchless family just has a lot of members inside the city, Solitary 9 said. Shaking his head, Surefeng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Solitary 9's reply. He then pointed at the Cold Wind auction house a short distance away and said, "That's all right then. I've already visited most of the shops, so let's make a trip to the auction house before we head to the library." This, Solitary 9 was speechless. The man even wondered if Surefeng understood what he meant by a lot of members. Cold Wind City was the Matchless family's main headquarters. The guild could easily gather over 10,000 players at a moment's notice. Centurion Dynasty was the only existence capable of contending with the guild and the city commander. What should we? Forget it. We'll just accompany him until the end. Hopefully, Thundering Sky can keep his cool and avoid doing anything rash. As Solitary 9 watched Surefeng leisurely approach the auction house, he struggled with various complex feelings. He could not understand what was going through Surefeng's mind. However, since Surefeng had saved his and his teammates' lives, he could not escape by himself. He could only pray that Matchless family did not do anything too reckless. After all, they were currently standing in the heart of the city. Patrolling NPC guards were everywhere. If it really came down to a fight, Matchless family would not have too much of an advantage. Either upon entering the auction house's main hall, the sight of players hawking their items greeted Surefeng selling cheap, top-tier, level 40 fine gold weapons. 10 gold per item. Get a 5% discount if you buy 2. Selling refined meteorite copper for 3 gold per stack. Selling frost steel or for 1 gold per stack. The players selling items in the hall outnumbered the shopping players. The items these players were selling shocked Surefeng on the God's Domain continent. Even the cheapest level 40 fine gold weapon could sell for 15 gold or more, yet players here were offering the same for 10 gold each. Moreover, they were all player-made weapons. With how high current demand was for level 40 fine gold weapons in his world, he could easily turn a massive profit if he bought and resold these player-made weapons. As for the refined meteor copper, the rare forging material currently sold for 30 silver per ingot. Moreover, it was very difficult to purchase. Each stack, containing 20 ingots, sold for 6 gold. Yet these players were selling each stack for half that. The various forging materials sold in the hall were all significantly cheaper than those in God's Domain. In addition, this world had an abundance of forging resources. Even empires famous for producing ores paled in comparison to the ice crystal world. This place is really impressive. It's a pity that I don't have a way to return once I leave. I guess I have no choice but to stock up on rare materials before I depart. Surefeng sighed ruefully as he looked through the various items these players offered. He could travel between the ice crystal world and the God's Domain continent. He could earn more income from reselling items than what he earned from Stone Forest Town. Moreover, he could rely on the large quantity of materials to nurture the candlelight trading firm's forgers. If luck would have it, he might nurture a few master forgers. After all, creating new items required experimentation with various materials. With so many rare materials in the ice crystal world, one could experiment to their heart's content. This was most likely the reason that the standard of Cold Wind City's forgers was far above those in the candlelight trading firm based on Solitary 9's explanation. The ice crystal world should have other NPC cities. As players reached higher levels, Cold Wind City's guilds began to prepare to challenge the Snow Rift. It was only a matter of time before Cold Wind City's players encountered cities in other regions. At this point, Surefeng suspected that the ice crystal world had birthed the game's first master forger. However, purchasing a large amount of materials required a lot of coins, but he hadn't been carrying many when he had come to the ice crystal world. His only option was to make money by selling the Matchless family's secret silver and fine gold items for a low price. Unfortunately, the dark gold items were precious to Zero Wing, so Surefeng intended to hold on to them for now. After Surefeng finished putting the loot from Matchless family up for sale, he left the auction house and made his way to the library. Seeing Surefeng finally willing to leave this risky location, Solitary 9 and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as they left the auction house, they were greeted by a shocking scene. Players crowded the street, and every one of them wore Matchless family's guild emblem. With a rough glance, they easily counted over 10,000 players. Matchless Family's members radiated killing intent as they glared at Sure Feng's group, scaring off any unrelated players. What's going on? Does Matchless Family plan to monopolize the auction house? You don't know? Some expert killed a bunch of their members. They've come to deal with him. Do they need to go to such lengths, though? Why would they dispatch so many people just for one player? The domineering display frightened the independent players on the street. Among the Matchless Family members present, the lowest level member was level 43. Their equipment was awe-inspiring as well. Has the Matchless Family lost its mind? Solitary 9 felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought that, at most, Matchless Family would send around 1,000 experts. He hadn't expected Thundering Sky to be mad enough to dispatch a 10,000-man army. Not even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, could elicit such a reaction. However, after Matchless Family's members had gathered in front of the auction house, another commotion shook the street. Another player army slowly approached from the other end of the street, and although this army was smaller than Matchless Family's, it still included around 3,000 players. These new arrivals wore Centurion Dynasty's guild emblem for a time. Experts from both of Cold Wind City's large guilds stood before the auction house's entrance. Following which, both guilds' leaders pulled away from the crowd. Both men looked at Sure Feng Yuri, the expert that killed Featherwind. Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer asked in almost perfect unison. The spectating players were stupefied. Chapter 1451, Obliterated. Chapter 1451, Obliterated. That guy's so amazing. Both guild leaders actually came looking for him. Just who is he? The distant spectating players were shocked to see the two men. Solitary 9, who stood behind Sure Feng, was at a loss for words. Both Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer were top-tier existences in Cold Wind City. Normally, they were very difficult to meet, yet these two had gathered here due to Sure Feng. That's right. What business do you have with me? Sure Feng calmly replied to the guild leader's question. An army of 10,000 players might be shocking to ordinary players, but not even a million-player army could surprise Sure Feng. Besides, they were still inside an NPC city. Good. I never thought you would have the guts to admit it. Thundering Sky's face twitched in anger as he glared at Sure Feng's calm composure. I am Thundering Sky, the guild leader of Matchless Family. Since you admitted to killing my guild's experts, that makes things simple. Hand over every item and piece of equipment you have, and let me kill you once. Then we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk. Guild leader, aren't you letting this brat off too lightly? The guild leader's demand confused his upper echelons. They had assumed that Thundering Sky wouldn't rest until he forced this newcomer to delete his account. He had just offered to let Sure Feng off with such a light punishment. Enough. I have my reasons. Thundering Sky shot his subordinates a withering glare, immediately silencing them. What these guild upper echelons did not know was that Thundering Sky was far more interested in Sure Feng's weapons and equipment than he was in avenging Featherwind. After watching the Swordsman's Battle video, he realized that the man's basic attributes were ridiculously high. Not even Thundering Sky was confident of killing Featherwind in one hit. After all, Featherwind's weapons and equipment were considerably good. The Elementalist's HP was also over 30,000. PvP battles were different from those with monsters. A player's damage would scale down when they struck another player. Killing expert players of the same level was very difficult, yet Sure Feng had done it. Moreover, he had thrown level 44 and 45 shield warriors with his normal attacks. His strength could definitely rival that of a great lord of the same level with such powerful attributes. Sure Feng had to have more than one top-tier weapon or piece of equipment. He might even have something Thundering Sky could use. However, if they killed this man while the Soul Lock debuff was active, Sure Feng would only drop a few pieces of equipment. On the off chance that he had stored his items in the bank, they would lose any chance of obtaining them. Ha ha ha. Fellow friend, ignore this man's foolish demands. If you join Centurion Dynasty, I guarantee that no harm will come to you within the Cold Wind City region, Sky Slicer said as he sent a contemptuous glance at Thundering Sky before turning back to Sure Feng. In addition, I'd like to offer you the position as our guild's main force vice commander. Insane. This is madness. I didn't hear wrong, right? Sky Slicer actually offered so much to an unknown expert. They haven't even been that generous to Lifeless Thorn. Sky Slicer's voice had been quite loud, so the spectating crowd had heard every word. The offer confused Thema Guild's main force was a guild's core of power. The main force generally only answered to the guild leader. Not even vice guild leaders had the authority to mobilize the main force. Hence, the main force's commander was even more important than the vice guild leader. Although the vice commander wasn't as important, it was still a crucial role Sky Slicer had offered Feng, such an important position right off the bat. Slicer, do you intend to make an enemy of Matchless Family? Thundering Sky shouted, enraged. Although he had expected Sky Slicer to oppose him, he hadn't expected a man to be so brazen about it. Have our guilds ever been friendly? Sky Slicer sneered. Their two guilds had fought countless battles against each other, and neither feared their rival. Now that he had an opportunity to suppress his rival's momentum and recruit a powerful expert, he couldn't miss the chance to kill two birds with one stone. Good. I'll take care of your Centurion dynasty as well. Thundering Sky's expression darkened. Immediately, he commanded, everyone attack. Yes, let's see who is afraid of whom. Sky Slicer also commanded his guild members to fight for a time. The Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty's members slaughtered each other inside the city. Due to so many players involved, the NPC patrols couldn't quell the incident quickly. They could only clear out the fighting players. Little by little, both guilds' members fought with everything they had, fully intent on annihilating their enemy. Now that players were reaching higher levels, it was only a matter of time before they could raid the Snow Rift. To compete with guilds in other NPC cities, they first needed to deal with Cold Wind City's problems. Otherwise, they would have to face enemies on both fronts. The entire street had transformed into a battlefield. Spells and arrows blotted out the sky, and explosions and screams filled the air. Unfortunately, as Centurion Dynasty had brought fewer members, Matchless Family quickly suppressed its players. As a result, the former guild's members were forced to retreat. Of course, Matchless Family couldn't eliminate their rivals' members as Centurion Dynasty's reinforcements began to arrive. All Matchless Family could do was push the other guild back. Shortly after the battle had begun, the dead players' weapons and equipment littered the street. Even experts were forced to use their life-saving skills. The weaker players died before they could even react as numerous attacks struck. The spectators were stunned. This fight helped them realize just how weak an individual was compared to a guild. Even the well-known adventurer teams were nothing. Very quickly, Sky Slicer was forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Matchless Family's members surrounded the auction house. Do you think that we can't touch you just because Centurion Dynasty wants to lend a helping hand? Thundering Sky sneered at Feng, who had not participated in the battle. I guarantee you that no one can protect you in the Cold Wind City region. If you hand over all of your weapons and equipment now, I can still let you off the hook. If you try to retaliate, I'll eliminate you, Solitary 9, and his group hiding behind you. The watching crowd gasped when they heard Thundering Sky's threat. They all knew that Thundering Sky was a man of his word, but they hadn't expected him to be ruthless enough to target Solitary 9's group as well. However, as soon as Thundering Sky finished speaking, Feng, who had maintained a relaxed posture, unsheathed Killing Ray. He then casually walked towards Thundering Sky, who stood 50 yards away from him, as if he were just taking a stroll through his own backyard. What? He actually dares to defy Thundering Sky. Is he insane? Even Matchless Family's members were stunned. Setting aside Thundering Sky's individual prowess, the man was surrounded by hundreds of his experts. These subordinates would likely kill the swordsman before he got close to their guild leader. You asked for this. Thundering Sky frowned. He hadn't thought this newcomer would be so foolish. He gestured with a hand and ordered, "Kill him." The instant Feng was within the range player's reach, over 100 spells and arrows flew towards him, forming a tight wall that left no room for Feng to dodge. However, Feng raised the sacred sword and swung it forward. Lightning edge. Suddenly, countless arcs of blue lightning streaked towards the incoming spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the lightning destroyed everything in a 50-yard cone. am only one person. However, you can't just kill me because you want to, Surefeng calmly stated as he watched Thundering Sky and his numerous subordinates transform into particles of white light. Chapter 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Chapter 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Silence. It seemed as if time had stopped. The fighting players from both guilds froze as they stared at the particles of light that had once been Thundering Sky and his subordinates. All of a sudden, a large, empty space had opened on the crowded street. Even now, faint arcs of electricity flickered around the clearing. In a single move, Surefeng had killed hundreds of Matchless Family's players. Thundering Sky, who ranked among Cold Wind City's top 10 players, had died before their eyes. He hadn't even put up the slightest fight before he had died. It was hard to believe that an ordinary-looking swordsman with a blue longsword had been responsible for this when Solitary 9 and the others, who stood behind Surefeng, saw this. They could not help but gasp, the corners of their lips twitching slightly. They already knew that Surefeng was very powerful, but it now seemed that Surefeng hadn't taken his fight with Featherwind seriously. Just who is this guy? The corners of Sky Slicer's eyes twitched as he stared at the empty clearing a short distance away. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Surefeng had been a magical class player. However, this was the first time he had seen a swordsman in God's domain possessing such a powerful skill. Moreover, this skill had such a short channeling time, giving the skill's targets no time to react. How is this possible? The guild leader died? Matchless Family's members were at a loss. Everything had happened too quickly. He killed our guild leader. We can't let him get away. That skill must have a long cooldown. He can't use it again anytime soon. Kill him. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members turned their attention away from Centurion Dynasty as they charged at Surefeng. A guild leader was directly connected to the guild's reputation. The fact that this man had killed their guild leader instantly humiliated every one of them. If they did not kill Surefeng right now, Matchless Family's reputation would suffer. This would severely impact their guild's development. Damn it. Matchless Family's players have lost their minds. Tension gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the players swarm towards him. However, before the Matchless Family's members reached their group, Surefeng pointed Killing Ray at the approaching crowd. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth. The white light vaporized any player it touched in the blink of an eye. Several hundred more players had died. After using Dragon Breath, Surefeng followed up with Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 minute. Everyone within the skill's range felt as if they had plunged into a muddy swamp. Following which, Surefeng activated Defensive Blade, increasing his attack range. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where is he? As the crowd recovered from the shock and fear Surefeng's Dragon Breath had inflicted, the man had disappeared. They could not help their growing confusion. However, before anyone had realized it, Surefeng had reappeared among Matchless Family's members. He lightly swung his two swords at the nearby enemies. Boom. A tornado formed around Surefeng, following which all players within 15 yards of Surefeng collapsed, staring at their empty HP bars in a daze. Not even the MTs with high HP had escaped Surefeng's wrath, following which Surefeng advanced once again. This time, however, he didn't execute void steps. Instead, he left numerous afterimages trailing behind him as he moved forward. At the same time, he brandished his swords without a care in the world, slaughtering every player that came within 15 yards. None of the players within his range escaped death's embrace. In fact, they couldn't even block or dodge the swordsman's attacks one after another. Matchless Family's members transformed into particles of light. Surefeng looked like a god of death as he claimed these players' lives. Nobody could even slow him down, although the guild's range players tried to stop Surefeng. Their attempts were little more than a joke. They couldn't even keep up with Surefeng's movements with their eyes, much less land and attack. They could only watch as particles of light floated in the air. He can't be a player. He must be a demon in disguise. He's a monster in human skin. We need to run. After a brief moment, Surefeng had killed another several hundred players. Panic overwhelmed matchless family members as they watched Sure Feng reap their allies' lives. At this point, they had forgotten about avenging their guild leader and restoring their guild's reputation. They could only think of getting as far away from Sure Feng as possible. They had never seen such a terrifying player before. Compared to Sure Feng, the strongest boss monster they had ever faced looked cute. After all, they had some hope of damaging a boss. Against Sure Feng, however, they couldn't even resist. How was this supposed to be a PvP battle? This was just a one-sided massacre like frightened rats. The thousands of matchless family members scattered and fled in all directions. The players watching from a safe distance were stupefied. Before today, they had seen thousands of players pursue a single person. They had never watched one player chase after a 10,000-man army. This scene had shattered everything they had thought they knew about God's dominant. He a little too strong? Just who is he? Solitary 9 was beyond shocked. An individual having the power to suppress an entire guild only ever happened in his dreams. Yet he watched as that dream became a reality. What Solitary 9 did not know was that, while Cold Wind City's players might be stronger than those in God's domain as forgers, their weapons and equipment were nothing in comparison. To prove this point, not one player from Matchless family dropped an epic weapon or piece of equipment. The best they had was level 40 Dark Gold equipment. On the other hand, Sure Feng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. He was also a Tier 2 player. With both advantages, the difference between Sure Feng and his opponents was horrifying as the other players from Aurora's Sword watched Sure Feng's massacre. An indescribable excitement bloomed in their chests. They were fully aware that Sure Feng was a player. They fully intended to boast to their friends that they had met such a powerful expert. After around 30 seconds, the originally clogged street was empty of players. Only Sure Feng and a bunch of weapons and equipment remained. The survivors from Matchless family had long since fled the battlefield. Despite so many items covering the street, none of the spectators moved forward to steam them. On the contrary, they distanced themselves from the loot, making sure that at least 100 yards lay between them and the nearest item. As for the NPC guards, they spared Sure Feng little more than a glance before pursuing Matchless family's surviving members in NPC cities. The NPC guard would target the side that attacked first. Matchless family members had teamed up before surrounding Sure Feng. If any member of the team attacked, they would implicate the entire team in the crime. Hence, within a fixed amount of time, Sure Feng could kill as many members of the team as he wanted without receiving any punishment from the system. Even if this mechanic hadn't existed, Sure Feng could have simply found a secluded location and altered his appearance with the demon mask. With Nightwalker Cape's passive concealment effect, not even high-tiered NPC guards could touch him. After crushing Matchless family members, Sure Feng didn't hurry to collect his loot. Instead, he smiled as he turned to Sky Slicer, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Guild Leader Slicer, now that the problem has been dealt with, may I know what business you have with me?" Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. As Centurion Dynasty's members watched Sure Feng walk towards them, their breath caught and cold sweat drenched their backs. It felt as if a prehistoric beast approached, not a player, and they desperately wanted to turn and flee. One man had inspired thousands of Matchless family's members to run like frightened rats. If someone had told them of such a thing happening in the past, they would have laughed it off. Now, however, they could not find it in themselves to laugh. They had clashed with the other guild many times, and both were roughly on the same level. Since Sure Feng could suppress Matchless family by himself, naturally, he wouldn't have any issues doing so. To Centurion Dynasty, Sky Slicer wore an ugly expression. Had he known something like this would happen, he would not have poked his nose into the situation. "Brother Expert, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only came here to recruit you because I have a grudge against Matchless family. If I had known that Brother Expert was so powerful, I would not have meddled in your affairs. For this offense, I am willing to pay 10,000 magic crystals as compensation," Sky Slicer respectfully told Sure Feng. His previous pride had faded like smoke. What a generous offer! Solitary 9 quietly exclaimed in his opinion. Sky Slicer was insane to offer 10,000 magic crystals as an apology. Even a well-known adventurer team like Aurora Sword had only accumulated 2,000 magic crystals thus far. Meanwhile, magic crystals were an indispensable resource in Coldwind City. For example, lifestyle players needed the crystals when producing weapons and equipment. To increase their production success rate, they would spend magic crystals on renting special workshops in their respective lifestyle associations. There was also the Divine Colosseum, and training there cost a lot of crystals. Magic crystals were nearly impossible to save, although there were quite a few ways to obtain magic crystals in Coldwind City. Handing over 10,000 magic crystals would deal a considerably painful blow to Centurion Dynasty. However, Solitary 9 wasn't a guild leader, so he couldn't understand Sky Slicer's thought process. If an expert of Sure Fang's caliber decided to target Centurion Dynasty and randomly ambush its main force or elite members, the guild would break under the loss. Moreover, Centurion Dynasty couldn't do anything to Sure Fang. If such a situation lasted for a long time, it could cripple the guild. The 10,000 magic crystal offer also served to put some distance between Centurion Dynasty and Sure Fang. 10,000 magic crystals? Sure Fang was slightly confused. The resources in Coldwind City were far more abundant than he had assumed. Both Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family would only be third-rate guilds on God's Domain's continent. Giving away 10,000 magic crystals would likely bankrupt the guild. However, based on Sky Slicer's expression, he only felt a slight pang at the loss when the guild leader saw the small frown forming on Sure Fang's face. He realized that the other party wasn't particularly satisfied with the compensation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If Brother Expert doesn't find the compensation satisfying, I can include this map as well." Saying so, Sky Slicer took out an ancient, tattered animal skin. Although the hide was quite old, it emitted a faint pressure. Although there was only a trace of this pressure, everyone seemed to fear it. This is divine might? Sure Fang stared at the animal hide in Sky Slicer's hands and surprised. Divine might was an aura unique to gods. Any item that radiated the energy wouldn't be ordinary. Furthermore, this item had manifested in the ice crystal world. Although this other world's rank was quite high, it could only accommodate up to Tier 5 creatures. Tier 6 gods were barred from this world. The fact that such an item, once used by God, had manifested here made it even more valuable. Brother Expert, what do you think? Sky Slicer asked, smiling when he saw Sure Fang's interest in the animal hide. He had obtained this animal hide some time ago, but although he recognized it as valuable, he had no way to reveal its secrets. Using it to appease Sure Fang and improve his relationship with the man wasn't a bad trade deal. Sure Fang nodded. His goal in traveling to the ice crystal world was to obtain eternal ice crystals, not to dominate Coldwind City. He had no reason to clash with the local guilds. If not for Matchless Family's determination to pick a fight, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Hearing Sure Fang's reply, Sky Slicer breathed a sigh of relief. He then handed over the 10,000 magic crystals and the animal hide. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, Sure Fang decided to sell the items to Sky Slicer for coins and various rare materials. Weapons and equipment took up an entire slot by themselves in a player's backspace. However, materials didn't. One slot could hold multiple articles of the same item. By selling the weapons and equipment for materials, Sure Fang could maximize the number of items he brought back to God's Domain. Naturally, Sky Slicer was more than happy to accept Sure Fang's offer. The Matchless Family members that had cornered Sure Fang earlier consisted of the guild's elites and experts. Most of the players that had fallen to Sure Fang had been experts. Hence, the weapons and equipment they had dropped were considered top tier in Coldwind City. Through this transaction, Sure Fang had obtained close to 8,000 gold in rare materials. If he resold these materials in his home world, he could easily earn over 20,000 gold. However, Sure Fang wouldn't sell all of the materials even for a single payment of 20,000 gold. These rare materials could help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers improve quickly. The trading firm might even manage to nurture a master forger after obtaining the materials. Sure Fang quickly made his way to Coldwind City's library. Meanwhile, news of Sure Fang's triumph over the Matchless Family quickly spread throughout Coldwind City, shocking the resident players. That guy is so awesome. Not only did he suppress Matchless Family by himself, but even Centurion Dynasty treated him with respect. I wish I had half his strength. After this, Lifeless Thorn will have to relinquish his position as Coldwind City's #1 expert. I wonder if this expert is accepting disciples? If he is, or plans to start an adventurer team or guild, I'll be the first to apply. For a time, Coldwind City's players heatedly discussed this newcomer. Meanwhile, a man wearing ice blue armor and wielding a purple spear faced off against a level 54 Great Lord-ranked demonic frost wolf in the Snow Rift, Coldwind City's forbidden land. Despite the frost wolf's upper hand in speed and strength, it was helpless against this indifferent man. On the contrary, the player repeatedly restricted its movements because of this one man. The 20-man team, following him, easily dealt with the demonic frost wolf. Less than a minute after the fight had begun, the demonic frost wolf collapsed and dropped several items. The team members watched as their experience bars rose quite a bit while the team rested. A heroic-looking female swordsman turned to the indifferent man, who rested with his eyes closed. Giggling, she said, "Lifeless, didn't you say that you're the strongest player in Coldwind City? It seems that you have a rival now." A rival? Lifeless Thorn's eyes opened when he heard these words. Shaking his head, he said, "Coldwind City's experts are clueless. They're nowhere near being a suitable rival for me." "I'm not talking about them," the female swordsman, Cleansing Whistle, responded. Revealing a leisurely smile, she said, "Weren't you boasting about how powerful you are? Do you think you can stand against 10,000 elites from Matchless Family? You've got to be kidding. You're talking about 10,000 elite players." Lifeless Thorn rolled his eyes. "Then why do you claim to be invincible in Coldwind City? Here, take a look at this." Not long ago, a swordsman expert single-handedly suppressed Matchless Family's army. Centurion Dynasty even offered him a gift as an apology, Cleansing Whistle said, giggling as she sent a copy of Sure Fang's battle video to Lifeless Thorn. Although Lifeless Thorn wanted to refute Cleansing Whistle's words, he couldn't help his shock as he watched the battle video. How can there be such a powerful expert in the city? Well, hadn't you said something earlier about the swordsman class being crap? Now you know how powerful swordsmen are. Cleansing Whistle said, feeling a little proud when she saw the man's shock. He is powerful. He is on an entirely different level than I am. Lifeless Thorn straightforwardly admitted the assassin's admission stunned Cleansing Whistle. She had thought the news would shake Lifeless Thorn's confidence, allowing her to get some payback for his insults toward her class. Before Cleansing Whistle could say more, Lifeless Thorn stood and took a return scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Cleansing Whistle asked curiously. "Do you really have to ask?" "I'm going to look for that expert," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are you mad? We wasted all that time to get here, yet you're going back just like that?" Cleansing Whistle was astonished, however. Ignoring her words, Lifeless Thorn activated the return scroll. He then transformed into a streak of light as he left the Snow Rift. Seeing this, Cleansing Whistle and the other team members had no choice but to take out return scrolls and head back as well. Meanwhile, in Coldwind City's Nobles District, Shurfeng impatiently took out the animal hide Sky Slicer had given him and carefully inspected as he traveled in an advanced carriage. Chapter 1454, Treasure That Surpasses Epic Rank. Chapter 1454, Treasure That Surpasses Epic Rank. It's no wonder why Sky Slicer couldn't do anything with this. When Shurfeng tried to inspect the hide, he was only able to learn its name, Tattered Animal Hide. The item displayed no further information, although this animal hide radiated a faint trace of divine might. Due to time, it was damaged beyond recognition. The images and words that had been inscribed on the item were nearly impossible to discern. Fortunately, Shurfeng was confident that he was even more skilled at analyzing items than a master appraiser. I wonder what this item is, exactly. Shurfeng then activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the hide. Once more, the moment he tried to do so, a loading bar appeared above the item. Watching the loading bar, Shurfeng was astonished. How is this possible? Just what kind of item is this? When he used Omniscient Eyes to appraise dark gold items, the process took no more than 10 seconds, yet this scrap of hide required 30 seconds. Not even epic items took so long to appraise as the seconds ticked by. The process restored the images and words on the animal hide. By the time the loading bar was full and disappeared, the originally tattered hide seemed as if it had regained its vitality as it began to restore itself in the blink of an eye. The tattered animal hide looked brand new. This is an ancient shrine? Sure Feng gave the leather an incredulous look. Big brother Yi Feng, has something happened? Yenya asked from beside Sure Feng. Everyone in the carriage was curious, looking to Sure Feng for an explanation. This man had remained calm even when he stood against an army of 10,000 players. Yet he stared at the hide Sky Slicer had given him in surprise nothing. I'm just satisfied with the transaction with Sky Slicer, Sure Feng said, chuckling. Although Sure Feng had brushed the matter off verbally, inside, he was ecstatic. Ancient shrines were considerably old and mysterious locations. No one knew who had built them, yet every large-scale otherworld had them. Ancient shrines were extremely dangerous, guarded by powerful monsters. They were also crowded with traps. Even so, players residing in large-scale otherworlds swarmed to these ancient shrines like madmen. This was because ancient shrines housed the passage to travel from their otherworlds to God's domain's continent. As otherworlds experts grew more powerful, they would find clues leading to these ancient shrines. They would then search for the shrine's locations before exploring their interiors. Eventually, they would find God's domain, however. This process normally only started after players reached level 100. The maps that contained these ancient shrines were generally high-level areas. Moreover, the ancient shrines themselves were very well hidden. The animal hide Sky Slicer had given him was a record of all of the locations of and information about the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrines. This item would save players a lot of time. Only now did Sure Feng understand why it had taken an unusual amount of time to appraise the animal hide. There was no doubt that the ancient shrine map in his hand was worth far more than a measly epic item. After all, whoever possessed this map would have full access to the Ice Crystal World as long as he developed the path to one of the ancient shrines. He could freely transfer resources between the Ice Crystal World and his homeworld. The benefits of reselling these items could even tempt super guilds. The sooner he opened this path, the more benefits he'd obtain. According to the ancient shrine map, the easiest ancient shrine to reach was in a level 50 to 70 map. This map was a forbidden land that connected the various NPC cities in the Ice Crystal World. For Coldwind City, this map was the Snow Rift Inley. The map indicated that the Snow Rift's ancient shrine lay under its core region, so it would be extremely difficult to locate by the time anyone discovered the hidden map. Ice Crystal World's mainstream players would have exceeded the recommended level with this map. My trip here has certainly been worth it. Sure Feng began to formulate numerous plans as he inspected the ancient shrine's location. He had come to the Ice Crystal World because of quest. Originally, he would have had to wait until someone from the Ice Crystal World activated an ancient shrine's teleportation gate to return to this world after finishing his quest. Moreover, that was dependent on whether or not the player who discovered the shrine would publish the teleportation gate's location. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ice Crystal World unless he found another teleportation gate on God's domain's continent. However, things had changed. If he could activate an ancient shrine before he left, he would travel between worlds unhindered. This would give Zero Wing an advantage. Moreover, unlike the Dark Den, where he could only take one person with him, the ancient shrine's teleportation gates wouldn't have such a restriction. Of course, he'd have to pay the teleportation fee. Incredibly powerful NPCs guarded ancient shrine's teleportation gates, and each of these NPCs determined the fees based on how much distance separated the two worlds. Generally, the fee ranged between 20 and 50 magic crystals per person, although Sure Feng had once encountered a gate that charged 1 mana stone per person. Usually, only independent elite and expert players could afford to travel back and forth between worlds. However, the cost was nothing compared to the potential profits guilds could gain. After all, every other world had its own specialty resources that were extremely rare in God's domain. If guilds had to pay a small teleportation fee to obtain these precious resources, They would be more than happy to part with the cost right now. Opening a path to the ancient shrine was far more important than obtaining eternalized crystals to Shifeng. As long as he activated the ancient shrine, he'd accept failing the quest and losing his chance to trade eternalized crystals for the Bracelet of Time. He could simply rely on the Ice Crystal World's resources to earn 5 million magic crystals within a month and purchase the Bracelet of Time for the originally stated price. It seems I'll need to make a trip to this ancient shrine later. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng carefully inspected the information on the animal hide. No one should ever underestimate an ancient shrine. Based on his memories, an ancient shrine required a considerable amount of time to raid and conquer, and he was alone in the Ice Crystal World. It wouldn't be easy to clear a path. As for the eternal ice crystals, Shifeng intended to visit the library before making his decision. If he could find a way to obtain the 10 eternal ice crystals, he would save a massive amount of magic crystals. After looking at the ancient shrine map for some time, Shifeng felt his head ache. The ancient shrine in question would be extraordinarily difficult to raid. Only now did he understand why the various otherworld's large guilds required a month to clear out a single shrine. Even a low-level ancient shrine, like the one located below the Snow Rift, was guarded by a level 70 mythic monster. Even the Snow Rift's final boss was a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked 9-headed Earth Dragon. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth alone. He could never defeat a level 70 Mythic-ranked boss. When Shifeng finished examining the ancient shrine map, he turned to Solitary 9 and asked, "Brother 9, would you to help me with something?" "Help you?" Solitary 9 asked, confused. "Yes. I wish to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City," Shifeng stated. Chapter 1455, Adventurer Team Established. Chapter 1455, Adventurer Team Established. Establish an adventurer team. Big Brother Yifeng, are you joking? For a moment, everyone in the advance carriage looked at Shifeng in surprise, wondering if they had misheard. Shifeng had previously expressed his lack of interest in establishing his own force. He had only come to Cold Wind City from another region to complete a quest, yet this man had just stated that he wanted to establish his own adventurer team. They were both confused and excited to hear this. If Shifeng formed an adventurer team, it would undoubtedly flourish. In addition, during the previous battle, Shifeng had made a name for himself in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have any issues establishing a guild, much less an adventurer team. They could already see players lining up to apply. "What do you need our help with?" Solitary 9 asked, practically glowing. He had already decided to join any force this man established. After all, Shifeng's strength and combat standards were far more impressive than his own. Watching Shifeng's battle had opened the doors to a completely new world for him. Unfortunately, Shifeng hadn't shown any interest in setting up his own force, so he hadn't asked the swordsman about it. He had only hoped to form a close relationship with the swordsman and find an opportunity to seek Shifeng's guidance now. However, he didn't need to do so. He could simply join Shifeng's adventurer team. His goal in establishing an adventurer team was to improve his combat standards by delving into God's domain's various ruins and dungeons. He did not like participating in the struggles between guilds. Most importantly, he had always hated the way Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty had operated. Hence, he had established the Aurora Sword adventurer team. He had thought that he and his companions could join Waveheart, Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team, if the guilds put too much pressure on Aurora's sword. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "I'd like to ask your help in advertising and organizing the adventurer team's recruitment." After giving the matter some more thought, he continued, "I don't need a lot of people for the team. 3,000 or 4,000 members will be enough. Official members will have to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least, though the requirement will increase as time goes on." Cold Wind City had its own divine coliseum, and although it wasn't connected to those in other cities, it wouldn't affect players' evaluations. The 5th floor? Yinya's jaw dropped. Big Brother Yifeng, very few people in Cold Wind City will be able to meet that requirement. Most experts can only reach the 4th floor. Yinya was one of Aurora Sword's top-ranked experts, but even she had only recently made it to the 5th floor. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, We could let players take another set of tests before joining the adventurer team, Shifeng said. He then took out the list of Zero Wing's test criteria when recruiting members, displaying it for Solitary 9 and his party. Not all talents in God's domain were powerhouses. Rather than only recruiting those who were already strong, they could also look for players with potential. Players with potential would become reserve members for the moment. Reserve members would then be tested and judged based on their improvement speed. They could become official members once they reached a certain standard. If not, they would have to resort to the primary test, reaching the trial tower's 5th floor. Although this two-stage process was tedious, it helped Zero Wing avoid missing out on potential experts. Of course, there was a minimum requirement to become a reserve member. Players had to reach the trial tower's 4th floor at this stage of the game. The trial tower's 4th floor was still a fairly difficult hurdle for players. However, as player standards continued to improve, more of them would reach the 4th floor. If a player could not even reach the 4th floor, there was no point for them to take the test to become a reserve member. Even so, Shifeng's requirements stunned Solitary 9 and his companions. In Cold Wind City, players who could reach the trial tower's 4th floor were generally recruited to become elite members in one of the 2 major guilds. Yet they would only be reserve members in Shifeng's adventurer team. Once the city's players found out about this, they'd call him a madman. After all, how could an adventurer team offer more benefits than a guild? Convincing 1,000 people to join this man's adventurer team would be immensely difficult, much less 5,000 people. Brother Yifeng, what do you intend to call your adventurer team? Solitary 9 asked the adventurer team's name. Shifeng thought about how others had called him an Asura. Being intensely uncreative, he replied, "Let's call it the Asura Adventurer Team." At first, he had considered simply calling it the Zero Wing Adventurer Team. After all, he had planned to use this adventurer team as reinforcements for Zero Wing's core members. However, after giving the matter some thought, he gave up on the idea. After all, many of God's domain's experts disliked the restrictions guilds imposed on their members. Instead, he could invite the experts that refused to join Zero Wing to his Asura Adventure Team. This way, the Asura Adventurer Team could collect independent experts who disliked guilds, forming a symbiotic relationship with Zero Wing. Then, Brother Yifeng, can my Aurora Sword Adventurer Team join yours? Solitary 9 asked anxiously after taking a deep breath. Of course. It'll help me out quite a bit if you join. As long as your team members can meet one of the 2 requirements, they are welcome, Shifeng said. Smiling, he already had a rough estimation of Solitary 9's strength. He had also listened to Yenya's comments on the matter. Not only was Solitary 9 one of Cold Wind City's top 3 MTs, but he had also reached the last stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. He was only a step away from the 7th. Although he didn't know any advanced combat techniques, he was not that far from the half-step refinement realm. In Zero Wing, he could easily rank among the guild's top 10 MTS. It was quite impressive. Furthermore, Solitary 9 hadn't received any official training like Zero Wing's core members had. The man had reached that standard of his own. Power if Solitary 9 were offered sufficient training and guidance, he could easily reach the half-step refinement realm. Given enough time, reaching the refinement realm wouldn't be much of an issue as such a capable expert. Why wouldn't he welcome Solitary 9 into his adventurer team? Unfortunately, he'd have no choice but to let go the Aurora Sword members who couldn't meet the recruitment requirements. It was important that an organization adhere to its own rules. Otherwise, the organization would lose its members' trust. I understand. Solitary 9 replied. The Asura Adventure Team wanted experts. He'd have no choice but to compensate the Aurora Sword members who didn't make the cut, following which Shifeng and his new companions drew up a list of benefits that the Asura Adventurer Team would offer its members with such a high recruitment requirement. Not many players would apply if they didn't offer appropriate benefits before they realized it. Their advanced carriage had arrived before Cold Wind City's library. What a marvelous library! As soon as Shifeng alighted from the carriage, he could not help but stare at the mountainous building before him. Compared to White River City's library, Cold Wind City's was a giant. The building was well over 300 meters tall. It was large enough to fill 3 sports arenas. At the same time, The library felt ancient, like some long-lost ruin following, which Shifeng activated his Demon Hunter title and approached the entrance. The 4 NPC guards by the doors glanced at Shifeng as he passed by, showing no intention of stopping the swordsman elsewhere. Solitary 9 published the recruitment information for the Asura Adventurer team on Coldwind City's official forums. At the same time, Yinya and the others saw to the necessary arrangements to spread the news throughout the city very quickly. News about Shifeng's and Adventurer team reached every player in Coldwind City. What? He's actually trying to establish an adventurer team? When Thundering Sky, who had recently resurrected, received the news, his expression darkened. Chapter 1456, Adventurer Teams Benefits. Chapter 1456, Adventurer Teams Benefits. Guild Leader. Quite a few of our members have withdrawn from the guild as soon as they heard the news. If we don't do something to stop this, I'm afraid that we'll lose more of our members. Featherwind cautiously reported to Thundering Sky the battle at the auction house dealt a massive blow to Matchless Family's reputation. And because of that, the guild had lost over 1,000 elites and experts, yet, despite such huge losses, Matchless Family couldn't do anything about them after all. The guild was utterly helpless against Shifeng. To make matters worse, Shifeng had decided to establish his own adventurer team. They couldn't afford to provoke Shifeng when he stood alone, but they could still avoid the man. Matchless Family had over 100,000 members. Even if Shifeng were more powerful, he wouldn't be able to damage the guild's foundations if their members spread out. If he had an adventurer team under his control, however, Matchless Family would likely have to face thousands of players in the future. It'd become even harder to deal with this expert, damn it. Just who is he? Why haven't we heard of this guy before? Thundering Sky's expression twisted as he read the latest report. If not for Shifeng's sudden appearance, their plans wouldn't have been interrupted, and he would have secured his hold on Coldwind City Guild leader. Should we contact those people? Featherwind asked softly. It can't be helped. At this rate, Coldwind City will either end up in Centurion Dynasty's hands or the Asura adventure teams. Since they've taken Coldwind City from me, I won't let them have it either. Thundering Sky growled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Contact them. Tell them that Matchless Family is willing to join their guild. However, we require that they destroy Centurion Dynasty and the Asura adventurer team. Although Coldwind City's players couldn't travel to other NPC cities right now, they could communicate with players in these cities offline. An upper echelon from Hecate, a large guild in another NPC city, had contacted Matchless Family, stating Hecate's interest in purchasing the guild. Initially, Thundering Sky had hesitated. After all, Hecate was far more powerful than Matchless Family, controlling more than 5 NPC cities. Hecate even ruled over Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal world's largest NPC city. Thundering Sky wasn't confident of Matchless Family's survival. Should it insult this massive guild, he had hoped to solidify his control over Coldwind City before anyone cleared the Snow Rift. Even if his city were connected with other NPC cities, he'd more or less have the power to withstand outside forces. Now that he had lost any hope of becoming his city's overlord, joining Hecate was his best choice. Once the passage opened, with Hecate's secret support, Matchless Family would send both Centurion Dynasty and Shifeng to meet their maker. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Featherwind then logged out of the game and disappeared from the office. Elsewhere, after splitting up, Solitary 9 and the others took the 3,000 gold Shifeng had given them to purchase a considerably large plot of land from the city hall. They then visited the Adventurers Association to begin their residence's construction. Although the residence was not as luxurious as a guild residence, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Hopeful applicants had already surrounded Asura's residence. Over 4,000 players waited for their evaluation, and this was only the beginning, as expected, of the adventurer team established by Coldwind City's #1 expert. Asura's residence is even larger than Wave Heart's. That's right. I bet it won't be long before Asura becomes the #1 adventurer team in Coldwind City. While the crowd waited for the application process to start, Solitary 9 emerged and posted the recruitment requirements at the entrance as Asura's recruitment standards went public. Many players were shocked. Is the Asura adventure team crazy? Only those who reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor qualify to join? Do they not know what it means to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor? What? Even those who can reach the 4th floor have to deal with further testing? If I had that kind of strength, I would have joined a guild as a core member. Why would I even bother joining an adventure team? Is this really an adventure team? Why do I feel like its recruitment requirements are harsher than a large guild's? With these standards, I doubt that Asura will even recruit 1,000 members. No, it might not even get 500 members. Is the Asura adventurer team toying with us? Crap, isn't this just an adventurer team? Who would be desperate enough to deal with this crap? When the players outside Asura's residence saw the requirements, some laughed, some cursed, and others simply turned and left. Everyone thought that the Asura adventurer team was mod as far as they knew. Asura's recruitment requirements were even higher than a first-rate guild's, not to mention Cold Wind City's guilds. With such high requirements, only a small number of players throughout the Ice Crystal world would bother to join the adventure team after all. Asura was merely an adventurer team. It couldn't offer any significant benefits. An adventurer team just existed to give players an easier time forming teams and parties to raid dungeons and explore ruins. Expert players never needed to worry about finding party members. Furthermore, the Asura adventurer team had only recently been established. Even with an expert like Shadowtooth, without dungeon raid or ruin exploration results, expert players were less inclined to consider an adventurer team commander. Players have stood outside our doors for quite some time now, yet only a few have applied. What should we do? Yinya stated at the crowd outside in frustration. Yinya, stop calling me commander. Now that we've joined the Asura adventurer team, Yi Feng is the commander. I am simply one of Asura's party leaders, Solitary 9 said. Regarding the recruitment issue, the commander has stated that if people don't apply, we'll reveal this benefit to the public. He had mentioned the possibility of this awkward situation to Shadowtooth, and after giving the matter some thought, the man had decided to raise the team members' benefits. Any official member of the Asura adventurer team could use contribution points to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment, as well as the opportunity to learn various combat techniques. What? Co-commander, is that true? Yinya exclaimed when she heard this. Being able to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment from the adventurer team was already impressive. Even Cold Wind City's experts only had a few dark gold items on them. Usually, only guild core members had any access to such items. Yet the Asura's official members could bid on these items. However, the dark gold items paled in comparison to the combat techniques. Most players knew something about combat techniques, mysterious techniques that could significantly improve one's combat power. Unfortunately, very few players actually knew any of these techniques. In fact, neither of Cold Wind City's 2 large guilds had any players that had learned a combat technique yet. The Asura adventurer team offered to teach its members various combat techniques. This felt like a dream. The commander made the decision, so don't worry about it. In any case, publish the information outside. Solitary 9 nodded. He, too, had been surprised when he had heard Shadowtooth's decision, following which Yinya ran to the notice board outside the residence's entrance and published this shocking announcement. Chapter 1457, Clue to Evolution. Chapter 1457, Clue to Evolution. Cold Wind City's library. As soon as Shadowtooth entered the library, he felt as if he had just stepped into a different world. The library didn't contain any books whatsoever. Instead, the hall included a starry sky and organized shrubbery. Creeks and bridges snaked through the main hall. From time to time, one caught sight of glittering, translucent balls of water rising from the creeks before they dispersed into tiny drops. All of these creeks originated from a single location. The massive water ball hovering in the center of the hall. Not even Star Moon City's library was this beautiful, an amazing library. It's fully automated with the use of magic water balls. The mana density is double that of outside. If players could practice their spells in here, their learning efficiency would double, maybe triple. Shadowtooth could not help his surprise when he sensed the building's mana. However, Shadowtooth was surprised to see only a few magical class players in the library. At a glance, he only counted 200 to 300 players. It was an abnormally small number for a library. What he didn't know was that one had to become a baron before they could enter Coldwind City's library, if not for sure Fang's the Demon Hunter title. The level 180 NPC guards at the entrance would have chased him away. He didn't give the matter too much thought, though. He approached the central water ball and began to search for information on the eternalized crystals. It was far more convenient to search through the magic water ball than it would be to leaf through numerous books. There sure is a lot of information here. Shurfeng was astonished when his search for the eternalized crystal came back with over 100 results normally. He'd be lucky if he got 10 or so results for a particular search. Fortunately, it was usually enough information to find the item they wanted, yet hundreds of entries mentioned the eternalized crystals. This almost guaranteed that he could find the crystal's location following, which Shurfeng browsed through the information. How is this possible? What Shurfeng found shocked him. The eternalized crystal was actually a mana crystal. Only, due to the ice crystal world's influence, the power of frost tainted these mana crystals, transforming them into eternalized crystals. These crystals could be found in the ice crystal world's various forbidden lands, but only Great Lord rank bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Unfortunately, these bosses wouldn't drop complete eternalized crystals. Rather, they had a very low chance of dropping ice crystal fragments. One had a 50% chance of successfully synthesizing 10 ice crystal fragments into one completely eternal ice crystal. No wonder she gave me a month for this quest. It's certainly not going to be easy. Shurfeng frowned. Although the Snow Rift was a forbidden land, it didn't have many field bosses. Considering the low drop rate and the 50% success rate, it would take a long time to obtain one eternalized crystal, much less 10. I guess I need to hurry now that he knew that eternalized crystals were actually mana crystals. He had even more reason to obtain them. He also needed mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade, although the Tier 1 Abyssal Blade was plenty powerful. Particularly when it came to compatibility rate, its basic attributes weren't quite on the level of top-tier epic weapons. He wanted to evolve the Abyssal Blade, but he hadn't found any mana crystals, so he had been forced to set the matter aside for some time. If he could evolve the Abyssal Blade once more, he'd be more confident of defeating the Ancient Shrine's Guardian boss armed with this new information. Shurfeng was glad he had decided to establish an adventurer team in Coldwind City. He wouldn't have had any hope of collecting enough eternal ice crystals in time if he were alone, following which Shurfeng left the library and hurried towards Asura's residence. Shortly after the Asura adventurer team had published the new benefits, the crowd outside the team's residence went into an uproar. What? Members can trade contribution points for combat techniques. Asura is actually willing to teach combat techniques. Not even the city's two large guilds offer that benefit. Although Coldwind City had many experts, only a handful had learned combat techniques. These experts treated these techniques like family heirlooms, refusing to teach any outsider, but the general public knew how powerful combat techniques were. A player with a combat technique could easily defeat one without. Moreover, unlike skills and spells, players could improve their combat standards while they learn a technique. This was yet another reason that experts refused to teach others their techniques. They adamantly refused all sorts of payment for the training, yet the Asura adventure team wanted to teach its members various combat techniques. The news stunned countless players. None of them doubted the validity of Asura's offer. As Coldwind City's #1 expert, Shurfeng certainly knew many combat techniques. There wasn't anything surprising about him teaching his members one or two of these techniques. Moreover, the more powerful an expert was, the more they would value their promises. After a short moment, players crowded the previously empty registration area. The crowd even included players who had yet to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. These players begged Solitary 9 to give them a chance and let them become reserve members for a time. Solitary 9 and the other players manning the registration area were incredibly busy. More players had come to apply than they had expected. Even 5th floor experts were rushing to put in their applications. Among these experts, many had been main force members from well-known adventurer teams or experts from the two large guilds. In less than 30 minutes, Asura had over 100 official members and 500 reserve members. Unfortunately, Solitaire 9 rejected every player who hadn't yet reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor, telling these players to return after they did so. News of the Asura adventurer team's offer to teach its members combat techniques quickly spread throughout the city. It became a hot topic among these players, and many expressed their intention to join the organization. The city's 2 large guilds suffered headaches because of this. They had planned to ridicule Asura for its high recruitment requirements, but now they were only frustrated over the new adventurer team. If Asura gathered enough experts and taught them combat techniques, there was no doubt that the adventurer team would become Cold Wind City's overlord. Guild leader, I've notified Hecate. However, more than 500 players have already joined Asura. At this rate, Asura will rule the city long before Hecate opens a path to Cold Wind City, Featherwind said, shocked as he overlooked the statistics he had recently received. This won't do. Go. And no, we'll go and find Waveheart. Even if we have to pay a high price, we have to form an alliance with the adventurer team and convince them to deal with Asura, Thundering Sky said as he stood. He had hoped to avoid allying with Waveheart to deal with Asura, but it'd be enough if the adventurer team helped Matchless Family survive until Hecate arrived. Guild leader, a report just came in. Waveheart's Lifeless Thorn has led a team to Asura's residence. By the looks of it, Lifeless Thorn plans to take action, Featherwind said, smiling coldly at the latest report. Lifeless Thorn was a battle maniac. Since his debut in Cold Wind City, not a single expert he had challenged had lasted more than 5 moves. Eventually, he had become Cold Wind City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. Not even the city's main guilds could do anything against the man and were forced to ignore his existences, making a move. Thundering Sky could not help but laugh. This is going to be interesting. Let's go. We're heading to the residence to watch this play out. Chapter 1458, Demigod-ranked expert. Chapter 1458, Demigod-ranked expert. Cold Wind City, Asura adventurer team's residence. As soon as Shurfeng stepped out of the advanced carriage, he was greeted by a sea of people crowding around the residence's entrance. It was even more lively than an imperial capital's auction house. Why are so many people here? Shurfeng was confused to see such a large crowd. Around a dozen people stood before the registration area, the leader of which was a man in icy blue armor, holding a purple spear in his right hand. Although this man stood in silence, the surrounding players had distanced themselves from him, creating a wide, open space clearing aside from this man's companions. No player dared to move within 20 yards of him. I hadn't expected Lifeless Thorn to visit. Why do you think he's here? Do you really need to ask? He's here to issue a challenge. Lifeless Thorn was Cold Wind City's #1 expert. Now that someone has usurped his position, he must be here to reclaim his status. Indeed, I've heard Waveheart members talk about how bored he is because he hasn't been able to find someone who can put up a decent fight. He's been spending time in the Forbidden Land to open a path to other NPC cities so he can find new experts to challenge. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of the 2 experts will win the duel. You can't figure that out on your own? Lifeless Thorn is definitely going to win. He's invincible in Cold Wind City. On the other hand, the mysterious swordsman has only made a name for himself recently. I wonder if that swordsman will accept Lifeless Thorn's challenge. The spectating crowd discussed the potential duel between Shurfeng and Lifeless Thorn. They all anticipated the fight between these 2 powerful experts. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn has grown stronger again. He's replaced his old weapon, too. His last weapon was a top-tier, level 45, dark gold spear called Meteor Spear. It had been crimson red, and I've heard that Lifeless Thorn had found it in a dark gold treasure chest. It seems that he had earned quite the harvest from the Snow Rift, Featherwind said, smiling as he gazed at the purple spear in the berserker's hand. That damnable swordsman is in trouble. Indeed, if Lifeless Thorn gets serious, not even Sky Slicer and I would have any hope against him. That's why Hecate has been urging us to do everything we can to recruit him. It's a pity that he isn't interested in joining a guild. I doubt he even would have joined Waveheart if not for the help in obtaining better weapons and equipment. Thundering Sky said as he tried to sort out a tangle of complex emotions. He had always treated Lifeless Thorn like the biggest thorn in his side, But even Hecate had warned him not to provoke the man now. Lifeless Thorn would finally be of some use to him. Lifeless, I already told you that our commander isn't here. Standing here is pointless. If you want to challenge the commander, I'll let him know once he's finished his tasks and returns. Solitary 9 growled, frustrated with Lifeless Thorn obstructing the registration area. Solitary 9 had personally experienced this man's power. The gap between them was massive. Despite being one of the top 3 MTs in Cold Wind City, he had only lasted 3 moves against Lifeless Thorn. From start to end, he had been powerless to retaliate. Moreover, their duel had been over a month ago. Now, Lifeless Thorn radiated an even more frightening feeling. With a single glance from the man, Solitary 9 felt as if he trudged through a muddy swamp, his movement growing sluggish on the surface. The 2 large guilds ruled over Cold Wind City. In reality, however, these guilds only operated as they wished because of Lifeless Thorn's disinterest in struggles over power and resources. Since the Berserker blocked off the registration area, who would be bold enough to come forth to apply to Asura? That won't be a problem. I have plenty of spare time. If I can't face him today, then you can contact your commander and inform him of my challenge, Lifeless Thorn said, smiling. He can choose the time and place. It doesn't matter to me. 9. You know that Lifeless is a battle maniac. Once he has made a decision, nothing can stop him. Just contact your commander, Cleansing Whistle advised. In reality, she, too, was curious to see who would win a fight between Sure Fong and Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn might have claimed that he wasn't a match for the newcomer, but he was simply being humble. She was fully aware of the man's true power. Not only had he obtained the top-tier, epic weapon, Thunder Spear, but he had also obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, a peak legacy even throughout the Ice Crystal world. Lifeless Thorn could rank near the top. How could he possibly lose to some unknown swordsman? You guys. As Solitary 9 struggled with his frustration, a deep voice reached him from down the hall. Right, I accept your challenge. Everyone immediately turned towards a voice commander. Solitary 9 gave Sure Fong a confused look as he approached. Sure Fong had told him that he needed to concentrate on finding certain information, and they shouldn't disturb him unless it were of the utmost importance. Hence, he had avoided contacting the commander. Ha ha ha. You've finally shown yourself. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Sure Fong, who hid his name and appearance, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. He said, I knew an expert like you wouldn't refuse a challenge. The crowd had gasped when they heard Sure Feng's answer. They hadn't expected the Asura adventurer team to accept the challenge. I'll agree to your challenge, but a simple duel would be too boring. Why don't we make a bet? Sure Fong asked, smiling. Even during his previous life, he had heard of this man, one of the 12 sacred berserkers, Lightning Warrior. Lifeless Thorn had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 berserker god. This player had become so famous in the past because he had provoked the super guild, King's Return. Although the guild eventually killed him, his defeat had been glorious during the final battle. King's Return had dispatched 3 Tier 5 players to suppress Lifeless Thorn, yet he had killed one of these Tier 5 players before he had fallen. In the end, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert had joined the fray, and Lifeless Thorn had faltered and died. Lifeless Thorn's rise to prominence had been extremely fast. Although he had been incredibly famous in his own otherworld, he had only become truly renowned after venturing to God's Domain's continent. Once there, he had caused quite the commotion as he had challenged and defeated one expert from the God's Domain experts list after another. It hadn't taken him long to rank among the top 50 on the list, if not for the fact that he had remained a solo player, refusing to join any organization. He wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 5 if he hadn't been so stubborn and simply joined some random, first-rate guild. He would have likely become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Sure Fong had never thought that he'd encounter Lifeless Thorn in the Ice Crystal world. He was truly blessed in the past. Lifeless Thorn had never joined a guild, but now that Sure Fong had established his own adventurer team, he could attempt to recruit the Berserker. It'd be almost as good as convincing the man to join Zero Wing. If Sure Fong succeeded, he'd have yet another powerful supporter. Chapter 1459. Battle for Number 1. Chapter 1459. Battle for Number 1. A bet. Smiling, Lifeless Thorn responded without hesitation. That won't be a problem. Even if you hadn't offered, I would have. I just wonder if you're brave enough to accept my wager. When they heard Lifeless Thorn's reply, Waveheart's members sent Shurfeng provocative glances. At the same time, their gazes contained a hint of pity. They acted as if they already knew this bet's outcome. Solitary 9 finally realized what was happening. Quickly, he whispered to Shurfeng, "Commander, you must not agree to his bet. He wants your combat techniques." Not long ago, he had challenged every expert in Cold Wind City who had their own combat technique and forced the defeated to teach him. That's why he's become so powerful. Combat techniques? Realization dawned on Shurfeng. He had been confused by how fast Lifeless Thorn had accepted his offer. Now, he knew why the man was so eager. He had proposed a bet to create an opportunity where he could recruit Lifeless Thorn into the Asura adventurer team. He hadn't expected this berserker to have designs on him, as well. Combat techniques were precious in God's domain. The various large guilds that had their own only taught their most important members. Everyone else would have to rely on others' battle videos, either mimicking those with combat techniques or creating their own. Shurfeng now understood why Lifeless Thorn had risen so quickly on God's domain's continent. Yuri, the one who suggested a bet. "Are you chickening out?" Lifeless Thorn ridiculed as he glanced at Shurfeng. "I have no issues. I'll accept your wager as long as it is within my capabilities to fulfill. Every core member in Zero Wing could learn the guild's combat techniques. Even if Lifeless Thorn didn't want to gamble combat techniques, if he joined Asura, he could easily purchase them with enough contribution points." "Good." Hearing Shurfeng's reply, Lifeless Thorn hurriedly said, "My request is simple. If I win, you teach me that special footwork technique you used earlier. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want." Ordinary players would have watched Shurfeng's battle against Matchless Family as entertainment. They wouldn't have examined the swordsman's skills. However, he had realized that Shurfeng's disappearing act wasn't the result of the skill, but due to the man employing a special footwork technique to fool his opponent's eyes. He had never even heard of such powerful footwork before. Compared to this combat technique, those he had learned were garbage. Although Asura had declared that its members could purchase combat techniques with contribution points, he was fully aware that there were differences between techniques. This swordsman would never let his adventurer team's members trade CP for such an effective footwork technique. This guy really has a big appetite. He's actually aiming for Big Brother Yi Feng's unique combat technique right at the bat. He is shameless. Yinya stared at Lifeless Thorn with contempt. Solitary 9 and the others nodded in agreement. They had a rough understanding of combat techniques as well. For example, offensive combat techniques were the most common, while defensive combat techniques were much rarer. Footwork and breathing techniques were the rarest, capable of enhancing a player's maneuverability. If a player learned one of those, their combat power could reach a whole new level. Yet, despite understanding the value of such a technique, Lifeless Thorn shamelessly asked for it. "That's all?" Shurfeng asked, "Yeah, that's all I want. Do you accept?" Lifeless Thorn nodded, curious about Shurfeng's calm reaction. "I don't have any problems with that. My request is pretty simple as well. If I win, you have to join the Asura adventurer team," Shurfeng said, smiling. "Deal. I'll join Asura if you can defeat me." Lifeless Thorn agreed without hesitation. However, he continued, "To ensure that our duel is fair, we'll use balance mode." An uproar ripped through the crowd when they heard this. Lifeless Thorn, "Aren't you asking for too much? Not only have you asked for a powerful combat technique if you win, but you dare to ask for balance mode. You're Cold Wind City's #1 expert. How is this fair?" Solitary 9 cursed. In a balanced mode PvP, the opponent's basic attributes would equalize, and any level or tier suppression would be rendered useless. Normally, players only use this mode if they wanted to compare their techniques. Although I like PvP, I have no interest in one-sided oppression, Lifeless Thorn declared righteously after watching Shurfeng's battle video. He realized how high the swordsman's basic attributes were. He definitely wasn't a match for the swordsman. Although he was proud of his strength, he wasn't blindly confident. Let's use balance mode." The suggestion didn't particularly surprise Shurfeng. If Lifeless Thorn could not tell the difference between their basic attributes despite watching his battle video, he wouldn't want to recruit the man for the Asura Adventurer Team Good. Let's sign a contract, then. Hearing Sure Feng's consent, Lifeless Thorn pulled out a contract he had prepared earlier. All it was missing was Sure Feng's signature. After reading through the contract, Sure Feng signed it. With the main god system as the judge, no one could deny the duel's outcome, following which Sure Feng and Lifeless Thorn headed to one of the Divine Colosseum's combat rooms. The combat room, which could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, was full. The large screen in the main hall would live-stream the duel. Almost every player in Coldwind City with nothing better to do made their way to the Divine Colosseum to watch the match. This duel would determine Coldwind City's true #1 expert. No one wanted to miss this. Asura's commander is pretty arrogant. He dares to face Lifeless Thorn in balanced mode. He'll humiliate himself, Cleansing Whistle stated, smiling faintly at Sure Feng, who stood in the arena. That's right. Brother Lifeless Split Spear is no laughing matter. Even Shadowless, the city's second-ranked expert, couldn't evade it after activating a Berserk skill. Now that Brother Lifeless has the Thunder Spear, his Split Spear is even stronger. He can probably instant-kill Shadowless now, a level 45 shield warrior said. Nodding while Wave Hearts members merrily chatted, the timer above the stage began to count down as if he had become someone completely different. Lifeless Thorn began to release a bone-chilling killing intent. The look in his eyes had changed as well. He felt like a ferocious beast. Tension gripped the stage as the seconds ticked by, and the players in the stands felt stifled the moment the timer reached 0. Lifeless Thorn activated twofold Berserk, his aura becoming explosively intense. The Berserker knew he couldn't afford to be careless against Sure Feng. If this fight had happened before he had obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, he would have hesitated to challenge Sure Feng. The swordsman's combat techniques were clearly superior to his. He would have been asking for a beating if he had challenged a man to a balanced mode duel. However, Peak Legacies granted Legacy Berserk skills, which could be used in conjunction with ordinary Berserk skills. If he activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes would exceed Sure Feng's by leaps and bounds. Even if Sure Feng's combat standards were superior, the swordsman could never make up for the gap in attributes. I have a hidden class. Don't blame me for hiding it. You only have yourself to blame for being careless. I'll gladly take that footwork technique now. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Sure Feng before activating Charge and advancing. Chapter 1460, Complete Suppression. Chapter 1460, Complete Suppression. After activating Charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20-plus yards separating him and Sure Feng. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 afterimages at Sure Feng from different angles. It was impossible to find a real weapon among the fakes. How has his Split Spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp when he had dueled Lifeless Thorn. The Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image, forced to rely on luck and hope he blocked the real weapon yet. The Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprised Wave Hearts members. Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent, as since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Sure Feng would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this. Yet he refused to give Sure Feng any time to adapt with so many advantages. The Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel as the numerous spear images were about to devour Sure Feng. A blue light flashed before him, following which a loud explosion shook the arena. followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear had stopped an inch from Sure Fang's neck. Impossible. Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless Split Spear. Why'd it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up? The other Wave Heart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with Split Spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky, of course. Nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn, however. The Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed Split Spear again, sending another 20-plus spear images thrusting at Sure Fang. Before the spear images reached Sure Fang, another blue light flashed. This time, the Thunder Spear stopped several centimeters away from Sure Fang's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Wave Hearts members watched Sure Fang in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected Lifeless Split Spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split Spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Sure Fang, the swordsman located the real Thunder Spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Sure Fang took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind Slash, his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the Berserker. Dang. A loud clang echoed throughout the venue, following which Sure Fang reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Sure Fang hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry as expected of the Lightning Warrior. His reactions are so fast. Sure Fang smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating, killing ray split sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone against Sure Fang, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment. The immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques to Sure Fang, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player. Lifeless Thorn's Split Spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the Berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent in a clash of techniques. The player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, it was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his Split Spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, "I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique. However, combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills." Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his Split Spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts, it was more than enough time. Guild Leader, Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Asura's commander will definitely lose, Featherwind excitedly announced. Good. As expected of the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert. If Sure Fang lost, Lifeless Thorn would be Cold Wind City's undisputed number 1 expert. The Asura Adventurer team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Cold Wind City. As the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's large guilds sighed with relief, Sure Fang walked towards his opponent. You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Sure Fang said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and 9 Dragons suddenly. The intensity of Sure Fang's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms manifested around him. You have a hidden class as well? Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Sure Fang's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents. Even if his techniques were inferior, however, based on the man's aura, Sure Fang's basic attributes were now much higher than his opponent's 12 Phantom swords even outnumbered his prided adjudication spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Sure Fang appeared before him and lightly swung, killing Ray Tier 2 legacy skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared as if time had frozen. Silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. Chapter 1461, Abyssal Blade Evolves. Chapter 1461, Abyssal Blade Evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won. Just like that? So fast. I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Sure Fang and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process. After watching the duel, the expert players that had hesitated over joining the Asura adventurer team swore that they would join. Just who is this guy? Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Sure Fang descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Sure Fang and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Asura adventurer team lording over Cold Wind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Asura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Waveheart intends to do now. Yenya and the other Asura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered, and a new legend was born in Cold Wind City. Asura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Cold Wind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost? He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Sure Fang had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots, even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his adjudication spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks. In the end, nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Sure Fang. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Sure Fang. I sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Asura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer. Lifeless Thorn said, ask away. I'll answer as best as I can. Sure Fang offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region. Sure Fang acknowledged, not bothering to hide the truth. The conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful, unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Sure Fang, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. I knew it. Eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked, "Are there a lot of experts where you come from?" "A lot. Too many to count," Shurfeng responded after giving the matter some thought. Shurfeng realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks, of course. Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on two fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help then. Can you take me there? I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Asura adventurer team. I won't join any other power. Hearing Shurfeng's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Asura to develop elsewhere, Shurfeng said, shaking his head in reality. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well, but he couldn't return to God's domain until he collected the Eternal Ice Crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine. Yet we'll leave once you finish your task. Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. "Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more, the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them." Shurfeng explained. "Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away." Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. "Hold on a minute. Before you go, take a look at these." Shurfeng snatched the impatient Berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for Void Steps. "This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you." Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique, which Shurfeng taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Asura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Shurfeng to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged toward Asura's residence in a few short hours. Asura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so many experts made it easier for Shurfeng to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000-plus Asura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way, he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others' help. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Shurfeng could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow. Using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments, he had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence, he claimed one ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 Great Lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so Grand Lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord-ranked field bosses. On the bright side, since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Shurfeng constantly slaughtered bosses. Shurfeng only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on divine providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals during this period. Shifeng had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' level skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Shifeng had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the Eternal Ice Crystals. I hope this will work. Shifeng took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the Eternal Ice Crystals as the evolution material. Chapter 1462, Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Chapter 1462, Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Even after Shifeng selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Shifeng frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Shifeng was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System replacement evolution material detected. Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the Eternal Ice Crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Abandon the power of frost. Although he was confused, Shifeng ecstatically clicked continue. Suddenly, the 10 Eternal Ice Crystals in Shifeng's hands shattered. 2 clouds of smoke, one black and one white, emerging from their remains. Following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Shifeng, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Shifeng felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state after evolving. The Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now, the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes! Shifeng exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1,720. All attributes plus 130. Attack speed plus 24. Ignore levels plus 18. Attacks half. 60% chance to cause 220% damage, 37% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20% if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 5, increase free ability points, receive for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment tier 2. Can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to tier 3. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill, tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration 1 minute, 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind, tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragons / tier 2. Instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse, tier 2. prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds, and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional profound inheritance. Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 8 hours. The famed smith Aulises personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects have become much stronger than an epic weapon. The Abyssal Bind strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the Ancient Shrine have increased by 10%. Shurfong was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternalized crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall now. All he had to do was collect the required 10 eternalized crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the Ancient Shrine. After Shurfong returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Shurfong held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1,000 HP each second. What is this thing? Shurfong was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered what a strong frost power. Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Shurfong looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Shurfong could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 Ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 Ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1,000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Shurfong clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled, one system notification after another reached his ears before Shurfong could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement: a player has activated the new expansion pack, Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement: this new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4 hours. System: you have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Shurfong was stunned no matter how he looked at it. This new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update, however. Shurfeng didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. When Shurfeng tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him as he read the text. Shurfeng was stunned. This is an elemental source? Shurfeng couldn't believe his eyes. Source of true frost. Contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 Luminaries crystals, and these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Shurfeng had used in the past had been refined by a Grandmaster Forger who used an elemental source. To obtain the weapon, he had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's Domain. Although hiring a Master Forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grandmaster. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Shurfeng now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players. That had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game after the first elemental source had appeared in the game. The crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Shurfeng realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk at first. Everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Shurfeng then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Shurfeng opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set before Shurfeng had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin. A series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Shurfeng left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the ice crystal world and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible, he had remained in the game for 3 days straight. Finally willing to let go. Shurfeng smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow. Recently, nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that Gentle Snow had finally captured Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly, but Shurfeng wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts. Ouroboros' training center will become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space as Shurfeng browsed through the other messages. His virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix. Shurfeng reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wing's members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Shurfeng asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with 9 Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason, something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected. Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him. Now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Black Flame can lend me a few experts on the raid. Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Shurfeng. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yuuru, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin. Her guild had found. Shurfeng was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins? Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Shurfeng asked after calming down. We activated the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest. Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd ask such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Shurfeng. After giving the matter some thought, he said, if you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it. However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtained during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships' construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Shurfeng's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, that's a level 50 to level 60, grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Shurfeng understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. Chapter 1464. Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Chapter 1464. Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Phoenix Rain hesitated for a moment after hearing Shurfeng's answer. 9 Dragons Emperor had activated the quest for the ancient ruin before she could, so he had a considerable advantage in the raid. Hence, she had decided to borrow experts from Shurfeng. After all, the resources inside the ancient ruin would be of considerable help to the contest on Thunder Island. An ancient ruin was like a land of treasure. It was a type of secret land. By completing special quests, one could obtain a key to open the secret land's gates. Since 9 Dragons Emperor had completed the activation quest, he had obtained the first key. As a grade 1 ancient ruin, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team to enter with 1,000 members. In addition, there was a time and level limit. The ancient ruin hid bountiful treasure, and one could obtain as many items as they wanted within the allotted time. Players raiding the ancient ruin for the first time would gain the most only. Feng's asking price was a little too high. She had already invested a lot of manpower and resources, yet this man wanted 20% of the harvest. Most importantly, the Sunset Forest was a Grade 1 ancient ruin. It would be far more difficult to raid than a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. She wasn't confident that Zero Wing had the strength to raid the ancient ruin. Take some time to consider the matter. In any case, Sunset Forest will activate on the same day as the contest for Thunder Island, with one in the morning and the other at night. There's still some time. Feng said, "You know the activation time?" Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Sunset Forest's activation time was a secret. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only learned about it after obtaining the Secret Land key. The activation time was also the reason that she was so anxious. If she could claim the ruin's treasures, she could boost her force's combat power, increasing her chances of success on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush to gather experts. He read about it in an ancient tome. The tome also mentioned something about the final Guardian boss. Feng said casually. In reality, he had never read about the ancient ruin in any book, but certain ancient tomes did mention various ruins in the game. He had used the lie as a way to convince Phoenix Rain that he had a method to raid the Sunset Forest in ancient tome. Realization dawned on Phoenix Rain. The Great Pavilion Master had learned about the Sunset Forest from some ancient book as well. Only after his research had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion investigated the ancient ruin and its activation quest. It wasn't unusual to learn that Feng had learned about the Sunset Forest in the same way. "All right, I agree to your offer. However, the precondition is that you can actually raid the Sunset Forest." "That's only natural." Feng nodded. "All right. We'll meet up tomorrow in Apocalypse City." Phoenix Rain responded before disconnecting the call, following which Feng started to prepare. First, he sent Melancholic Smile a message, getting her to send some people around the continent to purchase elemental sources through they couldn't spend more than 300 gold per item. That price was the equivalent of an epic ranked material item. If the price exceeded that amount, others could become suspicious. After taking care of that, Feng notified Aqua Rose to lead a team to a neutral map, the Flaming Rain Mountains, to grind for flame potions. The potion was necessary to raid the Sunset Forest. As Feng finished delegating and waited patiently for God's Domain's system update to finish, a call came in from Liang Jing, head instructor. "The White Tiger Dojo has sent someone to see you again. The representative has stated that the White Tiger Dojo has agreed to your conditions and would like to invite you to discuss the details." Liang Jing reported they've agreed. Feng suddenly remembered his conversation with the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan regarding his price for nurturing their experts. He then revealed a smile and said, "Tell the representative that I've doubled my price. They can take it or leave it." Even if the White Tiger Dojo had talented members, training them to take on the Trial Tower's 6th floor wouldn't be a simple task. Nurturing 506th floor experts for 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't a worthwhile trade. Had the White Tiger Dojo agreed to his offer earlier, he would have stayed true to his word. However, times had changed. Understood. Liang Jing nodded, following which Liang Jing conveyed Feng's decision to Xiechuan, who had waited in a reception room. "What? Double the price?" Xiechuan was dumbfounded when he heard the decision. He shouted, "Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Does he really doubt that the White Tiger Dojo can train its own experts?" "I apologize, but this is our head instructor's will. I can't do anything about his decisions," Liang Jing said. In reality, she was curious about what business Feng had with the White Tiger Dojo to warrant one visit after another from a genius like Xiechuan. "Good. Just wait. He'll regret this decision." Xiechuan then left in a fit of rage. After 4 hours, Feng returned to his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's Domain. Upon entering God's Domain, Feng contacted Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others, having them select experts from the Adventurer team to form a 100-man team. He then used a return scroll to teleport to Cold Wind City. He had planned to help Lifeless Thorn and the others level up some more before raiding the ancient shrine. opening the teleportation channel, but Phoenix Rain's request had forced him to move his plans up a few days. While he had been out killing the Snow Rift's field bosses, he has sent some people to the library to research the ancient shrine. Because of them, he now had a better understanding of the area after returning to Cold Wind City. Surefeng returned to the adventurer team's residence and retrieved a large amount of materials. He then began to produce the 9-star Polar Domain magic array. He and his team had zero chance of defeating the Guardian boss in a head-on confrontation. He had planned to use magic arrays to suppress the boss and rely on Zerg tactics to distract it while damaging it with miniature ballistas. However, the situation had changed. He now had the source of true frost, which was also why he had made his promise to Phoenix Rain. Elemental sources contained a purer energy than that in 7 Luminaries crystals. Naturally, said energy was useful in many aspects, the most beneficial of which was in forging weapons and equipment. Similarly, elemental sources could be used in crafting magic arrays, and magic array would receive a massive power boost if crafted with an elemental source. Unfortunately, they were one-time use items, and using such a rare material was the epitome of extravagance, but Surefeng couldn't care less. The sooner he opened the teleportation channel, the sooner he could open trade between God's Domain's continent and the Ice Crystal world. Doing so would be far more profitable than Stone Forest Town and the Quiet Workshop. Surefeng retrieved one material after another. He then began to produce magic array scrolls very quickly. Surefeng had a stack of 9 magic array scrolls. When he reached the final step, adding magic crystals to the scrolls, Surefeng stopped abruptly and took a deep breath. Rather than selecting the magic crystals, he retrieved the source of extreme/true frost from his bag. A moment Surefeng did so, his arm froze solid. He very quickly placed the elemental source in the center of the scrolls. The source of extreme/true frost gasified rapidly. Streams of cold mist flowed into the stack of magic array scrolls, following which the scroll's power began to increase. By the time the magic array scrolls absorbed every drop of power from the elemental source, the workshop's temperature had dropped drastically. Even with his high ice resistance, Surefeng couldn't help but shiver. The originally dark purple magic array scrolls lightened to an icy blue. Had Surefeng not been prepared, using Earth Dragon skin as the scroll's base material, the magic array scrolls would have exploded from so much energy. Surefeng waited until the turbulent power within the magic array scrolls calmed before storing the magic array scrolls. Produced with elemental sources are pretty impressive. I wonder how the effects have changed. Surefeng clicked to inspect the new 9-star Polar Domain magic array scrolls. Chapter 1465, Top Tier, 8-piece set. Chapter 1465, Top Tier, 8-piece set. So, this is the power of an elemental source. Surefeng stared at the icy blue scroll's attribute panel in shock that a 9-star Polar Domain was an intermediate magic array. Normally, it had no problems containing and suppressing Great Lord-ranked monsters. It was even somewhat effective against Grand Lords. Of course, Mythic monsters could easily break free with a few attacks. However, after improving the 9-star Polar Domain with the source of extreme/true frost, the magic array had undergone a heaven-defying change, although it still required 9 players to activate and maintain it. Now, it could suppress trapped enemies' attributes by 70%. It could even weaken a mythic monster by as much as 50%. Most advanced magic arrays could barely suppress a mythic monster's attributes by 30%. Now, the mutated 9-star Polar Domain magic array could rival a master magic array. It's a pity that it's only a one-time use item. It would be great if I could use it a few more times. Surefeng was slightly disappointed with such a powerful magic array. He could lead Zero Wing's main force to a neutral map, hunting its various Mythic-ranked field bosses. The harvest they could gain from securing the first kills would be beyond imagination. However, Surefeng only played with the idea. He knew full well that the main god system would not permit such a thing. After he finished the scrolls, Surefeng hurried to Cold Wind City's Forging Association, intending to upgrade his team's equipment. The Forging Association in Cold Wind City was different from those on God's Domain's continent. Similar to Cold Wind City's library, the Forging Association was ancient. It was likely older than Star Moon Kingdom itself. However, it was due to this Forging Association that the Ice Crystal World's crafting standards were significantly higher than in his home world at first. Shurfeng had assumed it was due to the abundance of rare materials in the Ice Crystal World, but in truth, that was only part of the reason. The real reason for these players' success was the Forging Association. The Forging Association here could rival Titan City's Lifestyle Association. Only, it lacked the massive databank and high mana density. In addition, the Forging Association in Cold Wind City had the Forging Guidance System, which allowed players to purchase one-time use forging designs with magic crystals for level 45 fine gold forging designs. The prices range between 10 and 50 magic crystals for level 45 dark gold forging designs. The prices range between 100 to 150 magic crystals. Although these one-time use designs were expensive, they gave players an advantage that wasn't available to those who learned from the Real. Forging designs. These players could increase their success rates with magic crystals for fine gold weapons and equipment. Players could increase their success rate to a maximum of 25%. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players could increase it to 15%. This was a considerable boon to advanced forgers. With the 15% bonus on top of their original success rate, an advanced forger could easily achieve an overall success rate of 30% or above when forging a dark gold item if one avoided mistakes during the forging process. They could craft one dark gold weapon or piece of equipment for every 3 tries. However, while mass-producing fine gold items was easy, the same couldn't be said for dark gold items. It was far more difficult to obtain the necessary materials, which generally dropped from high-level Great Lords and Grand Lords. Not every team could kill monsters of such caliber. It was also more difficult due to the required amount of magic crystals to increase one's forging success rate with dark gold weapons or equipment by 15%. They'd have to pay an additional 100 magic crystals. Including the cost of the forging design, each attempt could easily cost anywhere from 200 to 250 magic crystals, and that was excluding any magic crystals required to produce the item itself. While coins were easy to earn at this stage of the game, magic crystals were not. Although Cold Wind City's players had an abundance of fine gold weapons and equipment, they lacked dark gold ranked items. Only the city's 2 large guilds had a substantial stock. Fortunately, Shurfeng wasn't concerned about either issue. During the last 3 days, he had spent his time killing level 50 plus Great Lords and Grand Lords, obtaining a large stock of materials. As for magic crystals, he still had over 30,000 on him. That was more than enough to produce weapons and equipment. Hello, sir. How may I be of service? An NPC receptionist greeted Shurfeng sweetly. I wish to rent a special mana forging room for 2 hours. Shurfeng stated the mana forging rooms had greater mana density than the average forging room. Though they weren't on the level of a meditation room of the same rank, they could improve a player's concentration. Understood, sir. That will be 50 silver, the NPC receptionist said as she offered Shurfeng a key, handing over the 50 silver coins. Shurfeng grabbed the key and went to the Forging Association's top floor. The Ice Crystal World's forging guidance system is amazing, Shurfeng thought as he opened the forging guidance system for the special mana forging room. Previously, he had thought that the forging guidance system only offered fine gold and dark gold weapon and equipment designs. Now, he discovered that it also sold set equipment designs, as Shurfeng wondered why he hadn't seen anyone in Cold Wind City wearing fine gold or dark gold set equipment. His eyes fell on the designs' price tags. The designs for level 45 dark gold equipment only cost 100 magic crystals. To purchase the designs for 6 pieces, one would have to spend 600 crystals. However, the design for a 6-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment cost 1,800 crystals, 2,500 crystals for an 8-piece version. Moreover, the design was a one-time use item. It would disappear regardless of the player's success. Not even a first-rate guild's leader would mess around with so many magic crystals, much less guilds like Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family based on magic crystals market price. Each attempt to forge an 8-piece, dark gold set equipment would cost over 700 gold. Moreover, The forging success rate for set equipment was much lower than that of individual items of the same level and rank. Even the forging guidance system only allowed players to temporarily increase their forging success rate by 7% for a price. An advanced forger would be lucky if their base success rate reached 8% with level 45 dark gold set equipment. Most would have a total success rate of only 15%. With such a low chance, it'd be a miracle if a forger succeeded once with every 10 tries. Even wealthy guilds and players wouldn't dare waste their money so extravagantly with this. My trip has definitely been worth the trouble. Shurfang's eyes glittered as he gazed at the various dark gold set equipment designs the forging guidance system displayed. It would be very difficult for an advanced forger to produce a dark gold set equipment, but to a master forger, such as Shurfang, it'd be easy. His base success rate had already reached 20%, including the Book of Forging, the Mysterious Flame, the Master Forger's Insignia, and the Black Steel Insignia. He could easily achieve a success rate of more than 35%. With the forging guidance system, that would put his forging success rate at over 42%, following which, Shurfang bought the design for an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment for shield warriors, and began to craft. Shurfang started to refine and shape one material after another. Due to the Abyssal blade, the density of the ambient mana rose even higher, increasing his concentration. Before Shurfang knew it, he had produced the protector set. This set's attributes are really powerful. No wonder it costs 2,500 magic crystals per attempt. Shurfang was astonished as he inspected the protector set's attributes. The set's basic attributes could already rival that of individual level 50 dark gold equipment. The set effects would greatly enhance a shield warrior's skills as well, following which, Shurfang forged one of each of the following sets: Burning Fire set, Courage set, and Icicle set. All three were 8-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment and were meant for the Berserker, Guardian Knight, and Swordsman classes, respectively. After producing the 4 sets, Shurfang couldn't bear to push his luck. Producing the 4 sets had already cost him over 15,000 magic crystals. If he tried to forge more, he'd run out of magic crystals. He could only select a few level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment to craft at this point. After forging over 40 items, Shurfang noticed that his 2-hour session was almost over. He packed up and hurried to the Snow Rift to meet up with Lifeless Thorn and the others. The Snow Rift's core was in the middle of a mountainous region. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and the other team members had gathered their commander. I've selected the required members. We are ready to move out on your command, Solitary 9 reported upon seeing Shurfang approach. We have also investigated the cave entrance's guardian boss. It is a level 67 Grand Lord. Its speed, attack power, and perception are extraordinary. We sent one of our scouts ahead, and the boss discovered him before he was within 150 yards of the monster. He died instantly. Even though our MTs tried to tank it, we only lasted 2 hits. With our team's current strength, I'm afraid. Fear filled everyone's hearts. The strongest boss they had ever fought was only a level 60 Grand Lord, and they had already witnessed this level 67 boss's power. To put it simply, its destructive power was terrifying. I understand, Shurfang said after watching the battle video Solitary 9 had sent him. He then took the weapons and equipment he had forged from his bag and said, "For now, put these on. We'll raid the boss once you've gotten used to them." We're replacing our equipment. Every member of the team stared at Shurfang in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted them to replace their equipment. They already wore the best in Cold Wind City, and they were used to their old weapons and equipment. These are, "Commander, how did you get these?" However, when these players saw the items Shurfang had given them, their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1466, First Kill Jackpot. Chapter 1466, First Kill Jackpot. How is this possible? Both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were stupefied by the items Shurfang had brought them. If Shurfang had revealed a bunch of level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment, They would have only been surprised at how many dark gold items he had obtained, but when they saw the 4 dark gold sets, as far as they knew, Cold Wind City didn't have a single available dark gold set, not to mention level 45 dark gold set equipment. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had succeeded to forge a full set, yet Shi Feng had brought 4. Moreover, they were all 8-piece sets: 9, Lifeless, Whistle, and Madness. You 4 will be the team's main force, so put these sets on. Shi Feng instructed his players after glancing over the team after the Asura Adventurer team had developed for some time. Lifeless Thorn had finally persuaded Dark Madness, Waveheart's commander, to join. As a result, the rest of the Waveheart Adventurer team had followed his lead, helping Asura become Cold Wind City's bona fide #1 adventure team. At this point, Asura had over 2,000 official members with over 10,000 reserve members. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had so many experts. Moreover, due to Dark Madness becoming a member, they had solved the problem of Asura's main force lacking. MTS Dark Madness, the city's #1 Guardian Knight, was the reason Waveheart had become Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. Due to his presence, Waveheart had easily raided one powerful dungeon and field boss after another. Hearing Shi Feng's orders, the 4 nodded enthusiastically before joyfully replacing their old equipment with the 8-piece sets. No one on the team complained. After all, these 4 players' strength was irrefutable. If their team wanted to get the most out of the dark gold rank sets, the best players among them should use the items. Don't be jealous. I will reward whoever reaches the refinement realm with even better dark gold set equipment, Shi Feng said, smiling when he saw the other team members' envious expressions. Commander, are you serious? Everyone breathlessly turned to Shi Feng. These 8-piece dark gold sets were the best available in Cold Wind City. They dreamed of obtaining such a set, not to mention even better equipment, of course. I always keep my word. As long as you reach the refinement realm, you can come to me directly, Shi Feng said, nodding. He wasn't lying. The sets he had given to Lifeless Thorn and the others were merely level 45 dark gold set equipment. Meanwhile, he could head to Titan City and purchase the level 50 dark gold ranked magic light set equipment design. In the past, he had only been an advanced forger, so it would have been very difficult to forge the set, but no, he was a master forger. It'd be easy as long as he had enough materials. When the team members heard Shi Feng's confirmation, an intense fighting spirit burned in their eyes. They were even more inspired to reach the refinement realm after a quick break to switch out the old equipment with the new. Shi Feng prepared his team to raid the 3-headed Frostwolf, the cave entrance's guardian boss. 3-headed Frostwolf, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 67, HP 130, 000/130 000. Despite the upgrade to better weapons and equipment, these players stared anxiously at the 3-headed Frostwolf, standing over 20 meters tall, as their hearts began to pound. Although their basic attributes had increased, defeating a Grand Lord that was over 20 levels higher than they were was unrealistic. 9. Dark, you'll be on support. Everyone else spread out alongside the boss. Shi Feng commanded the team as he watched the sleeping Frostwolf. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and activated demon summoning. With the team's current strength, it was impossible to raid the ancient shrine. However, he had the Bible of Darkness, so he could, more or less, make up for the lack. Following which, a massive demon gate appeared before Shi Feng. A tier 3 demon wielding a dark blue greatsword then emerged. Fear Demon, dark creature, demon, level 73, HP 23, 500, 000/23, 500, 000. When the Fear Demon arrived, Lifeless Thorn and his companions gasped, wary of the human-like creature. Although the Fear Demon wasn't as powerful as the 3-headed Frostwolf in terms of attributes, its intellect was much higher. To players, a high-intellect monster with low attributes was far more frightening than a dumb monster with high attributes. Don't be afraid. This demon is under my control, Shi Feng hurriedly explained. The Fear Demon will tank the Frostwolf. You just need to deal as much damage as possible. Commander, This is your summoned creature? Solitary 9 and the others were astonished. Shurfeng had already impressed them when he had defeated Matchless Family's 10,000-man army by himself. And now they found out that he could summon such a powerful demon. These players only recovered their wits after some time. They then moved into position once everyone was where they needed to be. Shurfeng commanded, "Charge!" Suddenly, the fear demon's wings shuddered. It moved within the three-headed Frostwolf's perception range in the blink of an eye, taking advantage of the opportunity. While the Frostwolf woke, Shurfeng's directed the fear demon to use the Tier 3 skill. Darkness Blade. 3 massive blades of shadow appeared above the Guardian boss, smashing into the drowsy Grand Lord's heads a moment after. 1. 576 for 87. Minus 1,754,374. Minus 1,945,344. Each subsequent blade dealt more damage than the previous, slamming the boss, who had just stood up, back to the ground. So powerful. Why does it seem like the commander doesn't need us to deal with this three-headed Frostwolf? The team members gasped when they saw the damages above the Frostwolf's heads. In a single attack, the boss had lost nearly 5% of its HP. Awoo! The three-headed Frostwolf opened its eyes after it hit the ground, revealing 3 pairs of menacing, crimson eyes. Glaring at the fear demon, the Guardian boss spread its jaws. Each of the three-headed Frostwolf's mouths fired a beam of frost simultaneously, freezing everything before the Grand Lord. The fear demon froze instantly, losing over 2 million HP. To demons who possessed very high magic resistance, the damage was horrific. The three-headed Frostwolf then advanced, quickly reaching the demon and swiping its claws. Boom. As the dust cleared from the explosion, it revealed a massive crater where the fear demon had stood. The Frostwolf's attack had shaken the Asura members' willpower. Fortunately, the fear demon had broken free from the ice and used its greatsword to defend itself in time, only receiving several tens of thousands of damage. Seeing this, Asura's members grew nervous compared to the battle before them. Their previous fights had been child's play. Only a few players on the team had remained calm. Lifeless Thorn had even made his way to the three-headed Frostwolf's rear, using Chop with his Thunder Spear as Lifeless Thorn attacked. One instance of over minus 10,000 damage appeared above the Grand Lord's head after another. Meanwhile, Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Cleansing Whistle dealt around minus 8,000 damage with their attacks. Although they couldn't compare to the fear demon's damage, theirs was better than their companions, who only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. Meanwhile, Shurfeng arrived by the three-headed Frostwolf's side. Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Shadow Blade, Flame Burst. Shurfeng landed a series of skills, each of his attacks dealing over minus 100,000 damage. His damage was only second to the Fear Demoness for a time. The three-headed Frostwolf and Fear Demon fought fiercely. Although the Fear Demon was no match for the Grand Lord, it received constant healing from the healers at the rear and could continue to tank the Guardian boss, allowing everyone else to chip away at the Grand Lord's HP. 70%, 50%, 30%. Time passed quickly. From the beginning of the battle to its end, the Fear Demon kept the three-headed Frostwolf occupied, preventing the Grand Lord from dealing any significant damage to the rest of the team. Even when the boss entered its berserk state, the team easily coped, with the Guardian Knights casting Protection Blessing on the Fear Demon. When the three-headed Frostwolf had less than 1% HP remaining, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence and ended its life with Flame Burst. When the three-headed Frostwolf's HP reached 0, its 3 heads released agonizing wails that echoed throughout the canyon. The boss then disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind over 100 items in its place. The Grand Lord's death also granted more EXP than Shurfeng had expected, and several team members leveled up on the spot. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the three-headed Frostwolf, the King of the Ice Fields. Rewards doubled. Chapter 1467, Skill that Overcomes Tears. Chapter 1467, Skill that Overcomes Tears. The boss dropped so many items. We hit a jackpot. Is this for real? This is the first time I've seen a jackpot. Look, there are weapons and equipment among the loot. Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family will die from envy when they hear about this. Everyone gaped at the miniature mountain of items. Although they were shocked that they had actually killed the three-headed Frostwolf, its loot was even more astounding in God's domain. Monsters at level 50 and above would have drastically reduced drop rates. Even the monsters in Forbidden Lands like the Snow Rift usually dropped 4 or 5 items. Moreover, the majority of those items were materials. When they had farmed level 60 Grand Lords, they had only obtained 10 or so items from each boss yet. This Grand Lord ranked three-headed Frostwolf had dropped over 100 items. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone, rest up. We'll enter the caves soon, Shurfong said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw his team members' excited expressions. The weapons and equipment a level 67 Grand Lord were about as tempting as a level 45 Dark Gold set equipment. It was common knowledge that monsters beyond level 50 rarely dropped good weapons or equipment. This was particularly true for the Ice Crystal world. Although the Forging Guidance System offered forging designs for level 50-plus items, they were far more expensive than the level 45 variants. Most importantly, one's forging success rate would drastically decrease when attempting to craft such high-level items. It was already far more difficult to forge level 50 fine gold equipment than it was to forge the level 45 version, much less level 50-plus dark gold equipment among the 100-plus items. Over 60% consisted of materials for forging level 50-plus weapons and equipment. There were also over a dozen Master Mana Recovery Potions, Master Recovery Potions, and Attribute Gemstones of various kinds, 5 Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 2 Tier 3 Magic Scrolls. One of the Tier 3 Magic Scrolls was a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, and the other was a defensive magic scroll. 5 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment and 2 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment had also dropped. However, among these dropped items, one caught Shurfang's eye, a thick, golden book. The book's cover didn't offer any clues about its contents. However, when Shurfang examined the book, he was ecstatic. What a surprise. I never thought that a mere gatekeeper would drop this thing. My trip to the Ice Crystal world has been pretty profitable. Shurfang's eyes shone as he gazed at the golden book. The book was neither a design nor a recipe. It wasn't some sort of treasure map or special item either. It was only a skill book. However, despite being only a skill book, it was even more valuable than the super rare Berserk skill books. Players had collectively referred to this kind of book as a combination skill book in the past. Combination skill books had been as valuable as epic items. Shurfang had tried to bid for a combination skill book in the past, but in the end, a first-rate guild had won the book for 50,000 magic crystals. Shadow had only saved 30,000 magic crystals. Shurfang had never expected to obtain a combination skill book from killing the three-headed Frostwolf. Multiple players could learn from a single combination skill book. Some only allowed 2 players to learn the skill, while 3 to 5 players could learn from others. If players activated a combination skill with a specified number of players, they could exert frighteningly destructive power with the skill. In the past, this had been a various large guilds' main method of dealing with powerful bosses. After all, God's Domain had many incredibly powerful monsters. Even with the aid of magic arrays, players were no match for these bosses. During these situations, combination skills worked wonders. However, combination skills' strength and effects varied. For example, combination skill books that could sell for tens of thousands of magic crystals generally contained skills that required 4 or 5 players to activate. With such combination skills, even Tier 1 players could severely injure mythic monsters, becoming far more powerful than Tier 3 magic scrolls generally. One could only obtain combination skill books from mythic monsters or dark gold treasures found in level 60 maps and above. He never thought that he would actually get one from a Grand Lord, following which Shurfang inspected the skill book. Triple Frostmoon combination skill requires 3 melee classes to activate. A single target attack skill that requires 3 players. Shurfang's excitement grew after reading the introduction. Normally, two-man combination skills only allowed players the power to overcome a single tier. Meanwhile, Tier 1 players could even injure Grand Lords with a three-man combination skill. Based on the market prices in Shurfeng's previous life, the triple Frostmoon skill book could easily sell for over 20,000. Magic Crystals combination skills were different from Magic Scrolls in that they were not one-time use items. They could be used indefinitely, although they did have a cooldown. 3 Tier 1 players using a combination skill were as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. The skill could even be used multiple times during a boss battle. A skill like this could significantly increase a team's overall combat power, however. Shurfeng had no intention of learning this combination skill himself. Instead, he gave it to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness Commander. If we learn this skill, what about you? After Solitary 9 read the triple Frostmoon's introduction, he realized how powerful the skill was. It was the equivalent of Tier 1 players being able to use Tier 3 skills limitlessly. If Shurfeng took the lead during the activation process, he could exert even more power with the skill I have a Tier 3 demon. Moreover, I can't always accompany you in dungeon and boss raids. If you 3 learn the skill, the team will be even stronger. So, it's better if you learn it. Shurfeng explained the triple Frostmoon needed 3 people to activate. It wouldn't work if one of the players were missing. Meanwhile, he frequently operated solo, which made it impossible for him to exhibit the combination skill's true potential. He had no choice but to pass the skill up Lifeless Thorn, and the others were already considerably strong. Their lack of suitable weapons, equipment, and combat experience were the only things holding them back. However, after spending time under his guidance and watching his demonstrations over the past few days, Lifeless Thorn and the others had significantly improved their monotonous attack methods, raising their combat standards by leaps and bounds. Right now, Lifeless Thorn's combat standards were nearly on par with Aqua Rose and Gentle Snows. With a combination skill, his ability in dungeon raids might surpass the 2 women's. Hearing Shurfeng's explanation, Solitary 9 and the others finally agreed. To someone who could summon a Tier 3 demon, a 3-man combination skill was superfluous. After everyone in the team had rested, Shurfeng led them into the cave and followed the map towards the ancient shrine. The shrine's exact location was hidden. Although the map indicated that it was within the cave's interior was complex. The cave system was like a natural maze. If not for the map, Shurfeng might not have found the ancient shrine's cave in the first place. Much less locating the shrine itself. The team frequently ran into frenzied monsters that attacked without hesitation after they entered the cave. They even ran into the occasional Grand Lord. Although these Grand Lords weren't as strong as the 3-headed Frostwolf, they weren't easy to deal with. The team had to bide their time as they slowly whittled down the boss's HPS. After 10 hours of exploring the cave system, Shurfeng and the others finally reached a dark cavern. During their journey, they had killed 8 level 65 Grand Lords and countless chieftains and lords. These monsters had done nothing but provide an abundance of EXP. At this point, Lifeless Thorn and a few others were level 50, and Shurfeng was only a step away from reaching level 59. However, this was all due to the team securing these monsters' first kill disappointingly. These monsters hadn't dropped as much loot as the 3-headed Frostwolf. They had only dropped level 60, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment. Combined, these items' total value was nothing compared to the Guardian boss's loot. A towering, purple gold shrine sat in the center of the dark cavern. It radiated a sacred aura, and as players gazed up at the shrine, the shuddered when Shurfeng and his companions moved within 500 yards of the shrine, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient shrine. As they were alerted of the system notification, a magic array appeared on the ground in front of the shrine, illuminating the cavern. Following which, a 10-meter-tall, humanoid robot emerged. The instant this humanoid robot appeared, everyone, including Shurfeng, felt a stifling pressure weigh them down. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn paled under this pressure. The weaker team members nearly lost their footing. Chapter 1468. Raiding a Mythic. Chaptering 1468. rating a Mythic. Mythic. Before they even checked the Titan Warrior statistics, the pressure it radiated overwhelmed the team. Now that they had seen its information, they were shocked no one throughout Coldwind City, not even an expert like Lifeless Thorn, had ever seen a mythic monster. Now that they stood before one, they were terrified to stand within 500 yards of the Titan Warrior, not to mention attempt to fight the thing. This was the first time they had felt anything like this since they joined God's domain. Their minds screamed at them, warning that if they proceeded, they would dance with Death Commander. This monster is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke a monster like this yet. Do we have to fight it? Solitary 9 asked, his complexion ashen before he had encountered the Titan Warrior. He had thought that it might be possible for their team to defeat a mythic monster. However, after experiencing the Titan Warrior's near-tangible killing intent and absolute power, he knew that Tier 1 players had no hope against it. The Titan Warrior's battle recovery alone would regenerate 3,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If their team couldn't deal over 720,000 damage each second, their team would never kill it. Even if the Titan Warrior stood there and watched them try, this wasn't a battle. This was a suicide mission. A mechanical life form? Shurfeng fell into deep thought as he watched the Titan Warrior. Although he had known that the final Guardian boss would be a mythic monster, he hadn't expected it to be a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms were famed for their high defense, strength, and magic resistance. Because of these stats, they were known to be the best guard monsters available. Even super guilds struggled against mechanical life form bosses since they couldn't take advantage of their collection of high-tiered magic scrolls and mana pulse cannons. Even magic arrays had little effect against these creatures. Players could only defeat a mechanical life form with brute strength. There simply weren't any loopholes. Commander, are we still going to fight that thing? Lifeless Thorn asked hesitantly before they had come here. Shurfeng had told Asura's upper echelons that they could travel to another world if they finished this quest. They wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Coldwind City. But as they faced an insurmountable mythic monster, even Lifeless Thorn felt helpless. This wasn't some random dungeon. If they died in this cave, they would lose an entire level. At their level, recovering the lost EXP would take a lot of time. Let's make an attempt, Shurfeng said after giving the matter some thought. The attempt? Lifeless Thorn and the others were slightly confused. Shurfeng took a Tier 2 summoning scroll from his bag and summoned a Tier 2 Gale Cheetah. He then used Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while he directed the Gale Cheetah to circle the boss. He wanted to test the Titan Warrior's reaction and turning speed. Although mechanical life forms had high defense and strength, they also had a glaring weakness: slow reaction and turning speed. Of course, this was only compared to monsters of the same rank. A Mythic-ranked mechanical life form's reaction and turning speed should be higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. As his doppelganger approached the Titan Warrior, Shurfeng sat down and focused on controlling his summoned twin. 400 yards. 300 yards. When the doppelganger moved within 200 yards of the Guardian boss, the previously immobile mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes, revealing 2 dazzling crimson orbs. It advanced on the doppelganger so quickly that by the time the watching crowd reacted, the boss had crossed 40 yards. When the boss had moved, it had created a massive crater where it had originally stood. It looked like a cannon had bombarded the area so fast. Upon seeing the Titan Warrior approach, Shurfeng immediately had his doppelganger activate Defensive Blade. In the blink of an eye, the boss reached the doppelganger, swinging its colossal greatsword down at the invader. The moment the greatsword began to descend, the doppelganger jumped out from the weapon's path. However, the Titan Warrior nimbly adjusted its attack trajectory halfway through the swing, slicing at the doppelganger, who had yet to land. Boom. Immediately, a deep gash over 30 yards long tore through the ground. Although Shurfeng's doppelganger had nullified the attack with Defensive Blade, the boss's strength was overwhelming. The impact threw the doppelganger over 20 yards away. Asura's members gasped. Even Lifeless Thorn wore a grim expression. It was just too fast. His eyes couldn't keep up with the Titan Warrior's speed. Even against the 3-headed Frostwolf, Lifeless Thorn had been able to keep up with the Grand Lord's attacks, but he couldn't even see the Titan Warrior's afterimages. He had no doubt that he wasn't capable of dodging an attack if he were on the receiving end of that mythic monster's greatsword. Its reaction speed is quite impressive. At the very least, our reaction speed will have to be on par with a Grand Lord to block and dodge its attacks. The outcome hadn't particularly surprised Shurfong, and he continued to analyze the Titan Warrior after he tested the boss's reaction speed. He controlled the Gale Cheetah to attack the mythic monster from behind with the Tier 2 skill. Gale, numerous blades of wind assaulted the Titan Warrior's backside, each dealing over minus 10,000 damage. The Guardian boss instantly shifted its attention to the Gale Cheetah. The Titan Warrior spun around in less than half a second. It raised its weapon, cleaving down at the summoned creature. Although Shurfong had tried to direct the Gale Cheetah to circle the Titan Warrior as soon as it finished its attack, he was too late. He couldn't even control the feline to defend itself in time. In the next moment, a streak of white light struck the Gale Cheetah, throwing it and devouring several millions of HP. Shurfang's doppelganger then appeared behind the Titan Warrior, activating Shadow Blade. After landing a barrage of attacks, the doppelganger reclaimed the boss's aggro. After a split second, the boss tossed the doppelganger again. After repeating this process several times, the Titan Warrior killed both the doppelganger and the summoned creature. After killing the trespassers, the Titan Warrior calmed and returned to its original position. Everyone was stunned speechless. The Titan Warrior was too fast and too powerful. Even with their life-saving skills active, this Guardian boss would likely kill Solitary 9 and Dark Madness instantly. We'll need to be roughly as fast as a Grand Lord to avoid its counterattacks. After watching the monster for some time, Shurfong had analyzed all of the Titan Warrior's aspects. He then turned to his team. Although raiding this Titan Warrior will be dangerous, our chances of defeating it aren't non-existent. He then pulled 10 miniature ballistas from his bag. Unfortunately, since the war weapons were precious to his guilds, he hadn't brought too many with him war weapons. The Asura team members were dumbfounded to see the miniature ballistas guilds generally reserve these weapons for guild wars. Yet Shurfong intended to use them to kill a monster. He had even brought 10 of these war weapons with him. Let my demon tank the Titan Warrior. The rest of you will attack from 500 yards away. Try to move around and attack from behind it as much as possible, Shurfong said. He then pointed to a group of magical class players and instructed, "You 9, come to me. Each of you will take one of these scrolls and stand in these locations. When the fight begins, move within 100 yards of the boss and activate the magic array." Following which, each player began to prepare for the battle. As for Shurfong, he used the Bible of Darkness to summon a second demon. The mutated 9-star Polar Domain magic array should significantly lower the Titan Warrior's attributes. With 2 Tier 3 demons keeping it busy, they might just be able to kill the mythic monster. Of course, it was only a theory. Whether or not they actually succeeded would depend on the magic array's effect. If the Titan Warrior were still too powerful, he'd have no choice but to give up and wait until his team members completed their Tier 2 promotions a moment later. Everyone moved into position, taking a deep breath. Shurfong controlled the 2 Tier 3 demons to charge at the Titan Warrior from different directions. In response, the Titan Warrior charged towards the first demon that entered its perception range as quickly as a violent gale move out. Shurfong commanded. Following his commands, the 9 magical class players closed in on the Titan Warrior. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. As soon as the summoned Tomahawk demon moved within the Titan Warrior's perception range, the mythic monster rushed up to meet the demon, its greatsword rapidly descending. Even though Shurfong saw the weapon through the Tomahawk demon's vision, it was too fast to evade. He could only direct the demon to lift its battle axe to block the greatsword pong. The impact instantly threw the Tomahawk demon over 30 yards away, and although it had blocked the attack, it still lost tens of thousands of HP. Before the demon could land, the Titan Warrior had appeared behind it, swinging its greatsword once again. Although Shurfong had tried to maneuver the demon to defend itself, it suffered a brief numbness from the first impact. As a result, its reaction speed had fallen considerably, and it couldn't keep up with the Titan Warrior as the greatsword descended. The weapon tore through space itself. Tier 4 skill, Spatial Rend. This time, the Titan Warrior's attack struck the Tomahawk Demon squarely in a single attack. The Tomahawk Demon, which had over 25 million HP, lost nearly 1/5 of that total. The watching players were stupefied to see such destructive power. Even a Tier 3 demon was powerless against the Titan Warrior. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Shadowtooth remained unfazed. A battle between monsters wasn't like one between monsters and players. When monsters fought players, their attacks would deal less damage to make up for the difference in HP. However, there was no such dampening effect during a battle between monsters. Naturally, the Titan Warrior dealt horrific damage to the summoned demon. It was a system mechanic that prevented players from using summoned creatures or NPC guards to toy with powerful bosses. Moreover, the Tomahawk Demon was only Tier 3, whereas the Titan Warrior was a Tier 4 mythic. Due to the tier suppression, the Titan Warrior's attacks were enhanced to a certain degree. There is also the fact that demons generally had much lower HP than monsters of the same rank. So, he really wasn't surprised to see a Tier 4 skill destroy 1/5 of the Tomahawk Demon's HP, following which, the Titan Warrior dealt one blow after another. Despite the Tomahawk Demon's attempts to defend itself, its HP fell rapidly. In seconds, the demon had less than 50% of its HP remaining. Fortunately, the 9 magical class players had surrounded the Titan Warrior. Begin. Shadowtooth shouted with Shadowtooth's command. The 9 players unfurled the magic array scrolls and began to chant the required incantations. Suddenly, an icy blue magic array appeared above all, enveloping the Titan Warrior inside it completely. The cavern's mana rampaged as it surged towards the array's core, following which a blue magic barrier manifested, enclosing the Titan Warrior with thin boom. The instant the barrier took shape, a layer of mist wrapped around the guardian boss's body. Its joints began to freeze, and its basic attributes rapidly decreased 90%, 80%, 70%. So, this is the power of an origin magic array? Shadowtooth could not help his surprise at seeing how much the barrier weakened the mythic monster in the blink of an eye. The Titan Warrior's basic attributes had fallen to 60%. Although it wasn't as high as the stated 50%, it was impressive. After all, mechanical life forms had very high magic resistance. In fact, Shadowtooth hadn't expected to reduce the Titan Warrior's attributes by as much as 40%. Even better, the magic array's freezing effect had slowed the boss's movements. Unfortunately, despite the suppression, the Titan Warrior still overwhelmed the Tomahawk Demon. Only, its HP didn't fall as fast. That didn't even do much. Lifeless Thorn and the others stared at the boss, dumbfounded. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Tomahawk Demon died, as expected of a mythic monster. Even with the suppression, a Tier 3 demon still can't put up much of a fight. Shadowtooth smiled bitterly. However, this wasn't unexpected, following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel and fed it 5,000 magic crystals to activate world projection. The Ring of Gospel skills were not considered magic arrays and could stack with the 9-star polar domain. The Titan Warrior's attributes fell further. However, the decrease wasn't as significant as the first. In the end, the Titan Warrior still had 50% of its original attributes. Titan Warrior, Ancient Shrine Protector, Mechanical Life Form, Mythic, Level 70, HP 180, 000, 000/180, 000. Continuing its assault, the Titan Warrior brandished its greatsword, sending several sword lights at the Tomahawk Demon. Suddenly, the Fear Demon flew into the fray, meeting the Titan Warrior's greatsword with its own dang. Dang! Dang! A series of clangs shook the cavern. Although both the Tomahawk Demon and the Fear Demon were forced to retreat over a dozen yards, they had blocked the boss's attacks. The two demons had only lost a few tens of thousands of HP, which wasn't considerable when our maximum was over 20,000. They blocked every attack. Shocked gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the battle between the demons and the mechanical lifeform logically. The two Tier 3 demons shouldn't be able to keep up with the Mythic monster, even if the Titan Warrior's attributes have been suppressed by 50%, yet they had blocked every one of its attacks. The commander is awesome. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Shi Feng in shock. Watching him control the two demons from afar, the other team members might not have realized what had just happened. But he caught a glimpse, although the Tier 3 demons weren't a match for the Titan Warrior, and even began to show signs of momentary paralysis after blocking the attacks. Shi Feng had controlled them to alternate. Doing so had allowed the paralyzed demon a split second to recover, although the technique sounded simple. Without a precise grasp of the Titan Warrior's timing and perfect control of the two demons, it was impossible to perform. Shi Feng's control was godly. Lifeless Thorn had neither seen nor heard of such a combat technique after training under Shi Feng and improving drastically. He had thought he was close to reaching the swordsman standards, but seeing the man in this fight, he realized that the gap between them was much larger than he had expected. What he didn't know was that blocking the Titan Warrior's attacks was impossible for the demons if they simply alternated. Their performance had only been possible due to world projection, weakening the Mythic monster's physique, slowing its reaction speed. If not for world projection, the demons would have been defeated despite working together. Once the demons secured the Titan Warrior's aggro, Shi Feng commanded, "Everyone attack." Immediately, Lifeless Thorn and the others, who operated the miniature ballistas, fired one exploding arrow after another at the Guardian boss Xiao. Xiao! The arrows crossed the 500 yards between the miniature ballistas and the boss in a breath. In the end, all 10 exploding arrows pierced the Titan Warrior's back, and sides. Damages of over -100,000 appeared above the Titan Warrior's head, significantly reducing the Mythic monster's HP. Although the sight overjoyed Asura's members, Shi Feng couldn't bring himself to celebrate the outcome even after losing 50% of its attributes. The Titan Warrior's battle recovery restored 1,800,000 HP every 5 seconds. Although the miniature ballista attacks had dealt more damage than that, it hadn't been by much. At this rate, it would take the team hours to whittle down the Titan Warrior's HP. Meanwhile, world projection only lasted 10 minutes. While Shi Feng tried to think of a solution, the Titan Warrior didn't wait around. Abruptly, it thrust its great sword into the ground. 4-meter-tall figures then began to rise, one after another. Earthen Spirit, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 10, 00000/10, 0000000. In seconds, 4 Earthen Spirits stood before the team. Crap. How is this even fair? Is this a joke? We're doomed. Asura's members gaped when, as the boss summoned reinforcements, the Titan Warrior was already terrifying on its own, yet could summon 4 Grand Lords suddenly. The 4 Earthen Spirits dashed for the miniature ballistas 500 yards away. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players easily exploit a loophole. Shi Feng frowned at the Earthen Spirits. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag. Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Anna and Kite appeared shortly after Shi Feng activated the Summon Guard scrolls. Although it had been some time since Shi Feng had last summoned the NPCs, neither personal guard had leveled up much. Anna was only level 76, whereas Kite was level 75. Kill those Earthen Spirits. Shi Feng commanded. Although Anna and Kite were only Tier 2 NPCs, one was an Epic Guard, and the other was Dark Gold rank. On their own, they were more than capable of soloing a Great Lord of the same level. Although the Earthen Spirits were Grand Lords, with a 9-star Polar Domain and World Projection Suppression, they were only as strong as ordinary Great Lords. Neither of his personal guards should have any issues dealing with the Earthen Spirits following their master's command. Anna began to chant an incantation, while Kite dashed towards the closest Earthen Spirit. While inside the 9-star Polar Domain, the Earthen Spirits were trapped. They could only bombard the magic barrier, but even the Titan Warrior would struggle to destroy the strengthened 9-star Polar Domain. much less these weakened elementals. When he arrived before an earthen spirit, Kite swung one of his long swords. Dozens of wind blades bombarded the earthen spirit, each dealing minus 40,000 damage. By the time Kite's attack ended, the elemental had lost 1/10 of its HP as a result of this attack. All 4 earthen spirits shifted their attention to the NPC. Although Kite's combat standards were superior to the earthen spirits, the latter had the advantages of higher attributes and numbers. Kite had no choice but to focus on defense as he was forced to retreat one step after another. Anna finished her chant. Suddenly, a Tier 3 Golden Giant and 10 Tier 2 Rock Guardians appeared around Kite. These summoned creatures easily pulled 2 of the earthen spirits' aggro. Alleviating the pressure on the NPCs with both guards working together, they quickly got the upper hand in the fight. It was only a matter of time before the 4 earthen spirits died. Just what rank are those personal guards? They can actually suppress 4 Grand Lords. How are those NPCs' levels so high? Just who is the commander? Asura's members, who had begun to despair, were dumbfounded. Although they had seen players with personal guards in Coldwind City before, those NPCs had been very weak and of little use to players. They couldn't compare to Anna and Kite's strength. Everyone prioritize the earthen spirits. We'll deal with the Titan warrior afterward. Feng hurriedly instructed as he glanced at the elementals. Lifeless, move your group forward and use your combination skill from the side. Tier 1 skills and spells were almost no threat to the earthen spirits and the Titan warrior, but the combination skill was a different story. If Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness used triple Frostmoon, the skill would be as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. It should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the weakened mechanical life form. Let alone the elementals. The players manning the miniature ballistas turned the weapons towards the earthen spirit Kite tanked, launching a volley of exploding arrows at the Great Lord. When the exploding arrows struck, the earthen spirit instantly lost 1/5 of its HP. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness led 3 healers as they advanced. Unlike ordinary skills, a combination skill had an optimum formation. The closer the users were to that formation, the stronger the skill would be. Lifeless Thorn's group were among Coldwind City's top experts. The trio quickly reached Kite's earthen spirit, forming a triangle around it. They then activated triple Frostmoon simultaneously. Immediately, 3 crescent beams of light converged on the earthen spirit. Boom. The moment the 3 beams collided, they created a towering pillar of silver light that extended to the cavern's ceiling, devouring the elemental. The earthen spirit, which had less than a quarter of its HP remaining before the attack, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. Every player that saw the attack was stunned by its power. Lifeless Thorn's group was no exception. Only Feng remained unfazed. In fact, he had expected the result. Combination skills were extraordinarily rare. If a team had one, it would elevate the team's damage output to a whole new level. Needless to say, the effects of such a skill against the earthen spirit, which had been suppressed to a Great Lord standard, would be marvelous. However, although combination skills were very powerful, their cooldowns were long. These cooldowns generally lasted a minute or longer. The earthen spirit's death granted the team members a large amount of EXP. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord hadn't dropped any items. On the bright side, with 1 earthen spirit down, it became much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Less than 1 minute had passed between the first elemental's death and the last. When the team saw their overall damage, they felt as if they were dreaming. Everyone, focus, you're on fire. The Titan warrior, Feng shouted once the earthen spirits were gone. Lifeless, only jump in after triple Frostmoon's cooldown has ended. Understood. The team turned towards their last and largest target. With Anna and Kite's help, the team's overall damage output increased by a large chunk. As a result, the Titan warrior's HP steadily fell 98%, 95%, 90%. Time passed quickly. Throughout the battle, Feng focused on controlling the 2 demons, distracting the Titan warrior. When the demon's HP fell below 30%, he moved forward and activated Life Domain, healing all allies within a 50-yard radius by 10% every second for 30 seconds. The rest of the team bombarded the mechanical life form with attacks. While Triple Frostmoon was on cooldown, Lifeless Thorn's group used Tier 2 magic scrolls to attack by the time World Projection's duration ended. The Titan Warrior only had 63% of its HP remaining. Shurfeng then fed the Ring of Gospel another 5,000 magic crystals and activated the skill once more. However, with this investment, Shurfeng ran out of magic crystals when the Titan Warrior's HP reached 30%. The mythic monster bellowed and tossed its greatsword away. It then retrieved the 2 crimson sabers from its back and changed its attack pattern. Although its attack power had declined, its attack rate had doubled. Shurfeng had already struggled with maneuvering the 2 demons to block the Titan Warrior's attacks, but the sudden change overwhelmed him. As a result, the demons' HPs began to plummet even when Kite and the Golden Giant tried to help. They only slowed the draining HP slightly when one demon's HP fell below 50% and the other fell below 30%. The Titan Warrior merged its twin sabers. It pointed its weapon at the demon with less than 30% of its HP suddenly. A scorching, red beam of light shot forward, tearing through the demon and only stopping after it crashed into the magic barrier. Even a magic barrier trembled when the beam struck the fear demon died on the spot. The Tomahawk demon received some damage from the resulting shockwave as well, its HP falling to 31% with only one demon remaining. Shurfeng had a harder time blocking the Guardian boss's attacks. The Tomahawk lost 2% of its HP or more every second. Seeing this, Shurfeng realized that this fight had reached a critical moment. He immediately turned to Anna and commanded, "Activate Angel Summoning." The NPC didn't hesitate to start the incantation when the Tomahawk demon's HP fell below 10%. A white-winged Valkyrie descended onto the battlefield. Her wings shuddering slightly, she arrived before the Titan Warrior. Her golden spear sweeping towards the mythic monster, a golden flash blinded the players, and the impact threw the incomparably powerful Titan Warrior over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above its head. Before the Titan Warrior could react, the Valkyrie stood before it again, thrusting her spear of thunder into the mythic monster's heart, devouring a large chunk of its HP attack with everything you have. Shurfeng shouted in the team chat, abandoning his control over the Tomahawk demon. He activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before dashing towards the Titan Warrior. Following suit, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness also activated their Berserk skills and charged towards the boss with the Valkyrie as the team's MT. They overwhelmed the Titan Warrior. The mythic monster couldn't even defend itself, much less retaliate. The Valkyrie could only join the fray for 10 seconds. Hence, holding nothing back, she used one powerful skill after another against the Guardian boss. Shurfeng and the other Asura members used every skill and spell they had alongside her. The Titan Warrior's HP fell rapidly 20%, 15%, 10%. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the Titan Warrior had 3% of its HP remaining. Lifeless Thorn's trio then executed Triple Frostmoon, destroying a little over 1% of the mythic monster's HP. Following which, Shurfeng activated Divine Providence before he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst and Shadow Blade. By the time Shurfeng's attacks ended, the Titan Warrior had stopped moving, its HP gone. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Success. We won. We actually killed a mythic monster. Despite their miserable state, when these players looked at the Titan Warrior's corpse, excitement welled within them. For a moment, they even felt as if they were dreaming. Even the Snow Rift Gatekeeper had only been a level 70 Grandlord. Even so, it was invincible to Cold Wind City's players. They had just defeated a monster even more powerful than that Gatekeeper. Why wouldn't they be excited? Shortly after the Titan Warrior's HP reached 0, it collapsed to the ground before transforming into numerous, large particles of light. As the light faded, they revealed many dazzling items. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the Ancient Shrine Protector. Rewards doubled. Rewarding Shrine Warrior title. After the announcement, the team members' experience bars rapidly increased what bountiful EXP. Feng was astonished at how much his experience bar grew. After all, he had already reached level 58. He needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, yet even after had risen from 95% of level 58 to level 59, it continued to increase level 59, 10%, 30%, 60%. His experience bar only started to slow after it passed 85% of level 59. It gradually increased until he eventually reached level 60. Feng wasn't the only one to experience the sensation. Everyone else had leveled up at least twice. Both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had reached level 53, whereas Lifeless Thorn, who had a peak hidden class, had only reached level 52 after so many evolutions in God's domain. A team's EXP distribution had changed. If high-level players attempted to power-level low-level players, the newer players would receive a much smaller share of the EXP. Even with this new system in place, the Asura Adventurer team members, who were 10 levels lower than Feng, still received so much EXP. However, Feng was more interested in the Titan Warrior's loot and the title from securing the first kill than he was in the EXP Shrine Warrior. Feng then clicked to inspect the title. Shrine Warrior grants wielder the ancient shrine's favor. Reputation gain increased by 20% and teleportation fees halved. It halves teleportation fees and increases reputation gain by 20%. No wonder so many guilds had eagerly hunted ancient shrines guardians in the past. Feng was slightly astonished in Feng's previous life. Ancient shrines have been very popular as many players loved to visit other worlds. Other worlds had a lot of money-making potential since they all had their own unique resources. Unfortunately, ancient shrines' teleportation's fees had been quite high. Not even elite players could afford to teleport to and from other worlds frequently. However, traveling to an ancient shrine was typically more troublesome than the teleportation fees, although ancient shrines had teleportation gates. These teleportation gates only allowed teleportation between a specific otherworld and the continent of God's domain. They wouldn't teleport players to specific locations like the local NPC cities. Players couldn't travel to the teleportation gates from the city's teleportation halls. Either if players had wanted to visit or leave an otherworld, they had to travel to an ancient shrine by foot. However, these shrines were usually tucked away in remote locations, and players had to face many monsters on the way. As a result, getting to a shrine had been very time-consuming, but there was a solution. Players could increase their reputation with specific ancient shrines. When a player earned 1,000 reputation points with a particular ancient shrine, they could purchase its ancient shrine emblem. Players could then use this emblem to teleport directly to the shrine, saving a lot of time. Because of this, many players had tried to grind reputation with ancient shrines. Unfortunately, doing so was no easy feat. Most players have been lucky to earn 500 reputation points after 1 or 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, the Shrine Warrior title could increase players' reputation gain by 20%, closing off the title's attribute panel. Feng began to organize the loot. As a mythic monster, the Titan Warrior dropped far better items than a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the loot was even more impressive since they had gotten the first kill with a quick glance. Feng spotted over 150 items. Seeing the small mountain of treasure, passion burned in Lifeless Thorn and his companion's eyes. They all want to dive into the pile. How bountiful! Even a super guild would be tempted to trying robbing us. Feng's excitement grew as he looked at the items in his bag. Although he had killed a lot of mythic monsters in his previous life, the difference between their loot and that of the Titan Warrior was like heaven and earth generally. Mythic monsters had a high chance of dropping epic items. Some special mythic monsters could even drop fragmented legendary items. For example, the final boss in the Dragon's Graveyard, a forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, had a chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. Although the Titan Warrior wasn't as powerful as the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, His loot was quite impressive. The majority of the 150-plus items were rare materials for crafting epic weapons and equipment, all of which could easily fetch over 100 gold on the market. Among them, a particular item was an important component for forging the epic-ranked broken steel set equipment Nucleus of Life. Epic set equipment had been out of Feng's reach in the past. The best he had equipped were individual epic weapons and pieces of equipment. It was common knowledge that set equipment was half a rank stronger than individual pieces of the same rank. If he had worn an epic set equipment back then, he would have had an 80% chance of completing his Tier 4 promotion. If he could forge the broken steel set now, he would become invincible. Although he had thought of doing so, the materials required to forge the broken steel set were simply too rare. Aside from the required mana stones, he had no way to collect the Titan or the flame, water, wind, and earth source crystals. And then there was the Nucleus of Life. One could only obtain a Nucleus of Life if they were lucky. There was no set method to obtain it. One could say that it was the most difficult material to obtain among the various required materials. Feng had never expected a Nucleus of Life to drop. Although he knew where he could obtain the rest of the materials, he wasn't strong enough to reach them. Yet the Titan Warrior had also dropped plenty of Master Rank potions and magic scrolls of various tiers. Among the most precious scrolls was a Tier 4 magic scroll, Titan's Wrath, a Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll. In a guild war, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. There were also quite a few Tier 2 skill books for various classes. The system only allowed players to learn low-tiered skills from NPCs during the early stages of the game to help them adapt to the game's environment. Players could only learn Tier 2 and above skills or spells from loot or purchasing them with legacy skill points. Skill books containing Tier 2 skills were incredibly rare, and many players in the past had only found a handful after reaching Tier 2. Obtaining most from completing their promotion quest. As a result, those players hadn't been able to exhibit the true strength of their Tier 2 classes. The Titan Warrior had dropped over a dozen Tier 2 skill books. It had even dropped the popular Tier 2 spell for healers, Combat Resurrection. With this skill, healers could resurrect a fallen companion even while still in combat. It also reduced the normal death penalty by 40%. The only downside was the spell's 12-hour-long cooldown. There were also two combination skill books, however. One particular item had caught Feng's attention, a shield radiating a faint trace of divine might. It was the most eye-catching item among the loot. A shield. Feng activated Omniscient Eyes and began to appraise the item. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. In God's domain, any item that radiated divine might was extraordinary. Even more so were the weapons and equipment pieces that emitted the energy. After Feng scanned the shield with Omniscient Eyes, the system informed him of appraisal time 20 seconds. Feng rejoiced normally. Epic items only took a dozen or so seconds to appraise. Since the shield had a 20-second appraisal time, it must be particularly high-quality. Shields were very important to a team. If a team's MT had a powerful shield, the team would have a much easier time against boss monsters. Because of their importance, they were hard to find on the market. Furthermore, these shields were generally worth twice as much as a weapon of the same level. Once Omniscient Eyes finished appraising the Crescent Shield, the shield's attribute panel revealed itself to Feng. What an awesome growth-type shield. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the shield statistics. Titan Guard, Shield, Bronze rank and grow. Minimum equipment level, 50. Equipment requirement, strength 800. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 3,550, level 50. Block rate, 32%. Strength plus 33. Endurance plus 47. Agility plus 29. Defense skill plus 1 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian Shield automatically generates a layer of Guardian energy, which can block an attack every 30 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron Wall Reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 30% and damage received by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's Heart generates a layer of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 5 times of wielder's maximum HP for 30 seconds. During this time, players' battle recovery improved by 500% and healing received increased by 50% cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's Will becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 80%. Increases attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 20%. Starting movement speed set at 70% of maximum movement speed duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's Domain. Every non-friendly target within a 30-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 1%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0. 1% HP every second duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Maximum number of targets, 50. This shield can grow to Fragmented Legendary rank. Currently at Bronze rank. Growing to Mysterious Iron rank requires 1,000 magic crystals. This was the first time Shurfeng had ever seen a growth-type shield that could reach Fragmented Legendary rank, although the Titan Guard was a Bronze-ranked shield right now. Its skills were even more powerful than a Dark Gold shield of the same level. And these skills would become even more formidable as the shield's rank rose. Just thinking about how powerful the Titan Guard would become once it reached Fragmented Legendary rank made Shurfeng shudder. With anticipation, Fragmented Legendary shields were extremely rare, arguably more so than legendary items. Any team with a shield of that rank will become famous throughout God's domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the team would be akin to an unkillable cockroach in boss raids. A tier 1 metric ton, wielding a Fragmented Legendary shield, could easily tank a mythic monster 10 levels lower than them. After reaching tier 2, said MT could even solo a mythic monster 5 levels higher with an MT of that caliber. Raiding a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon would be a piece of cake even if the team's DPS and coordination were lacking. It might even have a chance of raiding high-difficulty, super large-scale team dungeons. With this, we won't need to worry about raiding super large-scale team dungeons. Shurfeng's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the Titan Guard following, which Shurfeng examined the other weapons and equipment that had dropped. The next best item was an Epid ranked cape, the Titan Mantle, which focused on strength. There were also 8 pieces of level 60 Dark Gold equipment. Since Shurfeng already had the Nightwalker's cape, he gave the Titan Mantle to Lifeless Thorn. Now, the Berserker's equipment could rival that of peak experts in God's Domain Commander. What about you? Lifeless Thorn asked, giving Shurfeng a concerned look. If he had claimed not to be excited about obtaining the cape, he would have been lying. Every expert dreamed of epic items. After all, mine's even better. Besides, this is a loan. It'll only truly be yours after you've accumulated enough ACPs, Shurfeng said. Chuckling, nurturing powerful experts was more important than some epic cape right now. Had Solitary 9 or Dark Madness reached the refinement realm, he might have given them the item. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Lifeless Thorn nodded, not arguing. Shurfeng then awarded the rest of his team with the corresponding contribution points, which they could use to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Asura adventuring team. Now that the Titan Warrior was dead, Shurfeng could finally breathe. Once the team had rested, they proceeded to the ancient shrine itself. When the team entered the shrine, they felt as if they had just stepped into another world. The shrine's interior was resplendent, a stark contrast to the bleak cavern. They spotted elves and mechanical NPCs going about their business. The place looked nothing like a desolate location aside from NPCs. The ancient shrine had various shops selling all sorts of items. There were even places for players to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Asura's members excitedly looked around, but Shurfeng didn't give his team time to digest their new environment. Instead, he led them to the teleportation hall on the shrine's second floor. When the team reached the teleportation hall, they were greeted by rows of mechanical NPCs guarding the space-time teleportation gate. These NPCs were all level 200, and the weakest among them was tier 3. Anybody that dared to cause trouble here would die instantly. Hello, sir. If you wish to leave the Ice Crystal world, each member of your party must pay 1 mana stone or 100 magic crystals. The NPC elf standing before the teleportation gate explained, smiling when he saw Shurfang's group. However, since you are one of our ancient shrines, shrine warriors, your travel will only cost 50 magic crystals. How expensive? Shurfang frowned slightly. Among the various other worlds he had visited in the past, the most expensive had cost him 80 magic crystals, yet leaving the Ice Crystal world cost 50 after his 50% discount. Asura's members, who had been elated to leave Cold Wind City's region, were stupefied by the price. Although they could afford it, they would only have a few magic crystals left. Here's 50 mana stones. Shurfang didn't hesitate to hand over the mana stones he had prepared to trade for the temporal sandus for the Countess's quest. He could send the Asura adventurer team to grind for the remaining ice crystal fragments. He still had enough time before the deadline. After Shurfang paid the teleportation fees for 100 people, the space-time teleportation gate slowly opened. Under Shurfang's lead, the team entered the gate and vanished from the ancient shrine's teleportation hall. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Inside the congested teleportation hall, a constant stream of players appeared and vanished via the teleportation arrays. With every passing moment, new players arrived in Black Dragon City. The city's population grew by the die as one of the teleportation arrays lit up. A 100-man team emerged. Why are so many people here? So this is Black Dragon City? The players here really are well equipped. Cold Wind City is no match for this place. These new arrivals stared at the gorgeous and spectacular teleportation hall as if they had just arrived in a new world. These people were none other than the Asura adventurer team's members, who had just crossed over from the Ice Crystal world. You must be tired after grinding for so long. We'll disband for now, so get some rest. You can also use this opportunity to explore. I'll notify you through the team chat when it's time to meet back up, Shurfang said, chuckling as he watched his curious teammates. After leaving the Ice Crystal world's ancient shrine, their group teleported to an ancient shrine in the Great Thorn Forest, a neutral map not far from the Black Dragon Empire. Although the shrine had lacked a guardian boss, players couldn't teleport while in the Great Thorn Forest. They had no choice but to fight their way out of the map. Fortunately, the Great Thorn Forest was only a level 60 to level 80 map, so the enemies they encountered hadn't been ridiculously powerful. Even so, they had fought for over 10 hours before they reached the Empire. The team then arrived in a border town in the Black Dragon Empire with the help of Shurfang's space movement. From the border town, they teleported to Black Dragon City. After such a long fight, every team member was mentally exhausted. Since there was still some time before his agreement with Phoenix Rain, Shurfang let his adventurer team get some rest. Besides, he still had a few matters to see to, and moving as a group was too troublesome. We'll do that. I wonder how many experts are here. I'm going to the Divine Colosseum to take a look. After Shurfang's dismissal, the team members excitedly left the teleportation hall. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, dashed straight towards Black Dragon City's Divine Colosseum. After the team split up, Shurfang hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to the city's auction house. During his time in the Ice Crystal world, he had purchased many of the other world's unique, rare materials. Including the items his Asura adventurer team had gathered, his bag space and epic rank spatial bag were full to the brim. Although he had been absent from God's Domain's continent for some time, General Snow and Aqua Rose had sent him regular reports. The various large guilds had been busy trying to equip their members with mounts by offering their elite and expert members subsidies. Mounted players could explore distant resource maps, gathering more resources for their guilds. They could also level up faster due to fewer competitors. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't fall behind, although Zero Wing earned a lot from Stone Forest Town's battle arena and auction house, and White River City's Candlelight trading firm and teleportation house. It didn't have much to spare to purchase mounts for its elites due to its expansion on two fronts. Hence, this was a good opportunity to earn a quick buck from selling the Ice Crystal world's rare materials and set some aside for guild. Mounts many of the materials he had gathered during his trip were ice-type items. Not only could they be used to craft weapons and equipment, but they would also be useful in brewing potions that increased ice resistance and ice-type damage, both of which God's Domain's continent sorely lacked. Mainstream players had already begun to encounter leveling maps with various environments, and as a result, increasing one's resistances had become a necessity. Without those resistances, players' leveling speed and combat power would suffer. Frost steel, or, in particular, was a main material to produce ice resistance armor kits, and mysterious iron and secret silver with ice resistance. In the ice crystal world, a stack of 100 frost steel were only sold for 1 gold. In God's Domain, a stack could go for more than 5 gold. Shurfong had intentionally collected a large stock of the material. He had planned to sell the materials in Zero Wings auction house. But at the end of the day, Stone Forest Town didn't see enough traffic. It was no match for Black Dragon City. Moreover, only a high-population city like Black Dragon City could exhaust his stock. If he tried to sell the materials in Starmoon Kingdom, he'd saturate the market, and the prices would eventually fall. Half an hour later, Shurfong arrived before the Black Dragon auction house. He saw far more players than his visit a few days ago. There were several times more merchant players from other kingdoms and empires specifically. These merchant players hawked their wares outside the building in an intense competition. After entering the auction house, Shurfong found a secluded corner and took a seat. He then called up the auction house's system interface and began to place various items up for sale. He had bought almost every ingot of Frost Steel or Cold Wind City had to offer, collecting over 5,000 stacks. Aside from the Frost Steel, Shurfong had over 3,000 stacks of ice-capped grass, a required component for brewing intermediate ice resistance potions. Each stack had sold for 60 silver in Cold Wind City, but in the Black Dragon Empire, they could sell for 3 gold. Overall, Shurfong had over 16,000 stacks of materials. Among them, over 13,000 stacks were common materials in the ice crystal world. For now, he only sold the common materials, saving the more valuable items for the candlelight trading firm. Someone's selling Frost Steel or for 5 gold per stack. That's so cheap. I finally found the ice-capped grass I've been looking for. It wasn't long before players bought out the first batch of materials Shurfong had scheduled in the auction house. Due to the intense competition for the items, Shurfong made more than the marketplace, even after deducting the processing fees. Overall, just the first batch of materials had earned Shurfong a net profit of over 3,000 gold. At this rate, he should be able to earn over 30,000 gold. And this was his profit after a single visit to the ice crystal world. If the various super guilds learned his secret, they'd pop a blood vessel in envy. After he finished dealing with the common materials, Shurfong used a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town. He stored the remaining materials in the town's candlelight trading firm. He also collected the magic crystals the town had stockpiled while he had been gone to upgrade the Titan Guard. He had spent most of his magic crystals during the battle with the Titan Warrior, so he only had a few hundred crystals on hand. It wasn't enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. The number of magic crystals Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house and battle arena had earned Shurfong. Even after deducting the town's expenses, Stone Forest Town had earned over 60,000 magic crystals in just 3 days. However, upgrading the Titan Guard wouldn't be cheap. After spending 1,000 magic crystals to upgrade the shield from bronze to mysterious iron rank, he spent another 3,000 crystals upgrading it to secret silver rank, 6,000 to fine gold rank, 10,000 to dark gold rank, and 18,000 to epic rank. Unfortunately, upgrading the shield to fragmented legendary rank would cost 100,000 magic crystals. In the end, Shurfong could only afford to upgrade the Titan Guard to epic rank. He'd have to save the last upgrade for the future guild leader. You're finally back. I bought a large stock of flame potions as you asked. Do you want me to send them over? Aqua Rose asked. Smiling, Aqua Rose and her team had grinded for flame potions in the Flaming Rain Mountains while Shurfong had been gone. Since it was a neutral map, it had an abundance of extremely powerful monsters. If not for her leadership, they might not have completed their task. Furthermore, due to the map's difficulty, she had leveled up, reaching level 51 good. Shurfong nodded and glanced at the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Phoenix Rain, and he said, "Let's meet up in Black Dragon City and notify Snow to pick a team of experts. We're going on a trip to Apocalypse City. We're heading out on another excursion? All right. Aqua Rose was instantly overjoyed. She then disconnected the call and contacted Gentle Snow. Chapter 1474, Zero Wings Auction. Chapter 1474, Zero Wings Auction. Shurfeng didn't hurry to return to Black Dragon City after the call disconnected. Instead, he left the Candlelight trading firm and headed to the Zero Wing auction. House the Titan Guard would be of immense help when the guild raided dungeons. If he upgraded the shield to fragmented legendary rank in time, it could also help them capture the Manatite vein on Karna Island. However, 100,000 magic crystals were not easy to come by. So he decided to sell some of the more valuable materials he had obtained in the Ice Crystal world. In Zero Wings auction house, coins were the main currency in NPC auction houses. But Zero Wings was an advanced auction house. Players were allowed to use other currencies in their transactions, including magic crystals. This was also the reason that the various major powers in the past had sought their own as expected of an advanced auction house. The place has developed quickly. It's no wonder why Ouroboros rose to power so quickly in the past. Before Shurfeng reached the building, he spotted massive crowds wandering in and out of the auction house. It was far more lively than Black Dragon's auction house. Based on Aqua Rose's reports, Stone Forest Town's player population had stabilized at over 1 million due to Zero Wings auction house. It was enough to rival a major NPC city. Such a high number of players also allowed the various large guild spies to investigate the establishment. Some had even tried to bribe Zero Wings core members to learn how their guild could obtain an advanced auction house. Among the guilds trying to probe for information, Aqua Rose had discovered a few shadows from super guilds. Unfortunately, although these players' bribes were tempting, not even Aqua Rose knew how they had obtained the advanced auction house design, much less the core members. In the end, these spies had returned empty-handed as soon as Shurfeng entered the auction house. Several level 20 to 30 merchant players stepped into his path before he reached the counter. Moreover, he wasn't the only player they had interrupted. These merchant players in luxurious, non-attributed clothing approached any player that tried to enter the auction house. Fellow friend, do you intend to sell items here? A female oracle in a light blue dress asked after approaching Shurfeng. Softly, she continued, I can help you sell and purchase items. If you have items to sell, I'll help pay a portion of the processing fees. If you're looking for items, depending on the item's value, I'll help cover the cost up to 1 gold. Shurfeng had intended to ignore the woman, but upon seeing the oracle's name, he paused. Why is she here? Shurfeng stared at the smiling player in shock. The female oracle's name was Susie. She wasn't a fighting expert or some upper echelon from a guild or top adventurer team. Rather, she had been a famous merchant in the Black Dragon Empire, and its neighbor Shurfeng had conducted various business deals with Susie in the past. Through her, he had secured a steady supply of various resistance potions, which had been very rare at the time. The potions had helped Shadow pioneer a neutral map and encounter plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, Susie hadn't had a powerful background. After amassing immense wealth for herself, some of the large guilds had targeted her. In the end, they plundered her coins and resources. Although Susie had tried to take revenge, she hadn't had any influence or strength. Eventually, she had been forced elsewhere to develop. After that incident, Shurfeng had lost track of the woman. Shurfeng had never thought that he'd run into her here. What benefits do you offer for helping foot a portion of the processing fees? Shurfeng asked curiously. I am trying to join Zero Wings auction. To do so, I need to meet a certain transaction quota. I'd like to use your items to meet that quota, Susie explained without withholding anything. Hearing this, realization dawned on Shurfeng. An advanced auction house would periodically hold NPC auctions. During these auctions, players could bid on all sorts of precious items. However, not just any player could participate. Players needed to complete a specified number of transactions first. Fulfilling these quotas might be easy for adventurer teams and guilds, but they were quite demanding of individual merchant players. How many are you missing? Shurfeng asked. Susie frowned at the question, but she offered an answer. I'm roughly 500 gold away from qualifying for the intermediate auctions. Although she put up quite a few of her own items in Zero Wings auction house, many of them hadn't sold due to the intense competition. She was forced to resort to other methods to fulfill her quota. Help me sell these items, then, but I'll only accept magic crystals. Shurfeng handed the woman 10 ingots of the absurdly rare Arctic manatite. The market price for Arctic manatite was over 50 gold per piece, and even then, no one willing sold their Arctic manatite. Susie's jaw nearly hit the ground when she saw the material this swordsman intended to sell. Ordinary players might not recognize Arctic manatite, but merchant players were very familiar with the material. Many of the various large guilds were preparing to pioneer neutral maps, and they all needed various materials to craft resistance items. Arctic manatite was one such example. One ingot could easily sell for 180 magic crystals or more. Meanwhile, magic crystals' current market price had climbed to 30 silver each. Even at such a high price, guilds would fight over the metal. Yet Shurfeng wanted to sell 10 ingots. Are you sure you want to consign them with me? Susie asked, giving Shurfeng a surprised look. She understood what it meant for a player to so easily collect 10 ingots of Arctic manatite. With Shurfeng's wealth, he likely wasn't worried about processing fees. Every coin counts, Shurfeng said, nodding. Susie had, more or less, helped him in the past. Since he had encountered her in this life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Upon hearing the swordsman's agreement, Susie stopped wasting time talking with the man. She pulled a pre-prepared contract from her bag and began to fill in some of the blank areas. Since this was a consignment, the consignor would have to receive the materials to put them up for sale in the auction house. To protect both parties, they'd sign a contract within minutes. Both players signed the contract once the arrangement was complete. Shurfeng turned and headed up to the second floor. Meanwhile, Susie was ecstatic as she looked at the 2 copies of the contract. Once she sold the Arctic manatite, she would complete her quota. All she would need to do then was prepare for the intermediate auction. However, when Susie read the consignee's name, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's Zero Wings Yifeng? Susie spun around, spotting Shurfeng as he walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Zero Wing. It was, without a doubt, the kingdom's #1 guild and overlord. The names of the guild's upper echelons was engraved on every player's mind, although Yifeng wasn't as famous as Aqua, Rose, and Fire Dance. Everybody knew that he was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. It was rumored that even Aqua Rose, one of the guild's vice leaders, had to follow the man's command from time to time. To an insignificant player like her, Yifeng was far out of her reach. She could only ever gaze up at someone like him when she thought about how she had engaged such a man for a business transaction. She was speechless. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts. On the auction house's second floor, Shurfeng followed an NPC to a VIP reception room. He had treated his transaction with Susie as an investment aside from her keen business sense. Susie had made a name for herself in the Black Dragon Empire as a merchant due to her resource channels. The various first-rate guilds in the past had struggled to secure a steady supply of various resistance potions. Yet she had succeeded where they had failed. It was hard to imagine a merchant player with no background obtaining so many resistance potions. Moreover, she had also sold various rare items that had tempted the large guilds. Hence, forming a connection with this merchant player was a wise move. Boss, do you wish to sell all of these items? The advanced manager NPC asked as he examined the large pile of materials on the table. Yes. Sell them in batches. Only accept magic crystals as payment. Shurfeng nodded. An advanced auction house offered 2 methods for selling items. With the first, players could manually decide when their items went up for sale, while the second option allowed them to leave that up to NPCs. NPCs would then sell the items based on the player's requirements and the current demand, putting them up for sale when they could generate the most profit. However, only the auction house's advanced members had access to the second method. Every player dreamed of accessing this option. Not only would it save them the hassle, but their items would also sell at an appropriate time. Usually, players increase their profits by at least 10%. With this method, 10% might not make a difference for a transaction worth dozens of silver coins. But it was a different story for those worth hundreds or thousands of gold. This was one of the advanced auction house's trump cards. However, Shurfeng had no intention of offering this function to the public just yet. Otherwise, the various superpowers would become even more eager to obtain their own establishment. They might even attempt to steal the building. After all, God's domain had certain tools that could return a building to its design even after its construction. But doing so was difficult and costly. Although the rare materials he wanted to sell wouldn't earn 100,000 magic crystals, he should be able to earn around 60,000. Including the income from the auction house fees and the battle arena, he should have enough to upgrade the Titan Guard once he finished in the auction house. Feng glanced at the time. He then used a return scroll to travel to White River City before making his way to Black Dragon City. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. The teleportation hall had fallen silent due to the arrival of a particular player group. What? They're actually from Zero Wing. They're so strong. Aren't they Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose? Why are Zero Wing's vice guild leaders here? Is that the Flame Witch? I've heard that she recently taught the dark guilds lurking around Lake Heart City another lesson. With no way to deal with her, they have been forced out of the city. Why are so many people from Zero Wing here? Are they going to declare war on some guild? When Gentle Snow and the other core members of Zero Wing arrived in the teleportation hall, everyone turned toward the party. Every player in the area felt an immense pressure weigh down on them the moment the group arrived. Many people unconsciously stepped out of the way, opening a path for Zero Wing's members. The Black Dragon Empire's players hadn't been particularly familiar with Zero Wing several days ago, but after the ranking competition and the siege war, it had become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, with countless players attempting to join. However, after the ranking competition and the siege war, Zero Wing had already become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, and many players desperately wanted to join with such a large group of the guild's experts before them. Why wouldn't they be surprised? In the past, almost no one knew how strong Zero Wing was, but looking at these members, every player in the teleportation hall sighed with admiration. Not only were Zero Wing's members sitting atop their mounts, but their levels were also awesomely high. The lowest leveled among them was level 48. Even the number 1 expert on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list was only level 48. Guild leader, everyone's arrived. We can set out at any time, Gentle Snow said when she noticed Feng approach. Good. Feng nodded in satisfaction at the strict, orderly 100-man team before him. Take a quick break. The others will arrive shortly. We'll head over once everyone's here. There are more. Gentle Snow was a little confused as far as she knew. They were here to help Phoenix Rain raid the Sunset Forest. She hadn't heard of the woman asking for other reinforcements. As soon as Gentle Snow finished her question, a team entered the teleportation hall. Approaching her group, every player on the team wore a black cloak, hiding their levels, but she felt the threat of death around all of them. When Gentle Snow looked a particular berserk with a dark purple spear across his back, she felt as if she were looking at a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. The berserker's aura was also as sharp as a blade. For a moment, Gentle Snow sensed the threat of death radiating from this berserker. A peak expert? Gentle Snow was surprised and alert as she quietly examined the berserker. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't the only one who felt it. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yuru were also aware of this particular player. This berserker was none other than Cold Wind City's number 1 expert. Lifeless Thorn also felt a great deal of pressure from Zero Wing's team. Although he had never fought any of these players, his senses as an expert told him that few were strong enough of rivaling his strength among Zero Wing's 100-man team. Let me introduce you. These two are Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. This is Lifeless Thorn, who hails from the Ice Crystal world, Feng said. He could not help but chuckle as the players eyed each other. Both of your teams will be involved in this undertaking. Guild leader, commander. All 3 players turned to Feng in unison. Confused, Feng then patiently explained Zero Wing's guild and the Asura adventurer team to both sides. The news shocked all of them, and both teams struggled to digest the information. Guild leader, just how many secrets are you hiding? Shock overwhelmed Gentle Snow as she watched Asura's members. Although the black cloaks prevented her from gauging the adventurer's strength based on their movements, she could tell that every member of the team was an expert. The various large guilds would offer insane prices to recruit such experts, and even then, They had only succeeded in convincing a small number to join them yet. Shifeng revealed one ally after another. Now, he even had a top-tier adventurer team for a moment. General Snow wondered if the man was backed by some super guild. What other explanation was there for the continued emergence of so many experts in Zero Wing? Once Shifeng confirmed that everyone had arrived, he smiled and announced, "Since we're all here, let's head out to Apocalypse City." Chapter 1476, Zero Wing arrives. Chapter 1476, Zero Wing arrives. Apocalypse Empire, Apocalypse City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters, the residence was lively as members often came and left. At this moment, however, tension gripped the residence's front courtyard. Both pavilion masters and their respective forces stood in the courtyard, each occupying one side with a clear divide between the two. The smell of gunpowder wafted between the forces. Most of the uninvolved guild members were too afraid to enter the residence. It was common knowledge in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor were in a constant struggle for the great pavilion master's position. At this point, neither side held anything back. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the crossfire and die without know what killed them. What's going on? Why are both pavilion masters here? Don't you know? I've heard that a historical site is going to open today, so they've gathered here before setting out. Look, some of the guild's more elusive experts are among them, too. Our guild's experts aren't the only ones here. Look at those players. They aren't wearing our guild's emblem. They must be hired help. I've heard that the historical site they plan to raid is particularly powerful, a Grade 1 ancient ruin. The treasures in the ruin will definitely help whichever side gets them first. The Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master raided a Grade 2 historical site. Nobody knows what items he found, but the elders promoted him to 8th floor master. It caused quite a commotion in the guild. It's no wonder why our pavilion masters are so desperate to compete for the ancient ruin. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members chatted quietly as they watched the guild's two major factions stare each other down. The requirements to become the next great pavilion master had already been announced to the guild as a whole. Now, all they had to do was wait and see which pavilion master completed the requirements first. Since they had found a Grade 1 historical site, the two factions would spare no effort in obtaining the first clear. After all, this competition over the ruin might affect the outcome on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, those people seem to be from Bloody Paradise, Blue Phoenix said, her expression darkening as she watched the several dozen players behind Nine Dragons Emperor. One thing separated these players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members. A blood-red pattern on the back of their hands. Bloody Paradise was not a guild, but a famous adventurer team in a virtual gaming world. Although Bloody Paradise was only an adventurer team, it had outlasted many large guilds. However, Bloody Paradise was powerful because, to the adventurer team, strength was everything. The adventurer team had become famous in the gaming world due to its history of provoking super guilds. The adventurer team had even foiled these super guilds' attempts to eliminate the team. Bloody Paradise would do anything for money. For a high enough price, they'd even strike out against a super guild. Nine Dragons Emperor really has gone all out. Phoenix Rain could not help but frown as she watched a black-clad, middle-aged man chat merrily with Nine Dragons Emperor. She was very familiar with Bloody Paradise. Although it wasn't a super guild, its experts were no less powerful than many of those in the various superpowers. This was especially true for the adventurer team's current commander. Undead had ranked 18th on the God's Domain experts list, but he had recently risen to rank 11. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters were afraid of the man. The black-clad man beside Nine Dragons Emperor was none other than the monster known as Undead. Phoenix Rain also noticed quite a few familiar experts among her competitors' team. Only, these great experts were not as famous as Undead, although she had recruited quite a few experts herself, even inviting Quiet Melody, the Vice Temple Master of the Super Guild, Sacred Temple. They were insignificant compared to Nine Dragons Emperor's recruits. Furthermore, Quiet Melody was only helping as a good friend. Phoenix Rain hadn't been able to borrow the Sacred Temple's true strength. Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Phoenix Rain a gleeful smile. He could already see the Sunset Forest treasure in his bag's Nine Dragons Pavilion Master. Your opponent seems quite formidable. She's invited quite a few exciting experts to help her, Undead said, smiling as he glanced at the people beside Phoenix Rain True. She has recruited a good number of experts, but how can any of them compare to you, Commander Undead? Your team will likely have an easy enough time defeating them, Nine Dragons Emperor responded. He had already investigated Phoenix Rain's allies. Only Quiet Melody and the few experts she had brought with her were worth any concern. Moreover, this was a historical site raid, not a PvP battle. Once we enter the ruin, I'll rely on you to take the lead. The team Undead had brought with him was leagues above Quiet Melody's Bloody Paradise, was precisely the reason that the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master had secured the first clear of a Grade 2 historical site. On his own, the 9th floor master would have failed, rest assured. I've already collected quite a bit of information on the Sunset Forest and seen to ample preparations, Undead stated. However, Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, you have to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor nodded. As the Sunset Forest's activation time approached, both sides completed the final groundwork for the raid. A historical site was far more dangerous than a dungeon. Multiple team wipes were normal. Players would also go through resources such as stamina, concentration, and mana far faster than outside of the ruin. Without preparing, a team could easily waste the opportunity. Big Sis Rain. It's almost time to depart, but Zero Wing isn't here yet. Should we contact them? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Although every team entering the historical site would have the same amount of time, the sooner they entered the ruin, the sooner they could secure the first clear. Glancing at the time, Phoenix Rain noticed that they only had 15 minutes before the Sunset Forest opened. Give them a call, Phoenix Rain said just as Blue Phoenix pulled up her communication interface. A large group of players rode through the residence's entrance. The moment these people arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in their way instinctively parted to open a path as the pressure the team radiated swept over them. Zero Wing. A cold glint flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes when he saw Sure Foam at the head of the group due to Zero Wing. The resource towns he had invested in had been destroyed. Although Zero Wing hadn't captured the two towns, they had flattened them. They would be incredibly expensive to rebuild even if he had the funds. Zero Wing could simply destroy them all over again. As a result, he had been forced to watch as those two resource towns had gone to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted nothing more than the guild's extermination. Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. Crap, isn't that the Flame Witch? Look, she's Aqua Rose. Didn't she defeat the Shadow Dragon Legion? The Phoenix Pavilion Master is amazing. She actually hired Zero Wing's members. The competition for the historical site's first clear will be interesting. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the courtyard erupted into a fevered discussion as Zero Wing's members walked into their residence. Everyone had heard of Zero Wing's experts. Chapter 1477, Unknown Adventurer Team. Chapter 1477, Unknown Adventurer Team. Not only had Zero Wing's arrival attracted the guild members' attention, but the experts Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had hired also turned towards these experts. Most of God's Domain's ordinary players hadn't heard of Zero Wing's experts. After all, God's Domain had only launched a few months ago, and countless guilds rose and fell each day. Most players were only familiar with the veteran large guilds that had been founded many years ago, but it was a different story for players of their caliber. They were privy to far more information than ordinary players, and they were all familiar with what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Not only had Zero Wing become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild early in the game, but it was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 6 guilds, excluding the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Some time ago, a rumor had spread about Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Shadow Dragon Legion. The Shadow Dragon Legion was one of the guild's trump card legions and very formidable in large-scale battles. The fact that Zero Wing had defeated such a powerful force proved its extraordinary combat power. Big Sis Melody. What is the Phoenix Pavilion Master thinking? We're raiding a Grade 1 historical site. yet she invited so many players from Zero Wing? Is she so desperate for manpower? A male summoner named Lonely Fantasy asked, dissatisfied as he watched the 200 players Shurfeng led. It was common knowledge that a Grade 2 historical site was more difficult than a 100-man Helm mode team dungeon of the same level. Needless to say, a Grade 1 historical site would be a greater challenge. If that hadn't been the case, Phoenix Rain wouldn't have recruited so many experts. Meanwhile, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team 1,000 members per raid, yet Zero Wing had dispatched 200 members, taking 1/5 of the available slots. I doubt that. Rain might have her own ideas on the matter. Quiet Melody could not help but reveal a playful smile when she saw Zero Wing's members. But the guild is interesting. Despite knowing how important this is, it didn't dispatch most of its main force members. Most players didn't have a clear idea of Zero Wing's structure, but she did. She had thoroughly investigated the guild, memorizing almost every face in Zero Wing's main force. Although Zero Wing had sent a lot of players, Fire Dance, the main force's commander, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove, the 3 top MTs, were absent. Other important individuals, such as Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Black Cloud, Minor Wind, and Alluring Summer weren't here either. Without these experts, Zero Wing's main force would be nothing but a joke in the various superpowers' eyes. He finally arrived. Phoenix Rain frowned as Shurfeng's group approached. Team leader Yi Feng, do you plan to bring all of these members to the historical site? She could ignore the fact that Zero Wing hadn't mobilized all of its top experts, but the guild had gone a little too far if they expected to bring all 200 players to the Sunset Forest. It was not that she doubted Zero Wing's strength. Rather, it was impossible for the guild to gather so many players who qualified to challenge a Grade 1 historical site with its current capabilities. All of the players participating in this operation were top experts in their guilds or adventurer teams. In her opinion, only Zero Wing's main force members were qualified to stand beside them. This operation was of utmost importance. She couldn't afford to lose because of such a minor issue. Moreover, she had long since prepared the 1,000 members required for the raid. Zero Wing's members were nothing more than reinforcements, of course. I wouldn't have brought them otherwise. Shurfeng could hear the ire in Phoenix Rain's tone. Immediately, he explained, let me introduce you. This is Lifeless Thorn, the vice commander of the Asura adventurer team. I specifically invited Asura to help us. Hello. Lifeless Thorn nodded in greeting, confusion gripping his heart. Since when was he Asura's vice commander? Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only confused player. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose shot Shurfeng disdainful looks. The Asura adventurer team? Phoenix Rain examined Lifeless Thorn before glancing at the cloaked players behind him. She had assumed they were from Zero Wing, but upon closer inspection, she realized that their appearances were foreign to her. She had never heard of an adventurer team called Asura yet. Shurfeng had invited this unknown adventurer team to join such a crucial operation. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Relax. I can vouch for their strength. Shurfeng was fully aware of the questions plaguing Phoenix Rain's mind. He chuckled and said, moreover, Asura will be absolutely necessary if we want to raid Sunset Forest. When he had established the Asura adventurer team, his goal had been to recruit the various independent experts that detested guild restrictions. Since he didn't want others to realize how closely tied the team was to Zero Wing, he had named it Asura. After all, any adventurer team that had a guild behind it would struggle to recruit members. In addition, Zero Wing's enemies might target Asura, which would be a detriment to the adventurer team's development. He intended to develop Asura separate from Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's operation was a good opportunity for Asura to make a name for itself in God's domain, creating a foundation for the adventurer team to grow. With this, he could save himself the trouble of trying to promote the team secretly since they had Shurfeng's vote of confidence. Phoenix Rain sized up the Berserker before her, though the black cloak hid Lifeless Thorn's name and level. It did nothing to conceal his killing intent. Even she felt slightly threatened when subjected to this stranger's aura. As for the purple spear on Lifeless Thorn's back, Although he had hidden the weapon's glow effect, she guessed that it was at least dark gold rank based on the design on the shaft and the small arcs of electricity dancing around it. It was very likely that the spear was, in fact, an epic weapon. The black cloak hid most of the berserker's equipment as well. But after a close look, she noticed that every piece had a unified theme. In addition, a distinct pattern flowed from one piece to the next. Its glow proved that it was dark gold rank, proving that Lifeless Thorn wore a dark gold set equipment. Moreover, it was an 8-piece set, the level 40, 8-piece barbarian set. Phoenix Rain guessed. No, the barbarian set is silver. This one is crimson. Could it be a level 45 dark gold set equipment? When Phoenix Rain considered the possibility of this man wearing an 8-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment, the gaze she gave the berserker changed. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had level 45 dark gold set equipment as well, the guild had only collected a dozen or so 6-piece sets. Naturally, they weren't as strong as an 8-piece set. The fact that an adventurer team had obtained such a set, in addition to an epic weapon, proved Asura's prowess. Fine. Have it your way. We'll enter the Sunset Forest together. Phoenix Rain still questioned Sure Feng's claim, but when she thought about her agreement with the man, she gave in. However, we need to finish the raid as soon as possible. Nine Dragons Emperor has invited Bloody Paradise. I've heard that they helped the Nine Heavens Pavilion raid a grade 2 historical site. They should know what they're doing. Bloody Paradise? Hearing this, Sure Feng could not help but turn towards Nine Dragons Emperor's group. He quickly spotted Undead. Bloody Paradise's commander. Bloody Paradise had been a top adventurer team in his previous life. Although it hadn't achieved as much as the Midnight Tea Party had, the adventurer team had been absurdly powerful. This was especially true for the adventurer team's commander, Undead. He had been a madman who had dared to kill a super guild's leader and countless players from the Midnight Tea Party. Eventually, however, the various super guilds and Midnight Tea Party had hunted the man down, removing him from God's domain entirely. In any case, we need to raid the Sunset Forest as fast as possible. If you need recovery items, let me know, Phoenix Rain offered as she glanced at the time. Only a few minutes were left before the Sunset Forest opened, and even though Sure Feng now knew about Bloody Paradise's participation, nothing had changed. All they could do was rest up and prepare for the raid. When Nine Dragons Emperor's players saw Zero Wing's members join Phoenix Rain's forces, the laugh Phoenix Rain has lost her mind. She actually let Zero Wing bring 200 members. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, could not help but laugh when he looked at the opponent's team composition. Have you looked into these 200 members yet? Nine Dragons Emperor asked as he glanced at Sure Feng's group, although he didn't think that Zero Wing could make much of a difference. There was no harm in being cautious. After all, this raid was incredibly important. I sent someone to probe for information. Among those 200 players, 100 belong to Zero Wing, while the other 100 are from an adventurer team called Asura. Unfortunately, we don't know anything about this adventurer team. My guess is that they've only recently established. Many of Phoenix Rain's experts aren't happy about the situation, Blood Dragon reported, chuckling. A new adventurer team? The news stunned Nine Dragons Emperor, but after a moment, he laughed uncontrollably. Phoenix Rain is trying her best to sabotage herself. Have someone leak the information to those obstinate elders. Let them know who they should truly support. Understood. Blood Dragon began to compile the information and sent his subordinates to spread rumors. The last few minutes passed quickly. When the Sunset Forest activated, both Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor retrieved a silver crystal ball from their bags at almost the same time, shattering it. The crystal balls then opened a spatial tunnel that allowed Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragon Emperor's teams to enter very quickly. 2,000 players entered their respective spatial tunnels, vanishing from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. A breath later, the spatial tunnels also disappeared. Chapter 1478, Asura's Edge. Chapter 1478, Asura's Edge. When Sure Feng entered the spatial tunnel, a glaring light blinded him for a moment. When his vision recovered, he noticed that he stood in a familiar yet foreign location. System. You have discovered the historical site, Sunset Forest System. You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest automatically after 8 hours. It seems we've gotten pretty lucky. We were actually teleported to the werewolf zone. After taking a quick look around him, Shurfeng had a general grasp of their location. A historical site was like a special secret land. It only opened at certain times. Players had to complete the key quest each time they wanted to enter a particular historical site. In addition, players would be teleported to different locations every time they entered the Sunset Forest was massive, no smaller than a leveling map. The map was divided into 8 zones, and each time players entered the historical site, they'd be teleported to one of the areas randomly. Naturally, each area's danger would also differ. Among the 8 areas, the werewolf zone was considered the easiest to get through. Each of the Sunset Forest's 8 zones offered varying challenges. For example, the swamp zone would drag players down, drowning those who weren't careful. In the stone forest zone, players weren't able to use spells. The darkness and hail zones were the most dangerous. Random orbs of ice would rain down in the hail zone, claiming players' lives. In the darkness zone, players could only see 8 yards around them, making them easy targets for monster ambushes. A reason the werewolf zone was considered the easiest was that its main threat came in the form of a larger monster population. The zone's monsters were also quite organized. All 8 zones had one thing in common. They eventually led to the Sunset Forest Center. However, players didn't often get that far once the team was accounted for. They adjusted the team's formation. Phoenix Rain sent scouting parties of assassins and rangers ahead to determine their next move. Unlike dungeons, players didn't have access to a system map in historical sites. They had to explore the available routes. This was also why the system gave them 8 hours to clear the ruin. If a team wasn't careful, they could venture into a different zone, bypassing the historical site's core. After 15 minutes or so, the scouting parties reported back with what they had discovered. When Phoenix Rain read the reports, she was astonished. So, this is a grade 1 historical site. Phoenix Rain frowned deeply at the reports. Their current location was extremely dangerous. Based on the scouting party's investigation, they were surrounded by werewolf caps. Moreover, a large number of werewolves patrolled the various paths leading to the Sunset Forest core. If they tried to advance, they'd march straight into these werewolves' den. 30 werewolf squads patrolled the straightest path to the core, and each patrol consisted of around 100 monsters, led by at least one Great Lord. The more powerful patrol squads were commanded by Grand Lords. Even the weakest werewolf in the zone was a chieftain, and they were all level 52 and above. Dealing with one werewolf patrol squad would be difficult and time-consuming, much less dealing with 30. Furthermore, if they weren't careful and disturbed any of the nearby camps, they'd be overrun. Each werewolf camp had at least 11 Grand Lords, including a specialized Grand Lord. Attempting to face such a force would be suicidal. After several evolutions to God's domain, even monsters of the same rank had varying levels of strength. Monsters that failed to evolve properly tended to upgrade a portion of their basic attributes first, such as their strength, agility, and defense. These monsters were known as specialized bosses. They were much stronger than bosses of the same rank and level, but they were extremely rare once they knew what they were up against. Even Quiet Melody was shocked. She had rated a grade 2 historical site in the past, but compared to this grade 1 ruin, that experience had been child's play. Even extremely rare, specialized bosses were common here. Although players would only lose 20% of their EXP if they died in the ruin, it would add up after multiple deaths. I see why they say that historical sites are even more difficult than 100-man Helm mode team dungeons. This grade 1 historical site really knows how to render players powerless. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. She then turned to Shurfeng and asked, "Team leader Yifeng, do you have a way to break through?" "I don't have any ideas either. We'll have to fight our way through." Shurfeng stated players in other areas might be able to rely on their wit to overcome the zone's challenges, but the werewolf zone didn't offer that option. The only way to the core was to kill their way there. Fight our way through? Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes at Shurfeng. She had asked him precisely because that wasn't possible. Since we don't have other options, I guess we have no choice but to use the 4-tier 3 summoning scrolls earlier than expected. To raid the Sunset Forest, she had prepared plenty of trump cards. However, she hadn't expected to use them so soon after entering the historical site. No one else on the team voiced an opinion, either. With their team's strength, fighting 30 werewolf patrol squads was pushing it. They'd have to face over 20 level 55 Great Lords and several level 55 Grand Lords. There were thousands of weaker monsters as well. If they had 4-tier 3 summon creatures to hold off the Grand Lords while they defeated the rest of the monsters, they might have a chance of making it through. It's too wasteful to use tier 3 summoning scrolls right now. Surephone commented as he stopped Phoenix Rain. That's easy for you to say. How are we supposed to get past the Grand Lords if we don't use the tier 3 summon creatures to distract them? Lonely Fantasy snapped, clicking his tongue. When he heard Surephone, however, Quiet Melody quickly silenced Lonely Fantasy, turning to Surephone. I know if Elder Yifeng has a different plan. We'll just force our way through, Surephone stated for a moment. The team fell silent. If they could force their way through, they wouldn't need to use the tier 3 summoning scrolls. Yet when they saw the look in Shurfang's eyes, they knew he was serious. They were stunned. Team leader Yifeng. What about the Grand Lords? Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the man's expression. The Asura adventurer team will distract the Grand Lords in our path. Everyone else can worry about the other monsters as we advance. Surephone explained. Leave them to Asura? Phoenix Rain shot Lifeless Thorn a glance based on the scouts' reports. For Grand Lords guarded the easiest path. A measly 100-man team could never deal with 4 Grand Lords at once. Besides, other monsters littered the area. We don't have any problems with it, Lifeless Thorn declared. Initially, he had wanted to veto the idea, but Surephone had sent him a whisper, instructing him to agree. With no other choice, he did as he was told, hearing Lifeless Thorn's lack of hesitation. Quiet Melody and the others were stunned. None of them had ever heard of the Asura adventure team before today, yet the team claimed that they could distract 4 level 55 Grand Lords. This was simply inconceivable. After some reluctance, Phoenix Rain eventually agreed and said, "All right then, let's try it. If we fail, I'll use the tier 3 summoning scrolls to assist you." Following which, the team prepared to move out. Meanwhile, Surephone made his own secret arrangements. 9. You'll tank 2 Grand Lords. Madness, you'll tank one of the remaining 2, and I'll take the last. Healers, focus on the 2 MTs. Surephone whispered to Asura's members. I'm dealing with 2. Solitary 9 was beginning to grow nervous. Relax, Surephone said, chuckling. After all, he had lent Solitary 9 the epic rank Titan Guard. The man was also a level 53 shield warrior, wearing an 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment. If he couldn't hold his ground against 2 Grand Lords, he didn't deserve the equipment. A moment later, the 1,000-man team moved out under Surephang's command. First, he sent the scouting parties to lure Grand Lord's werewolf patrol squads to Asura's members. He instructed the rest of the team to focus on moving towards Sunset Forest core. Every player in this raid was an expert. They had long since grown used to luring powerful bosses. It wasn't long before the scouts ran back with 4 werewolf patrol squads behind them. Go, Surephone commanded when he saw the oncoming monsters taking the lead. Solitary 9 ran up to one of the Grand Lord-ranked werewolf captains and executed a shield bash. He then activated charge on another werewolf captain. In seconds, he had aggroed 2 werewolf captains. Werewolf captain, humanoid creature, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 72, 000/72, 000/000. Awoo. The 2 werewolf captains howled in anger as they swung their clubs at the shield warrior punk. Punk. Both clubs struck Solitary 9's shield, emitting 2 loud, buzzing sounds. 2 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Solitary 9's head, devouring nearly 2/5 of the man's HP. Fortunately, the 4 healers in the rear restored him back to full. How is this possible? As Phoenix Rain and the others fought their way towards the distant core, they were stunned when they saw the scene. Chapter 1479. Brutish Team. Chapter 1479, Brutish Team. How'd he do that? Did he activate a life-saving skill? Lonely Castle gaped at the recovered Solitary 9. Everyone who had underestimated the Asura Adventurer team was stupefied normally. The strength of a team's MT was synonymous to the team's overall strength. Solitary 9's performance proved that Asura's claim of being a powerful adventurer team was clearly more than just arrogance. Even the game's current top-tier MTs would lose more than 15,000 HP against a casual attack from a level 55 Grand Lord. It was the equivalent of 1/3 of most MT's HP. Yet Solitary 9 had only sustained a little over minus 10,000 HP from each werewolf captain's attack, which totaled less than 2/5 of his total HP. However, their shock after seeing the damage Solitary 9 had received was nothing compared to what they felt after watching the man block both attacks with a shield while their respective guilds' top-ranking MTs could block a level 55 Grand Lord attacks as well. It normally took several MTs working together. If they sent a single MT to tank the Grand Lord, they'd send the player to his death even when a peak MT blocked an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. They'd stiffen momentarily from the impact. The outcome was the same when the MT used a defensive technique. If MTs didn't deal with the momentary stiffness properly, the Grand Lord could use its high attack speed to break through their defenses, landing a direct hit. Even with a group of dedicated healers, most MTs wouldn't survive the hit. Hence, teams usually sent in multiple MTs to manage the boss's attacks and dampen the resulting impacts. Yet Solitary 9 had blocked attacks from 2 werewolf captains, and by the looks of it, he had energy to spare. It was inconceivable. However, Solitary 9 was more surprised than anyone has sent this shield a little too powerful. Solitary 9 could not help but glance at the crescent shield on his arm. He couldn't believe that he had just blocked 2 Great Lord's attacks without slowing in the least elsewhere. Dark Madness had secured his own werewolf captain. Although he had a harder time than Solitary 9, with his 8-piece Dark Gold set equipment, he held his ground as he focused on his defense naturally. Feng had little trouble with his boss. Although he wasn't an MT, his attributes rivaled a Grand Lord's of the same level. At level 60, distracting a Grand Lord that was 5 levels lower than him was a piece of cake. With the 4 werewolf captains distracted, the rest of the team had an easier time dealing with the remaining werewolves. Every player that Phoenix Rain had recruited for the operation was a top-tier expert. The MTs were more than capable of holding their ground against a level 55 Great Lord, let alone High Lord-ranked monsters, and below, with the MTs forming a wall around the team. The various DPS classes launched frenzied attacks at the werewolves in their way. Hundreds of spells and arrows rained down on the werewolves, killing a few chieftain-ranked werewolves instantly. As the patrol squads thinned, the teams slowly advanced. Melee players assist the MTs. Range players prioritize the werewolves directly in front of us. Don't waste your attacks. Healers coordinate and make sure there aren't any long breaks between heals on the MTs. Phoenix Rain commanded hurriedly as more werewolves converged on their location. Prioritize the werewolf captains and ignore the mobs. Feng interjected. The mobs are increasing by the minute. If we don't clear them out soon, we won't be able to move forward. Quiet Melody snapped as she glanced at the approaching werewolf squads. She strongly disapproved of Feng's plan. It would take too long to kill the Grand Lords. They simply had too much HP. Rather than targeting the Grand Lords, they should focus on killing the weaker monsters. That way, they could break through the blockade sooner than later. I have a plan to deal with the mobs. For now, prioritize the werewolf captains, Feng said, chuckling. Even the weakest of these werewolves have several million HP. If they swarm us, the MTs won't be able to hold them back. Quiet Melody growled when she saw the swordsman's calm expression. His plan wouldn't be an issue if they were fighting common or elite monsters, but the werewolves coming at them were chieftain rank and above. Even if they bombarded those monsters with one AoE spell after another, it would do little to thin their numbers. Only large-scale destruction spells would be useful. Even then, the spells would be of limited help. If it didn't get rid of these monsters soon, The werewolves would overwhelm the team, but before Quiet Melody could respond, Phoenix Rain got ahead of her and said, "All right, you have command of the team now, ye phone." "Rain, this is too risky." Quiet Melody spun towards her friend in confusion and shock. "I know, but I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. If things go south, I have a backup plan," the Phoenix Pavilion Master softly explained. While Quiet Melody had been correct about needing to deal with the weaker monsters first, there was an issue with her plan. If they ignored the 4 Grand Lords and advanced, the pressure on the team would only increase as they moved forward, and more werewolf patrol squads joined to fight on the off chance that they came across another Grand Lord squad. The team would be annihilated. Hence, prioritizing the werewolf captains was a sound idea. In addition, she could use the opportunity to gauge Zero Wing's strength once Phoenix Rain handed Sure Feng the leadership rights. He instructed the team to focus their fire on the werewolf captain in front of him, although the werewolf captain had 72 million HP. Its HP steadily decreased as hundreds of players bombarded the monster. Most of the team members dealt around minus 5,000 damage, occasionally dealing double that due to critical hits. Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yuru, and Lifeless Thorn, however, dealt over minus 10,000 damage on average. They even dealt several times that every now and again. Aqua Rose's damage was particularly frightening. She was already a Tier 2 player, and after she gained the Sea Dragon Staff, her Tier 2 spells had gained the power of Tier 3, each capable of dealing several 100,000 damage. Aoyuru had a similar benefit with her staff. Despite only being a Tier 1 player, her spells were on par with Tier 2 spells. With Sure Feng distracting the werewolf captain, both women could attack freely, dominating the team's damage output ranking and leaving the rest of the players in their dust crap. This is insane. Their combined damage is more than the next 7 players combined. So this is Zero Wing. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru's damage stupefied many of the team's experts. Even Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Asura were surprised. They had never dreamed that Zero Wing was this powerful. It wasn't long before one werewolf captain after another fell. However, a tremendous number of werewolves had converged on the team's location. The monsters had already blocked the path ahead, making advancement impossible. "Good. Aqua, Yueru, you two can begin," Sure Feng shouted as he glanced at the clogged path ahead. He then switched the aura of wind for the aura of fire. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru exchanged smiles as they cast the Tier 2 spells. Rising Flow and Frost Flame held simultaneously. Meanwhile, Sure Feng activated Flame Domain suddenly. The werewolves blocking the path screamed in pain as their HPs plummeted. In seconds, they turned to dust when the spells dissipated. Only a small portion of the werewolves remained. Every chieftain-ranked werewolf had been eliminated, and the Lord-ranked werewolves had less than half of their HPs remaining. For a moment, both players and werewolves had fallen silent. Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure. Chapter 1480, Historical Sites Treasure. What destructive power! Am I seeing things? All the chieftains are dead. An indescribable shock overwhelmed the team members as they stared at the clearing in the enemy lines. Moreover, after the deaths of so many werewolves, everyone's experience bars had risen by a significant chunk. They still have 3 large-scale destruction spells of such power despite so many of their main force members missing. Quiet Melody stared at Sure Feng on the front line in confusion. The various large guilds constantly searched for large-scale destruction spells, but such spells were extremely rare. Even a super guild like the Sacred Temple only had 30-plus players who could wield such power, and she was one of them. Players in guilds who didn't fully understand large-scale destruction spells treated them like war weapons or powerful tools to use when grinding monsters. Only players who had large-scale destruction spells knew that there were differences even among them. An ordinary large-scale destruction spell might be useful against players, but even 3 of such spells might not be enough to kill level 50-plus chieftain-ranked monsters and above. Only curse-grade large-scale destruction spells could achieve the feat, however. Such curses were even harder to find in the Sacred Temple. Only 6 players possessed such curses, and the guild's upper echelons fought over every one of them. Quiet Melody found it hard to believe that, despite the majority of Zero Wing's main force missing, the guild could still employ 3 curse grade large-scale destruction spell sets. No wonder why Yi Fong claimed that we can clear the Sunset Forest. It seems he had hidden his guild's true power. Phoenix Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly at the empty plot of land before her curse grade large-scale destruction spells were extremely useful when raiding a dungeon. It was especially true as players took on the dungeon bosses, although she had prepared her own curse. That was it. None of her subordinates wielded such a spell. She had never expected to see 3 players from Zero Wing use one. The path ahead is clear. Everyone charge. Range players, use your control skills on the monsters. Don't let them fill the gap. Shurfeng shouted in the team chat if Tier 1 players try to grind all of the Werewolf Zone's monsters until they reach the Sunset Forest core, they'd never reach it. The only way through this zone was to run, avoid as many battles as possible, and only stop when they came across a Grand Lord. The Werewolf Patrol squad respawned very quickly. Moreover, their hunting range extended throughout the zone. If they discovered players, the werewolves would chase them to the ends of the earth. Fortunately, Shurfeng's command snapped everyone out of their daze, and the team began to advance with the team's MTs on the front lines, and everyone following closely behind. The team soon broke through the werewolves' blockade. Although the team had encountered plenty of werewolves as they moved, they hadn't run into any Grand Lords. Hence, the MTs had remained within their block limits, including their mobile turrets, such as Zhao Yueru and Aqua Rose. The team knocked aside the Grand Lord-ranked werewolves that had stood in their path. This allowed everyone to approach the ruins core relatively easily after a little over 4 hours. Phoenix Rain's team reached the isolated area separating the werewolf zone and the center of the Sunset Forest. Some players had even leveled up during the past 4 hours. Those who hadn't had seen a 30% rise in their experience bars. These players were a little reluctant to leave the werewolf zone after realizing their leveling speed. Big Sis Melody. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has pretty good luck. Although the Sunset Forest is a Grade 1 historical site, it's much easier than the Grade 2 historical site we previously rated. Even after gathering so many experts, the Sacred Temple had only reached the core after using all of our allotted time. Lonely Fantasy enviously commented as he gazed at the dense forest before them, which was currently protected by a magic barrier. Unfortunately, despite all of the EXP they had obtained, the historical site's monsters hadn't dropped any loot. To secure a historical site's treasure, they had to search its core with over 3 hours remaining. They could recover some of the Sunset Forest items, even if they failed to clear it. In contrast, when the Sacred Temple had raided the Grade 2 historical site, they hadn't returned with anything. To top it off, they had team wiped twice easy. Quiet Melody glanced at the werewolf army, standing near the edge of the isolation area before turning towards Shurfeng, who had sat down to rest. It seems I'll need to report to the guild leader. Their journey might have seemed easy, so much so that Phoenix Rain hadn't had to use a single trump card she had prepared for this trip. But they had only come this far due to Shurfeng's efficient command and Zero Wing's incredible DPS. If the Sacred Temple hired Zero Wing to raid historical sites in the future, their chances of success would increase tremendously. After the team rested for a bit, they marched towards the protected forest ahead of them. The moment they pushed through the magic barrier, they felt as if a great weight had dropped on their shoulders. They also struggled to concentrate. Everyone, be careful when we face the monsters in this area. The mana here is very thin, and the gravity is 3 times that of other zones. Shurfeng warned his companions in the team chat. Scouting parties, be wary of traps as you explore ahead. Report back immediately if you spot monsters. The Sunset Forest mana was paper thin. After factoring in the high gravity, players would struggle to display their full combat power in this area. Even experts would be fortunate to exhibit 60 or 70% of their total combat power. Ordinary players might not even display 30%. Fortunately, the core didn't have many monsters. Each group the team encountered only consisted of several hundred forest dryads. Meanwhile, the strongest among these dryads was a level 58 Grand Lord, whereas the weakest were level 55 lords. While exploring the Sunset Forest, the team annihilated over a dozen Dryad groups. They had discovered 3 Dryad nests as well, each of which was like a miniature treasure trove, although numerous Dryads protected these nests. The strongest fortified nest they had found only had 6 Grand Lords and a single specialized Grand Lord, seeing the potential harvest she could obtain from these nests. Phoenix Rain used all 6 Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared. Each summoning scroll had a 3-hour duration, just long enough to last them until their time in the Sunset Forest came to an end, with the 6 Tier 3 summoned creatures, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness tanking the Grand Lords. The team swiftly cleared out the Dryad nests, taking roughly 30 minutes to do so. Meanwhile, each of the nests they found had contained over 30 treasure chests, the lowest rank of which was Secret Silver, while the best they had found thus far was a Dark Gold treasure chest. After raiding 3 Dryad nests, the team had obtained 11 Dark Gold treasure chests and 43 Fine Gold treasure chests. In addition, the team had found various materials the Dryads had collected. Among the materials, they had found precious ancient origin wood. Even Quiet Melody was a little jealous. The Sunset Forest was a level 50 to level 60 historical site. Needless to say, its treasure chests would drop level 50 to 60 weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, level 50 plus Fine Gold equipment was still incredibly rare, much less Dark Gold rank. Commander, we've discovered something, a scouting party suddenly reported. It looks like a Dryad nest, but there's a shrine inside it. A lot of Dryads are patrolling the nest, too. I don't think we can investigate further without being detected. Good. We'll make our way there right away. Sure Phone was ecstatic the scouting party had found the Sunset Shrine. The Sunset Shrine hid most of the Sunset Forest treasure, but its location wasn't static. The shrine's location would differ each time the Sunset Forest activated. Every time players teleported to the historical site, they'd have to search for the Sunset Shrine all over again. Sure Phone quickly led the team to the Sunset Shrine, but when they arrived, they gasped at what they saw. How is this possible? Didn't the record say that Grade 1 historical site's final boss is supposed to be a Grand Lord ranked archaic species? Phoenix Rain unconsciously balled her fists when she saw at the gigantic, living tree blocking the distant shrine. When everyone saw this massive treant, they could not help but shudder. The giant tree was the Sunset Forest final boss, but its rank wasn't what they had expected. Rather than a Grand Lord, the treant was a mythic monster, the King of Trees. Chapter 1481, Challenging the King of Trees. Chapter 1481, Challenging the King of Trees. Why is it a mythic monster? Is the system toying with us? When everyone saw the colossal tree looming over 100 meters above them, their relaxed, confident expressions vanished. Even Quiet Melody, a Vice Temple Master from the Super Guild, Sacred Temple, could not help her grim expression. King of Trees, plant life form, mythic, level 60, HP 600, 000, 000, /600, 000, 000. Just looking at the King of Trees sent shivers down her spine. Even before the fight began, the pressure of King of Trees' intense aura weighed down on her. This was only the tip of the iceberg. What truly made her feel powerless was the thick tendrils extending from the Trent's body. The Grand Lord ranked Dryad they had previously faced had only wielded 4 tendrils, each possessing 60% of the Dryad strength. Yet the King of Trees has 12 tendrils. She wouldn't have worried if the tendrils had 60% of a Grand Lord's strength, but against 60% of a level 60 mythic monsters, even Tier 3 summon creatures would be defenseless. Much less players, moreover. A large number of Dryads accompanied the King of Trees. At a glance, Quiet Melody counted over 200 Dryads, including 6 Grand Lords and 60 Great Lords. All of the Dryads were clustered together, so attacking one might lure the whole group. Even Phoenix Rain and Quiet Melody, who had survived countless raids and battles, couldn't help their despair. Rain, let's give up on the King of Trees. It's simply too powerful. We can't raid that boss right now, Quiet Melody advised her friend, who had been silent all this time. We still have plenty of time left. We can raid other Dryad nests. We don't need to waste our time here. The best part about historical sites was their plethora of treasure-laden locations. Although the quantity and quality of treasures they would find in other Dryad nests couldn't compare to those in the Sunset Shrine, they'd walk away with far more than they'd find in a 100-man Helm mode team dungeon. I understand, Phoenix Rain responded, reluctance filling her eyes as she watched the King of Trees. She knew that trying to fight that thing would be suicidal. Not even the numerous trump cards she had prepared would help her against the Mythic-ranked King of Trees. Immediately, she issued a command in the team chat. Everyone, rest up. Scouting parties, continue your search for other Dryad nests. Just as the scouting parties prepare to head out in search, Surefeng shouted, "Hold on a minute. Does he have a plan?" Phoenix Rain could not help but turn towards the swordsman. How can he? The surrounding, high-tier Dryads will be difficult enough to clear out, not to mention the King of Trees. Not even 6-tier, 3 summon creatures can hold up against the boss's tendrils. Without anyone tanking the tendrils, it'll only be a matter of time before we're annihilated, Quiet Melody argued while she acknowledged that they had only made it this far so easily thanks to Surefeng's leadership and ingenuity. She couldn't bring herself to believe that they had a chance against the King of Trees. Compared to the 3 Dryad nests they had already exterminated, raiding the King of Trees would be a nightmare. The boss wasn't a foe that they could defeat with good leadership and strategy. They also needed to be strong enough, and it was obvious that their team wasn't. I'll admit, I didn't expect the King of Trees to be a mythic monster. However, it isn't exactly impossible to defeat. I just need to adjust my original plan, Surefeng explained. He, too, was surprised to see the boss's mythic rank. When he had come here in his previous life, the King of Trees had only been a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species with a unique bloodline. This time, however, the raid would be twice as difficult. The King of Trees was also set to face a team of 1,000 players. Although its strength was no match for the Titan Warriors, it had far more HP. It would undoubtedly be more difficult to raid just due to its battle recovery, which would heal it for 6 million HP every 5 seconds. The boss is a mythic monster, yet he only needs to adjust his plan to defeat it. For a moment, Quiet Melody wondered if she had heard wrong. She had encountered mythic-ranked bosses before, and she was certain that they were invincible to current players. Without siege weapons and disregarding all cost, the team had 0 chances of defeating a mythic boss. Unfortunately, historical sites were similar to dungeons in that siege weapons were prohibited. Otherwise, the various large guilds wouldn't suffer such massive headaches when dealing with 100-man Helm mode and super large-scale team dungeons. Whatever plan you have in mind, tell us. If we have any hope, we'll give it a try. Although Phoenix Rain doubted their chances of defeating the King of Trees, she knew Surefeng's personality. The man had never lied to her, so she was inclined to listen to him before dismissing his ideas. In any case, it was better than outright giving up. Rain, you. Quiet Melody was at a loss for words when she saw this slightly excited expression on Phoenix Rain's face. Fine, do whatever you want, but we're only giving it one try. If we fail, we'll search for other Dryad nests. How could a mythic monster possibly be an easy foe? Even the various superpowers in God's domain were utterly helpless against these monsters. They were all forced to take the long way around when they found one. If it were possible to raid mythic monsters, they would have started their raids on the super large-scale team dungeons already. Thank you, Phoenix Rain offered. Quiet Melody was only helping her as a good friend and hadn't asked for any payment for the work. If the woman didn't want to do something, she wouldn't force her. Unfortunately, if Quiet Melody decided not to participate in the fight against the King of Trees, the team would lose a large fraction of its firepower before this. I'd like to sign a new contract, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Our previous agreement didn't include a mythic-ranked final boss, Surefeng said as he handed Phoenix Rain a new contract. Most of the content hadn't changed. Zero Wing would still obtain 20% of the harvest. The only difference was that after the raid, Zero Wing would have priority when choosing 5 items from the Sunset Shrine, while Surefeng could ignore the treasures a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species guarded. It was a different story for items under a mythic monster's protection. Renew our contract. Phoenix Rain read through the new contract. Shortly after, she said, I don't have any problems with this as long as we clear the Sunset Shrine. Although Sure Fang's demands were high, it was much better than leaving empty-handed. Each of the 3 dryad nests they had already raided had contained over 100 precious items, excluding the material stashes in each nest. Needless to say, the Sunset Shrine hid far more items of even higher quality, following which the 2 players signed the contract. Once Sure Fang ensured that everything was in order, he began to pull flame potions from his bag. Normally, players had very little use for these potions. Moreover, they weren't meant to be consumed. Rather, they acted as a type of chemical bomb. The flame potions only had one purpose: weakening plant life forms. The effects could also stack up to 100 times, reducing the targeted plant life form's attributes, defense, and resistances by 30%, and increasing the damage from fire-type attacks by 100%. After 2 days of grinding, Aqua, Rose, and the others had gathered 100 flame potions. The flame potions hadn't been particularly valuable in the past, but once the public had discovered the Sunset Forest, their prices had skyrocketed. They had become a priceless tool for dealing with plant life forms. After distributing the potions, Sure Fang had everyone lure the dryads around the King of Trees, quickly eliminating the mobs without the threats around the boss. Sure Fang delegated tasks to assassins. When the raid begins, toss these flame potions at the boss. For those controlling the 6 summon creatures, try to block as many of the boss's tendrils as possible. Ranged players, use your spells and skills instead of normal attacks as much as possible. Melee players, stay away from the summon creatures and find opportunities to strike. MTs, split into 6-man groups. Each group will tank 1 main tendril and should have only 2 MTs with active berserk and life-saving skills at a time. Sure Fang instructed. After a few minutes of planning, the assassins and MTs nervously moved into position. Lifeless Thorn and his companions from Asura were particularly anxious. They were already familiar with a mythic monster's prowess. Without a magic array to weaken the boss, it could instant kill any player. Team leader Yifeng. Everyone is in position. Phoenix Rain reported. Good. 9. Begin the raid. Sure Fang commanded. Chapter 1482. Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Chapter 1482. Frightening Tier 4 Spell. Hearing Sure Fang's command, Solitary 9 took another look at the towering treant before him before lifting his shield and charging at the creature. Is it really okay to let him start the raid by himself? Phoenix Rain asked worriedly as she watched Solitary 9 approach the King of Trees. Shouldn't we send someone to assist him and split the damage? Solitary 9 looked like an ant before the King of Trees, and the difference between their attributes was just as massive. Even a Tier 3 summon creature would sustain heavy injuries and lose a good portion of its attributes if struck by all 12 of the boss's tendrils, not to mention a peak MT-No. 9 is more than strong enough for this task, Sure Fang said, chuckling. Although the King of Trees' rank had changed, its skills and attack pattern wouldn't differ. This boss always used the Tier 3 skill, Thorn Smash, on its first target. This move could even wound a Tier 3 summon creature of the same level, much less a player. Tier 3 summon creatures were a precious source of combat power for the team right now, so they couldn't afford to risk them needlessly. In the past, teams had usually sent a player sacrifice to take on Thorn Smash before sending the MTs in. Fortunately, Solitary 9 wielded the epic rank Titan Guard. They didn't need to waste combat power by sacrificing a player the moment the Shield Warrior moved within the King of Trees' 200-yard perception range. The mythic monster's 12 tendrils transformed into sharp spears and shot towards Solitary 9. The spears were so fast that they looked like 12 streaks of green light as they moved. Thorn Smash. So fast. The sudden attack surprised Solitary 9, but Sure Fang had warned him to activate Titans Will the moment he was within range. When Titans Will activated, golden, divine runes swam across Solitary 9's body. The Shield Warrior's eyes had turned to dark gold as well. Once Titans Will took effect, Solitary 9 was able to shake off the King of Trees' mental pressure as he received a significant boost. Due to the upgrade to Epic Rank, Titans Will now reduce the damage he received by 90%. The skill also increased his attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. His starting movement speed was set to 80% of his maximum movement speed, and the skill now lasted 20 seconds rather than 15 before the King of Trees' main tendrils reached Solitary 9. He skillfully maneuvered his shield, leaving after images as it shifted before the shield warrior. Despite its relatively small size, the shield felt like a wall, enclosing Solitary 9 within. In the end, he fended off all 12 strikes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout the forest, making the distant players' scalps tingle. He's still alive? How is this possible? He actually survived? As the dust settled, it revealed Solitary 9. The man hadn't moved an inch, and he still had roughly 10% of his HP. What destructive power! Solitary 9 gasped when he realized that he still had 6,000 HP. Sure enough, current players have no hope against a mythic monster despite blocking every attack with his shield and the 90% damage reduction from Titan's Will. He had lost over 50,000 HP. Even if he had activated a life-saving skill, the attack would have killed him instantly if he hadn't activated Titan's Will. Meanwhile, the King of Trees followed up with another tendril attack. Crap. Heal him. Phoenix Rain hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, the team's healers were a little too slow. Before they had begun to cast their spells, the tendril had reached Solitary 9. However, with Titan's Will still in effect, Solitary 9's shield moved as if it could teleport, appearing between the tendril and the shield warrior almost instantly. Punk. A crisp clang reverberated as Solitary 9 was forced to retreat by 3 steps before stabilizing himself. His HP decreased once again, minus 3,208. Even after another hit, he's still alive. The watching players gaped at Solitary 9. Surviving a mythic boss's skill was already impressive, yet he had only received a little over minus 3,000 damage after blocking a normal attack. His defense was ridiculous. Finally, the healers in the back responded and restored Solitary 9 to half of his total HP, yanking him out of the danger zone. Good. Everyone move in. Sure Feng commanded. The 6th-tier 3 summoned creatures dashed forward. The assassins, who had been in stealth all this time, also dashed at the King of Trees. Once they were within 40 yards of the boss, they threw their flame potions at the mythic monster. When the potion bottle shattered and coated the King of Trees' trunk, its sturdy bark ignited. By the time all 100 flame potions struck the King of Trees, the mythic monster had transformed into a bonfire roar. The King of Trees bellowed and groaned as its basic attributes rapidly fell, and the pressure on Solitary 9 decreased. Now, he only received around minus 2,000 damage when blocking the mythic monster's normal attacks. Now, he could even withstand an attack from all 12 of the King of Trees tendrils simultaneously. The 6th-tier 3 summon creatures and 5 MTs groups ran forward, each tanking one of the boss's main tendrils, further reducing the pressure on Solitary 9. However, the King of Trees was enraged, its attack speed increasing. Hundreds of smaller tendrils extended from its trunk, attacking everything in range. Each of the minor tendrils carried 35% of the mythic monster's strength, more than enough to suppress a great lord of the same level. The summoned creatures and the MT groups were in danger. When the MTs blocked the minor tendrils, they received nearly minus 8,000 damage. On average, each MT had to face 3 or 4 minor tendrils. Even with their life-saving skills active, the MT groups were starting to falter, and the healers struggled to keep up with the plummeting HP. Phoenix Rain's team finally understood how terrifying the King of Trees was as expected of a mythic monster. Relying on the flame potions isn't enough. Sure Feng sighed helplessly. He then used 5,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection activated, the King of Trees' attributes decreased once more. The debuff was just enough to help the MT groups hold on. Everyone attack. When Sure Feng issued the command, he activated Phantom Kill and dashed for the King of Trees. Due to the flame potions, the King of Trees' defense had weakened significantly. When spells and arrows bombarded the boss's trunk, damages ranging from minus 2,000 to minus 3,000 appeared above the mythic monster's head. The fire-type skills and spells did the most damage, each dealing over minus 5,000 damage on average. Zhao Yueru's attacks stood out from the rest. Wielding Frostflame's Wrath, she bombarded the King of Trees with one fire-type spell after another, each dealing nearly minus 30,000 damage. Just how high is her magic damage? Blue Phoenix, who stood a short distance away from Zhao Yueru, was rendered speechless. She was an elementalist and was already level 48, yet despite wielding an epic staff, robe, and a pair of gloves, her Tier 1 fire-type spells only dealt around minus 12,000 damage. She couldn't even manage half of Zhao Yueru's damage as everyone continued their bombardment, watching the King of Trees' HP steadily decrease 90%, 70%, 50%. However, as the mythic monster's HP fell, more tendrils gradually joined the fight. These minor tendrils no longer focused on the summoned creatures and the MTs, occasionally sprouting from the ground to attack the ranged DPS and distant healers. Although the minor tendrils only carried 35% of the King of Trees' strength, they packed enough power to instantly kill the cloth armor classes, steadily reducing the team's numbers by the time the King of Trees' HP fell to 20%. The 1,000-man army had around 700 players remaining. Despicable intruders. You will only help me grow. The King of Trees bellowed suddenly. 6 more main tendrils joined the fight. Now, each of the main tendrils dealt nearly minus 20,000 damage to the MTs with active berserk skills. Before anyone could react, the 6 new tendrils killed off 6 MTs as the MT group fell. The boss's aggro management descended into chaos attack with everything. Use every skill and spell you have. Shifeng shouted. The sudden loss of an MT group made it impossible for the team to defend against 18 main tendrils. Their only hope was to throw everything they had at the boss and hope they could outlast it. Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Lifeless Thorn no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, they activated their berserk skills. At the same time, Solitary 9 activated Titan's Heart, creating a protective shield around him that could absorb damage equal to 10 times his maximum HP. The 3 of them quickly moved into position and activated Triple Frostman. Suddenly, 3 dazzling arcs of light struck the King of Trees, pulling a pain scream from the mythic monster. At the same time, the King of Trees lost over 2 million HP, its HP bar decreasing by a sizable chunk. Likewise, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power before using one skill after another across the battlefield. Phoenix Rain activated one Tier 3 magic scroll after another, as well as the King of Trees' HP decreased. It launched frenzied attacks, swiftly claiming players' lives. Although Shifeng wanted to summon his personal guards, players were prohibited from doing so in historical sites. He could only summon a Tier 3 demon to assist eventually. The King of Trees' HP fell to 2%, but only a little over 100 players were still alive. Only a dozen or so MTs still stood against the boss, and over 70% of the team's healers had died. At this rate, the team would fall before they could kill the King of Trees. Everyone retreat. Shifeng shouted when he realized the hopelessness of the situation. Grinding his teeth, he took the Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll from his bag and unfurled it. Die! As the magic scroll unfurled, the space around the sunset shrine froze. The surrounding mana surged towards the scroll in Shifeng's hand before a golden magic array formed beneath the boss boom. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light rose from the ground, enveloping the Mythic-ranked guardian boss and piercing through the magic barrier around the sunset forest. The King of Trees' tendrils, both main and minor, disintegrated. Its remaining 2% HP fell to 0 instantly. By the time the golden light pillar dissipated, nothing had remained of the King of Trees. The surviving players only saw a scorched, empty plot of land. Chapter 1483. Obtaining the first clear of the Sunset Forest. Chapter 1483. Obtaining the first clear of the Sunset Forest. The boss is dead. What tier was that spell? How is it so powerful? As the Tier 4 spell, Titan's Wrath, dissipated, the surviving team members regained their senses. Even then, They couldn't bring themselves to believe that the King of Trees was dead by the time the team had taken the King of Trees down to 2% of its HP. It had deployed well over 1,000 minor tendrils on the battlefield. With the remaining 100-plus members on the team, it would have been impossible to wipe out the boss's remaining HP before the mythic monster annihilated the rest of the team, and yet, just as the team was about to wipe, someone bombarded the King of Trees into oblivion. Why wouldn't they be shocked? Was that some sort of trump card Zero Wing had kept hidden? Phoenix Rain stared at the empty plot before her in shock. She had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll at this stage of the game. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely precious. With just one of these scrolls, an ordinary player could make a fortune overnight with enough funds to purchase a powerful set of equipment. Among the various magic scrolls available, large-scale destruction spells and summoning spells were the most valuable and highly sought after by the various large guilds. Both types of magic scrolls were powerful enough to turn the tide in battle, but Shurfeng had actually used a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had gotten their hands on such a scroll. The King of Trees' death contributed a tremendous amount of EXP to the surviving players. Phoenix Rain had even risen from level 48 to level 49. They had obtained more EXP than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, after the King of Trees' death, the barrier enveloping the Sunset Shrine gradually disappeared. System, congratulations. You are the first team to raid the Sunset Forest successfully. Rewards in the Sunset Shrine doubled. You will be teleported out of the Sunset Forest after 1 hour automatically. Healers, resurrect the dead. Everyone else, rest up. Shurfeng commanded before entering the Sunset Shrine with Phoenix Rain to inspect the treasures inside. The other players couldn't help their envy, curious about what treasures the shrine held, but they knew that they'd have to wait. Historical sites typically offered far more treasure than dungeons, some of which could be used as guilds' trump cards. Naturally, these guilds would have more of an advantage if fewer people knew about these items. As for Shurfeng, not only was he Phoenix Rain's ally, but he had also signed a contract with the Phoenix Pavilion Master. He had also contributed the most during the raid. Thus, he qualified to enter the shrine alongside the guild leader Zero Wing and the Asura adventurer team. Quiet Melody could not help but watch Shurfeng's departing back before glancing at Asura's resting members, curiosity and intrigue dominating her thoughts. It seems that I really will need to report to the guild leader. Despite all of the effort the Sacred Temple had spent raiding various historical sites, the guild had failed to raid a single Grade 2 ruin, yet Phoenix Rain's temporary team had secured the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site. If other guilds discovered this, it would cause a commotion on the journey here. Quiet Melody had carefully observed everything that had happened. Based on what she had seen, she was absolutely certain that without Zero Wing and Asura's help, Phoenix Rain's team would have failed. In fact, they would have been lucky to reach the Sunset Forest core within the allotted time, much less kill the Mythic-ranked King of Trees. She had never imagined that a recently established guild like Zero Wing could become so powerful in such a short amount of time. While historical sites were very rare in God's domain, super guilds like the Sacred Temple had discovered quite a few already. The only thing preventing them from harvesting these ruins' treasure was their lack of strength, although she did not know what the conditions of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's agreement. The Sacred Temple was capable of any price she could afford. Elsewhere, with the magic barrier gone, Shurfeng and Phoenix Rain easily entered the Sunset Shrine. The interior was luxurious. It looked more like a palace than a shrine. Meanwhile, the two found a large pile of items in the center of this palace. This is the Sunset Forest's first clear reward. Even Phoenix Rain, who had seen plenty of treasure before and had her own significant wealth, was surprised to see the mound before her among the small mountain of items. She easily counted more treasure chests than what they had looted from the 3 dried nests they raided earlier. She even saw a few epic treasure chests among them. Aside from treasure chests, there were all sorts of master rank potions, high-tiered magic scrolls, special gemstones, and many other valuable items. As she gazed at the items, Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. At least I didn't waste that tier 4 magic scroll. Sure, Feng spotted 3 epic treasure chests in addition to elemental treasure boxes and 7 Luminaries treasure boxes, which contained elemental sources and 7 Luminaries crystals. Respectively, he had thought that the flame potions would be enough to raid the Sunset Forest, but in the end, he had been forced to use a tier 4 magic scroll as well. But after seeing the sunset shrine's treasure, he was satisfied with trading a tier 4 magic scroll for the first pick of 5 of the shrine's items. Neither the elemental treasure boxes nor the 7 Luminaries treasure boxes were any less valuable than the epic treasure chests. An elemental treasure box would drop 1 to 3 elemental source stones when opened, while a 7 Luminaries treasure box would drop 3 to 6 units of 7 Luminaries crystals. Both treasure boxes have been highly sought after by the various guilds in his previous life. Moreover, Sure Feng spotted various materials, designs, skill books, and other precious items that could easily drive the various large guilds mad with envy. It took Sure Feng and Phoenix Rain over half an hour to organize the loot according to our agreement. I'll choose 5 items first, Sure Feng said as he glanced at Phoenix Rain. All right, take your pick. Phoenix Rain nodded. She was extremely satisfied with the Sunset Shrine's treasure. Even if Sure Feng claimed all 3 epic treasure chests, she wouldn't be disappointed in the least. After all, among the treasures here, over 10 were just as valuable. Seeing Phoenix Rain nod, Sure Feng began to select his prizes. However, the man hadn't pocketed the 3 epic treasure chests as Phoenix Rain had expected. On the contrary, Sure Feng didn't even glance at the treasure chests. Instead, the first items he claimed were the 2 elemental treasure boxes. While current players might realize how valuable elemental sources were, he did. In fact, elemental sources could be strategic tools in mythic monster raids. Hence, he had to prioritize these items. After selecting the elemental treasure boxes, Sure Feng chose the Sunset Potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe unique to the Sunset Forest. The recipe usually had a very low chance at appearing in the Sunset Shrine. When consumed, the potion would have the penalty of a single death. It was a super potion with a 24-hour cooldown. Avoiding death was incredibly difficult in God's domain. Each time a player died in the field, they'd lose an entire level. Hence, the Sunset Potion had been highly regarded in the past. Only very few guilds had been able to brew the potion, contributing to its rarity. On the market, the potion had only cost 10 or so silver to produce, yet it had sold for around 1 gold now that the Sunset Potion recipe had dropped. He had no reason not to claim it. Sure Feng also selected the basic mana bomb design, an advanced engineering design. Although the necessary materials to craft the item were rare and expensive, each basic mana bomb was as powerful as a peak tier 2 attack. When used in conjunction with defensive turrets, the mana bombs could rival a tier 3 attack. The design was far more valuable than an epic weapon. For Sure Feng's 5th choice, he selected the only epic item throughout the haul, the 7 Luminaries Bible. Chapter 1484, 7 Luminaries Bible. Chapter 1484, 7 Luminaries Bible. These are the 5 items that you want. Phoenix Rain was a little confused as she saw Sure Feng's choices. Setting aside the 7 Luminaries Bible, although the recipe and design for the Sunset Potion and basic mana bomb were valuable, both were very difficult to produce. There was no doubt that the item's production would be slow and limited. The rare materials for the basic mana bomb were particularly expensive. A single crafting attempt would cost around 2 gold, while the final product could cost 6 gold or more. Most importantly, unlike tier 2 magic scrolls, the mana bombs had a 70% reduced effect against players. This impacted how useful the mana bombs could be generally. Players would only want such an expensive tool to deal with enemy players. Unless necessary, most players avoided using such costly items against monsters. Even if Zero Wing crafted the basic mana bombs, the guild would only make a small profit from them. It would take ages before Zero Wing could earn enough money to make up for the loss of an epic treasure chest. The various large guilds experts were already reaching level 50 and obtaining their tier 2 classes. Because of that, most guilds were focused on converting their resources into items that would increase their experts' combat power, helping them overcome their promotion quests. Yet Shurfeng did the exact opposite by investing his resources in items that wouldn't yield short-term profit. He had even chosen 2 elemental treasure boxes, which only confused her further image. Shurfeng simply chuckled at Phoenix Rain's question. Others might have a hard time using these items to increase a player's strength, but he wouldn't have any issues. This was especially true for the basic mana bomb. Although the production cost was high and it wasn't particularly useful against players, its effects would be miraculous against certain monsters. Moreover, he had chosen the 7 Luminaries Bible, the most valuable item the Sunset Shrine had to offer. He was more than satisfied with his share. 7 Luminaries Bible, epic rank item. Contains the records of magic arrays the gods had left behind. Sacrifice a sufficient amount of mana to activate the recorded magic arrays. The 7 Luminaries Bible would, at most, amount to some epic toll or magic array with indefinite uses to other large guilds. Moreover, even the strongest magic array within the Bible was intermediate rank. It could barely suppress a Grand Lord, yet it required a tremendous amount of mana to activating one of the 7 Luminaries Bible's intermediate magic arrays cost 2,000 magic crystals. The basic magic arrays cost 500 magic crystals to activate. Honestly, one could easily purchase a stronger array with so many magic crystals. The only benefit of the 7 Luminaries Bible was its variety. Players wouldn't need to search high and low for a specific kind of magic array. There was nothing else special about the item. What everyone didn't know was that the 7 Luminaries Bible didn't consist of a single volume. Rather, there were a total of 7 books. Only after gathering all 7 volumes could one display the 7 Luminaries Bible's true power. The various superpowers had clashed often to obtain more of the Bible's volumes in the past. They had discovered that one could use advanced magic arrays once they had collected 2 volumes. While intermediate magic arrays were rare, players could find them if they put in a little effort. However, the same could not be said for advanced magic arrays and above. In addition, the materials needed to craft advanced magic array scrolls were exceedingly expensive. Meanwhile, these arrays could even suppress mythic monsters, which would, in turn, increase players' chance of obtaining precious items. One could just imagine how valuable an advanced magic array could be if they could use it indefinitely for the cost of magic crystals. Gods' domain's current superpowers hadn't discovered this secret yet. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain would have mourned the item's loss once Shurfeng had chosen his 5 items. Phoenix Rain organized her harvest. They had obtained far more than she had expected. After opening the 3 epic treasure chests, she had gained 3 epic items and 1 epic ranked, growth-type shield. She was ecstatic over the outcome. With an epic shield, the raids on the various team dungeons would be much easier for her team. She had also gained a large number of level 50 dark gold and fine gold weapons and equipment. Since level 50 was a major turning point in the game, level 50 equipment attributes were 2 ranks higher than that of level 45 equipment. Level 50 secret silver equipment could rival level 45 dark gold equipment. She now had enough level 50 secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold equipment to fully arm a 100-man team. As long as she gave these pieces to players who had items that reduced level requirements, they could improve their equipment right away. The shrine had also contained a large number of rare gemstones, all of which could visibly improve players' combat power. Meanwhile, the contest on Thunder Island prohibited the use of magical tools. This included items like the Bible of Darkness. Players had to rely on their own strength during the contest. This was also why Nine Dragons Emperor had spent so much money to gain Bloody Paradise's help in the Sunset Forest when Phoenix Rain tried to hand 20% of the harvest to Shurfeng. Shurfeng refused the items. Instead, he requested Ancient Origin wood as his share of the bounty, which was the equivalent of every log they had found during the raid. With the Ancient Origin wood, Zero Wing could begin producing advanced speedboats. Since Phoenix Rain needed the weapons and equipment, she saw no reason to refuse him. Once they had finished distributing the loot, Shurfeng and Phoenix Rain called everyone into the shrine, leaving the Sunset Forest through the teleportation array inside. They then split their party to prepare for the contest on Thunder Island. However, Surephone planned to make his way to Ocean Viewing Town with his cargo of ancient origin wood, intending to begin the advanced speedboats production. By the time Surephone and the others had returned to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's courtyard, news of their success in the Sunset Forest spread to the various superpowers, although the system wouldn't announce a historical site's first clear to the local region. It was difficult to keep a lid on the matter with so many participants. Besides, Phoenix Rain had borrowed experts from a few other guilds for the raid. What? You're saying that Phoenix Rain obtained the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site? Since when had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion grown so powerful? That's a Grade 1 historical site we're talking about. Zero Wing and the Asura Adventure Team. Where is this Asura Adventure Team from? Why haven't I heard of it? Go. Send someone to investigate this Asura Adventure Team. When the various superpowers' upper echelons read their subordinates' reports, they turned their attention to Zero Wing and the Asura Adventure Team. Particularly Asura Zero Wing's prowess was no longer news to these superpowers. If they were familiar with the Dark Arena, they had heard of Zero Wing's experts. There is also the old news of Zero Wing's 1,000-man army defeating the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Shadow Dragon Legion, proving that Zero Wing had an incredibly powerful team. However, the Asura Adventurer Team was a different story. With the Adventurer Team being so powerful yet unknown, it had become a target for recruitment. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor's team cleared out a Dryad nest in the Sunset Forest core. Of the original 1,000 team members, less than 700 players remained standing. The survivors fought desperately to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked Dryad. Quick, take these Dryads down. We don't have much time left. Nine Dragons Emperor anxiously shouted. He had used many of his trump cards just to get his team to the central area. Even then, he had spent more than 6 hours doing so. Once there, they had spent quite some time exploring the area before they had found a Dryad nest, but they hadn't expected the Dryads to be so difficult to deal with. In addition, the nest they had found had been guarded by multiple Grand Lords. Even after activating all of their Tier 3 summoning scrolls, they were at a disadvantage. Pavilion Master. A report just came in from Sun Dragon. Blood Dragon announced. What is it now? Out with it. Nine Dragons Emperor frowned. They had very little time remaining. If they didn't eliminate these Dryads in time, they wouldn't return with a single treasure. Sun Dragon has informed us that Phoenix Rain has already obtained the Sunset Forest's first clear, Blood Dragon replied, struggling to believe the report. Chapter 1485, Taking Shape. Chapter 1485, Taking Shape. Blood Dragon's response stunned Nine Dragons Emperor on the spot. Impossible. Nine Dragons Emperor shouted, I know what Phoenix Rain's team is capable of. She'd be lucky to reach the forest core. How could she possibly obtain the Sunset Forest's first clear? They were from the same guild, so he knew practically everything about Phoenix Rain's capabilities. Even if she had some unknown trump card, she could never defeat the historical site's final boss. He was only confident in doing so because he had an advanced magic array and the aid of Bloody Paradisi. As far as he knew, Phoenix Rain didn't have an advanced magic array. Sun doubted the information as well, so she used multiple sources to verify the claim. She even obtained a video recording of the raid, so there is no mistaking the information, Blood Dragon explained. One of the reasons for her success was a tool called the Flame Potion, which significantly reduced the boss's attributes. In addition, the Asura Adventurer Team had a super powerful MT that tanked the weakened boss by himself. In the end, Zero Wing used a Tier 4 magic scroll to finish it off. Lucky bastards, they actually found a way to weaken the boss. Nine Dragons Emperor fumed when he saw the video Blood Dragon had sent him. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. However, he sneered and growled, just you wait. You may have secured the Sunset Forest's first clear, but I'll teach you that your struggles are futile soon. Blood, notify Sun and tell her that she proceed with the plan. Contact Beast Emperor as well and tell that old bastard that I'm running out of patience. I don't want to see Zero Wing prance about any longer. Understood. Blood Dragon shuddered when he heard the cold determination in Nine Dragons Emperor's voice. Elsewhere, Shurfeng arrived in Ocean Viewing Town via a teleportation array. The town's player population had increased significantly since his first visit. He saw countless players forming teams and parties as they prepared to set sail for the islands to grind and level. He also spotted a few merchant fleet representatives conducting their maritime transportation business transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Sandy Bay Town. Special price right now, only charging 15 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 5 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 3 silver for each non-bag space item. Transport from Ocean Viewing Town to Coral Harbor. Only charging 20 silver per person. Less than 1,000 slots of bag space free of charge. 7 silver for every additional 1,000 slots. 5 silver for each non-bag space item. Many independent merchant and adventuring players crowded around the merchant fleet representatives, trying to haggle down the prices. Players who preferred to use the merchant ships were generally trying to avoid exorbitant teleportation fees. Cross-national teleportation fees were particularly expensive. Even teleporting to a neighboring country cost more than 1 gold. It wasn't unusual to pay 2 or 3 gold when traveling farther. It was cheaper to hire a ship. This was especially true for players transporting non-bag space items, although the maritime transportation system in Ocean Viewing Town wasn't yet perfect. It had begun to take shape. These people sure are taking action quickly. Glancing at the various merchant players, Shurfeng easily spotted over 5 merchant fleets. It seems that I'll need to produce the new type of cargo ships as soon as possible. Maritime transportation had been very well developed in the past. It had also generated a frightening amount of wealth for players. Hence, the various large guilds had established their own merchant fleets and contested over territory at sea. Initially, Shurfeng had been satisfied with the development of his naval forces, but there were plenty of capable players in God's domain. In the end, many players had quickly discovered this business opportunity at the moment. These merchant fleets were renting ordinary cargo ships from NPCs. Each ordinary cargo ship could only carry 35 people, and the cargo ship's item space was limited. Each ship could only carry 30 non-bag space items at a time. He had previously spent 30,000 gold to purchase a special medium shipyard. As long as he had sufficient materials and engineers, he could begin constructing the new cargo ships immediately. Not only were the new cargo ships 15% faster than ordinary cargo ships, but they could also carry up to 40 people at a time. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had both engineers and materials available to him. He could start producing the ships as soon as he desired. Once these new cargo ships were built, he'd make a fortune off of them, whether he rented them out or used them himself, following which Shurfeng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her dispatch a large number of engineers to Ocean Viewing Town. Previously, the Candlelight trading firm had lacked both quantity and quality of engineers, but now they had become a holy land for lifestyle players in Starmoon Kingdom. Since the trading firm constantly recruited lifestyle players, they had a large collection of engineers. Right now, even if the trading firm only dispatched a small fraction of these players, there would be more than enough to operate a large shipyard, not to mention a medium shipyard guild leader. Do you really intend to use such a precious material to construct the Flying Eagle speedboats and new cargo ships? Burning Abyss was astonished as he gazed at the ancient origin which Shurfeng had placed before him as a master engineer. He had researched the various materials available in God's domain. This was especially true for the materials useful to engineers. He knew that ancient origin wood was a top-tier material meant for ship construction. Using it to construct bronze speedboats would be a waste, much less constructing an advanced speedboat. The new cargo ship was even less valuable than an advanced speedboat. Just use it for now. I don't have any higher-ranked designs on me at the moment. Shurfeng was just as reluctant to use the wood after all. Ancient origin wood was a precious material that could only be obtained from the Sunset Forest. When used to construct ships, not only would it increase the production success rate, but it also had a chance of strengthening the ship with the power of ancients, enhancing the ship's quality. It was incredibly extravagant to use it to construct a ship that wasn't even bronze rank. However, he couldn't care less at the moment. Ship designs were extremely rare. He had been fortunate enough to obtain the design for the Flying Eagle speedboat and the newly developed cargo ship following, which Shifeng handed Burning Abyss the basic mana bomb design and instructed him to produce the bombs. He was happy enough to let the advanced engineers take charge of producing the speedboats and the cargo ships. There wasn't a need to involve a master engineer like Burning Abyss in the project. The basic mana bomb was a different story. Despite only being basic rank, the design and advanced engineering design, if he left it to the advanced engineers, their success rate would at most reach 30%. If Burning Abyss crafted the bombs, however, his success rate would be at least 50%. Letting Burning Abyss produce the bombs would save on cost and materials. After all, the required materials were both rare and expensive. What an intricate design. I never knew magic arrays could be used in such a way. After glancing at the basic mana bomb design, Burning Abyss was captivated. I'll leave the shipyard's management to you. As for this design, you'll learn it. If you have time, try to produce as many of the bombs as you can. I have an important use for them, Shifeng said, chuckling at the engineer's starstruck expression. Guild leader? Burning Abyss was stunned when he heard Shifeng's instructions. However, he was instantly overjoyed and excited. Even after becoming a master engineer, he had only been promoted to chief engineer in the Candlelight trading firm. In the end, he was only one of Zero Wing's core members, but it was a different story if he were allowed to manage the shipyard. It was the equivalent of becoming one of the guild's upper management. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of such status following, which Shifeng handed a portion of the shipyard's authority to Burning Abyss. He then paid Rodney a visit, calling in on the agreement with the master engineer to assist in the shipyard. Not only would Rodney's presence increase production success rate when crafting ships, but production speed would increase as well. As Shifeng finished with the shipyard's matters and prepared to lead Gentle Snow and the others to Thunder Island, Aqua Rose gleefully walked up to him, whispering, "Guild leader, Summer just contacted me. She says that she's successfully class changed into a Dragon Slayer. Moreover, Kola has also completed his class change. Should I have them head over?" Chapter 1486, Assembly of Experts. Chapter 1486, Assembly of Experts. They're done already? Shifeng was a little confused. As far as he could remember, the Dragon Slayer class change quest wasn't an easy one. All right, tell them to hurry and join us. Honestly, he had been somewhat worried about having sufficient strength for the contest on Thunder Island, and had even considered recruiting Owl's help. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Kola's success in becoming a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer Knight alone would boost the team's overall strength, not to mention alluring Summer, who is now a Tier 2 Dragon Slayer mage. Both basic attributes and skills would undergo a qualitative transformation when players reach Tier 2. Kola also had the epic ranked Dragon Scale Shield. Had he been present during the King of Trees raid, the raid definitely would have been a lot easier. He wouldn't have needed to waste an incomparably precious Tier 4 magic scroll. Hearing Shifeng's answer, Aqua Rose immediately contacted Alluring Summer and Kola, telling them to gather in Ocean Viewing Town. Guild leader, if we don't leave soon, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Gentle Snow said worriedly as she looked at the time. It would take quite some time to travel from Starmoon Kingdom to the Apocalypse Empire. Thunder Island was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, very far away from the Apocalypse Empire. There weren't any teleportation arrays connected to the island, so players had to rely on other means to reach it. In fact, the various major powers participating in the contest for Thunder Island's authority had long since set out. Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor had only delayed their departure to obtain the weapons and equipment from the Sunset Forces. Soon as Phoenix Rain had cleared the historical site, she and her subordinates rushed towards the island, since Shifeng had wanted to begin producing advanced speedboats as soon as possible. He had made a trip to Ocean Viewing Town with the Ancient Origin Wood. Otherwise, they would have left for Thunder Island with Phoenix Rain's group. As a result, their group was far behind schedule. Furthermore, the Swift Dragon speedboat could only accommodate 30 people, half of their planned 60-man team. The rest of the members would have to sail on advanced speedboats. If they left right this instant, they would barely make it in time for the contest. If they waited for Kola and Alluring Summer, they'd likely be late relax. We have enough time, Surefong consoled her, smiling, following which Surefong led everyone to Ocean Viewing Town's harbor. Half an hour later, Kola, an alluring summer, finally reached the harbor atop two majestic thunder wolves. The moment Kola and alluring summer arrived, they attracted a lot of attention from the players of the harbor. They were difficult to miss. Both of these players radiated intense auras from atop their Mounts Guild leader. "We're sorry for the wait," Kola apologized as he stopped before Surefong. "It's fine. It's about time to set out," Surefong said, nodding. He then invited Kola and alluring summer to the team. When Lifeless Thorn and his companions from the Ice Crystal World saw Kola and alluring summer, they were astounded. They had already been shocked by the strength Zero Wings members displayed. They hadn't expected the guild to have even more experts lifeless. "How confident are you of defeating those two?" Cleansing Whistle whispered as she looked at Kola and alluring summer personally. Cleansing Whistle doubted that she was a match for Kola or alluring summer. Just by standing so close, she felt an intense wave of danger from them. The guy? Maybe. The other one? I don't know. I'd have to fight her to find out, Lifeless Thorn said, fighting spirit illuminating his gaze as he watched alluring summer. He had struggled to find anyone who could offer a good fight back in Cold Wind City. When Surefong had said that God's Domain's continent had plenty of experts, he had assumed the claim was meant to excite him. But looking at it now, it would seem that the swordsman hadn't lied. "What? Even you aren't confident of winning?" Cleansing Whistle could not help but turn to look at alluring summer in shock. Based on her observations during the raid in the Sunset Forest, she knew that Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Zhao Yueru were powerful. Although other experts from Zero Wing had been present, it was obvious that they were significantly weaker than the three women. Hence, Cleansing Whistle had assumed that Lifeless Thorn would rank among the top 5 in Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like that was the case. When she thought about how Zero Wing had at least 5 experts who were even stronger than a monster like Lifeless Thorn, her shock was natural. However, Cleansing Whistle felt pretty lucky about the situation. She had been Cold Wind City's #1 swordsman. With no suitable rivals, she had to rely on herself to improve. Now, however, she met a group of people who were much stronger than her. They also had an expert swordsman like Surefong. If she fought alongside these powerful people and leached off of their experiences, she could grow stronger far more quickly. Cleansing Whistle wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness were just as pleased as Asura's members subtly watched Kola and alluring summer. Surefong arrived beside the harbor and pulled a crystal bottle from his bag. He then began to chant, and incantation runes lit up and danced around the crystal bottle. A short moment later, dark fog surged forth, expanding to cover a large area of the water before Surefong. The scene attracted a lot of attention. "What's going on? Is that guy summoning a mysterious iron speedboat? That shouldn't be possible. No speedboat is that big. It must be a cargo ship. I've seen someone release a cargo ship before, and it definitely wasn't that large." While everyone discussed the disturbance, the cloud of dark fog expanded up and out. Soon, the fog dissipated, revealing Surefong's ship. This ship was a silver sailboat, double the size of ordinary cargo ships. While it was docked, it dwarfed the nearby ordinary and advanced speedboats. That's a sailboat. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when they saw the one-horned sailboat. As naval players, they had spent most of their gaming career in God's Domain at sea. Although they weren't well-known experts, they understood ships just as well, if not better, than the various large guilds. A sailboat could send tremors throughout the Apocalypse Empire. It could definitely overturn the current hierarchy of the Empire's naval powers. Even a bronze speedboat was no more than a fly to be swatted in the face of a sailboat guild leader. "Since when do you have a sailboat? Could it be? Have you already repaired the sailboat we got from the Fallen Ark?" Aqua Rose's eyes glowed as she stared at the monstrosity of a ship before her. Although Zero Wing had the Swift Dragon speedboat, at the end of the day, a speedboat was just a speedboat. Without a large number of support ships, it would be very difficult to exert the Swift Dragon speedboat's maximum potential. At most, Zero Wing would be a minor threat to the Apocalypse Empire's various naval powers. However, it was a different story if Zero Wing had a sailboat. A sailboat would allow Zero Wing to contest for the Empire's port cities. If they had their own port city, they wouldn't have to operate in the dark. They could simply steamroll over any opposing forces. Even Gentle Snow was speechless despite being one of the guild's vice-guild leaders. She still didn't have a clear idea of how many secrets Zero Wing had. It wasn't unlike the Asura adventurer team's sudden appearance. I haven't repaired the storm sailboat yet. I obtained a one-horned sailboat from a sea monster I helped kill, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. All right, we don't have much time. Get on the boat.